here, and I click this, and I go over here, and I go link, and I go this, and I go YouTube, and I click this, and I click that, and I close this, and I open this, and I go okay. Oops. Oh, okay, gotcha. New window. Save. Okay. Okay. So I go here to programming. I go here to VS Code. I go here to VS Code. I go here. Like. Okay, so that's done. I go here and I go browsing and browsing. Okay, and then I go here, close this, and then so I go start event. And notify everyone. Okay, start. Boop. Okay, there we go. Click. Okay, so that's working. Okay, okay. And then this is go live. And then I'm on here and I'm going live. Okay. Cool. Everything seems to be working now. And then this needs to... Oh, hey Zeno. Can you hear me? Is my mic working? And then that. And I gotta go over here. I gotta do this. And I gotta do... open chat.
Yeah, it's working. It's working.
Oh, perfect. Oh, thank you. Thank you.
There is an echo, though.
There is an echo. What?
Yeah, it's bad.
It's bad. Okay, hang on. Why is there an echo? I'm sending one. Because... oh, I know why there's an echo. Dumb. Is there an echo now?
Testing. There was one at the very, very beginning, but it's gone now. It's gone now.
Yeah. I realized I didn't click the button, so I was playing in both places. And I was like, oops, oh no.
Oh, okay.
So then I had to. Can hear
Yep, yep,
you.
yep.
Okay, okay. So Instagram can hear me. Cool. Oh man, trying to do this. So I have that working. So I'm going to try to go live on TikTok as well. So that'll be interesting. So we'll see. We'll see if that works. I don't know if it'll work. Maybe it will.
Oh, I might have a new argument for God for you.
A new argument for God. Okay. I,
Yeah, it won't convince you, but I mean, it's an interesting one. I won't lie. Like, if you don't even like analytic philosophy, like this probably will just be garbage to you. Like, because it's based on like Hegelian uh, reasoning. If you know anything about Hegel, so yeah.
gotcha. Um, yeah, we'll have to do that. Um, let me try to do this live thing with TikTok. Okay. It says this.
I'll be right back. Gonna buy a shirt right quick.
Okay, sounds good. Uh, awesome. Okay. Viewers, how do you Oh, hey. Hey. Did you want to come up? Oh, hey, how's it going?
How are you guys doing?
Doing well. Doing well. Yeah, just starting a stream, seeing how it's going. So it should be going okay.
Yeah, Daddy, man. Nice to
Mm-hmm.
meet you guys. What's your name?
My name is Bobby. Yeah.
Bobby. That's a nice name, you know.
Thanks. Let's see. 1 + 1 = 3. No, not.
How is your family doing?
Sorry, say it again.
I said, how is your family doing?
They're doing well. They're doing fine. Yeah.
That's good. That's good to hear that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that from you. You know.
Did you have a question or
I,
anything you want to chat about?
yeah, I would like us to know each other first, if you don't mind, you know. But I heard that, you know, before I will send the invitation, I heard that you said you will be going to live in TikTok.
Send you an invitation to TikTok?
No. I am the one who sent the invitation here in Discord, you know, so that you guys can invite me to chat, you know.
Okay.
Yeah, but I heard that, you know, you said you'll be going TikTok live, you know.
Oh, you're on my TikTok live?
No. I, 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 I am not having your
Hey, it's me.
TikTok, you know. But, yeah, but I will like, you know, if you will be going there for live, you can send me your username so that I can follow you, you know, we chat in there if you don't mind.
You want me to send you a link to the TikTok live?
Yeah. And your username, so that I can follow you in there. We become friends.
Sure, sure. Let me copy the link so I can.
Yeah,
I'll put it over here.
yeah.
There you go. So I'm trying to stream on TikTok and Instagram and YouTube at the same time. So we got some people in the live on YouTube. If you want to chat with me, just come to the Discord. So everyone's in a central place or whatnot. For some reason, it doesn't. Let's see. Yeah. Anyway, so this is my first time trying to do all three, but yeah, if you're in the Discord and you'd like to chat, just raise your hand or whatever. That's fine.
Yeah.
Um, did you have something you wanted to ask, Baba?
Yeah. Why did I would like to ask this question, but I don't know, why did God allow people to suffer in life?
I I don't. I have no idea, right? I mean, I think that that's like probably why a deity doesn't exist, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I,
So you don't have any idea about that?
no, no. I mean, I don't. What would I answer with? I would because I don't think one exists, right? So I wouldn't know.
Yeah.
Does anyone know how to
Yes.
get the chat on the TikTok live? Um, okay, I guess it's
I did,
not
I
working.
didn't I didn't see your TikTok name. Do you send it?
Well, my name's Axiomatic Reasoning. So my TikTok's Axiomatic Reasoning, Instagram's Axiomatic Reasoning, YouTube's Axiomatic Reasoning. So everything's Axiomatic Reasoning. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Let me try to follow you in there.
Can you explain the axiom of choice and why it's controversial in mathematics? Sure, why not? Whoa,
What?
Baba, you have a hot mic, man.
Sorry, no, I am trying to enter in TikTok, the music play, the video in TikTok.
Okay.
Yeah. So you have a question for me? What do you say?
I didn't have a question for you, but if you don't have any questions or anything, I'll just put you back in the
Yeah.
audience or whatnot, and then I'll answer some of the questions for other people.
Oh, okay, that's not a problem, You can do that. I will like to text you in TikTok. You can respond me, accept me, we chat in there.
Okay, sure. Yeah, you can message me on TikTok or on the Instagram or whatever you want to do.
So you say TikTok name Axie Martin?
Oh yeah, I put the link in the side chat. You can click it. It says TikTok axiomatic reasoning
Okay.
in the
Okay.
Discord
Thank you.
chat. Yeah, yeah. My
Okay.
man. Let's see. Oh, so some questions. Can you explain the axiom of choice? Sure. Let me get through some of these other ones. Have you had any thoughts about functional programming? Um, I'm not sure. Was I supposed to look into functional programming? Um, when I think of functional programming, I'm thinking of like linear programming. Isn't that like when you do cost functions or something? Hey, your take on how to make sense between complex differentiability and the Cauchy-Riemann equations. Complex differentiability implying relationships between partial derivatives of imaginary and real parts. Okay, yeah, we can go over that. And then this other one, how does this field continue to advance? I'm not sure. What field? You'd have to let me know, man. Okay, so let's talk about the axiom of choice. So the axiom of choice is not as complicated as it sounds. I mean, it's it's fairly complicated, I suppose. Let me go to bookwork. So in general, we don't really have a problem with declaring something to exist or be in mathematics. We don't really care that much. So, like if I said, let like A is a non-empty set, and I just said, then non-empty by definition, right? We would just say let X be an A, right? We might just say something like that. And so a lot of people kind of mix this up with axiom of choice. They think that like declaring something to be in something or picking an element from something has something to do with choice. It doesn't, right? In general, we don't consider this requiring an axiom or anything. We would just say more so by definition. Like if the set is non-empty, then there's something in it, and we would just use this symbology to represent that. And so that's the way non-empty sets work, right? So the axiom of choice is more complicated. Specifically, the axiom of choice has to do with picking an infinite number of things, right? One from each of a bunch of sets. So rather than just a single set and picking an element, you need to have a bunch of sets, like a set, and a set, and a set. And the question is, how do I pick one element from each set, right? So I can always declare an element to be in the first one. So we'll call that element x0, and it's from the first set. And then I can pick an element from the second one, right? And we'll just call that x1, right? But how do I know I can pick an element from all of them at the same time? Like, how do I know that I can pick one from each and every set for the entire infinite sequence, right? And that's what the axiom of choice is. The axiom of choice is the axiom that you can always pick an element from every set, even an infinite number of sets all at once, right? And so that's strictly different than just choosing something, right? So axiom of choice is quite a bit more complicated. So the axiom of choice, you could imagine that this would be not needed if you could tell me how to pick something. So for example, let's suppose I gave you the set 0, 1, and then I gave you the set 0, 1, and then I gave you the set 0, 1, and it went on forever, right? Now, we might want to consider an element that comes from all of these at once. We might call that a cross product. So we'd say, okay, I'm going to take 0, 1, and I'm going to do the infinite cross product of it. And I want to know, is this non-empty, right? So I want to know if there's one element in here. And the truth is that in order for an element to be in here, right, I need to pick one element from each of the sets in order to create a vector that's actually in here. I don't need the axiom of choice for that. And the reason I don't need the axiom of choice for that is because I can tell you the element. I can say pick 0. Like pick 0 from each one. And so the axiom of choice is not needed, right? And so that would be this vector. And it's in 0, 1, cross product, 0, 1, cross product, an infinite number of times. So this vector is in here. So I picked a vector that's in this space, and I didn't have to use the axiom of choice. No axiom of choice was needed here because I told you what to do. I said pick 0 from each one, right? And so this is the key here, is that you don't need the axiom of choice if you can tell someone how to do it. The axiom of choice is needed when you have no idea how to do it. Like, in order for you to declare it's possible without any justification whatsoever. And that's what the axiom of choice is that if I have a collection of arbitrary sets that I know nothing about, then I need to be able to declare I can pick something from each one of them without any justification of how to do that. And that's what the axiom of choice is. For any set that I know something about, I wouldn't need the axiom of choice because I could tell you what to do. I just, pick, see, it's not empty. I gave you one of the elements. It's this one. I could even prove it's one of the elements because each of these zeros is in each one of these sets, right? So definitionally it'll be in there. And so it's not empty, right? And so the axiom of choice guarantees that the cross product of any collection of non-empty sets is also non-empty. There's at least one vector in the cross product of any non-empty sets. And you can't prove that. There's no way to prove that. You just have to declare that that's always going to be the case, right? Let's see. Let me okay, so other questions. So back to the Instagram over here. I've just started my bachelor's in CS, physics and mathematics. I wanted to ask you, what pathway would you recommend to study the course? Strictly textbooks or online lectures should be okay for assistance? Yeah, I don't know, man. Physics and mathematics. So you're going to do a dual major? You're saying computer science, physics, and mathematics. Oh, you're taking a class of each. You have a class in computer science, physics, and mathematics. Pathway to recommend to study the course. Well, I don't know. I always recommend to hang out in the tutor center all the time, talk to people on, everything you can, right? Certainly ask questions. Certainly do your homework, right? Those are like the minor things. But yeah, for the most part, should be fun. Yeah, I would recommend to take as many classes as you enjoy, right? Okay. Hey, take on the... Oh, yeah, we need to go over the Cauchy-Riemann equations and complex differentiability, implying the relationship between partial derivatives of imaginary and real parts. Sure. So, in general, right, if you give me a multivariate function, like x squared y cubed, right, I can do the derivative of this function if we want with respect to each of the directions. So I can do the derivative with respect to x, and that means that we're taking, we're thinking of this as like some three-dimensional function, right? That's in 3 space, right? And so when you do the derivative with respect to x, you're just going along the x-axis, and you want to know what the slope is along that direction for each constant y. So for any y you pick, what is the slope along that x direction? And so that's exactly what this is asking. So if you were to say, give me the derivative with respect to x, then I would just treat y like it's a constant, and so we'd get 2x times y cubed. And so this equation would tell us the slope in the x direction for each y that we fix that's a constant, right? You could do the same thing for y and get x squared times 3y squared. And you get the same thing. You get the slope in the y direction with respect to x. The point is that these variables are independent of each other. There isn't a lot of relationship going on. There's no requirement that they somehow be related to each other or not related to each other. They're completely independent of each other, right? But with a complex variable, the two variables, quote unquote, the real part and the imaginary part, they're intertangled as a single unit. right? So when I write something like f of z equals, z to the, 7th or whatever, this is a one variable equation. There's not technically two variables there. There's just one, right? And so its derivative with respect to that one variable is as we would usually think, right? It would follow the same rules. We would bring the 7 down in front and minus 1 from the exponent. So for the most part, the point of complex variables is that the variable in question is a single variable and it behaves like a single variable. But we know mathematically the variable we're talking about can be represented in two dimensions. We know that it has, a real part and it has an imaginary part. And because it can be represented in two directions, we imagine to ourselves that this could be thought of as two variables, right? But not just any two variables. The variables have to be related to each other in a specific way. So they have to be in a linear combination together. And so not every function you can make with two variables would somehow be reducible into a complex variable equation. And so just because you have a two variable equation, you may not be able to write it like this as an analytic function, a function of one variable in the complex plane. And so certainly I can do this where I've separated the z into the x and y. But if I were to just give you an arbitrary equation with x's and y's, it may not be guaranteed that I could put them back together and somehow get z's out of it, right? Like that's not a guarantee, right? And so like a simple example of what I'm trying to say might be to like take, g and just write, x squared plus y times I, right? So this is an equation of two variables and it's mapping to complex numbers. So we can think of it as like complex numbers mapping to complex numbers, but this is certainly not going to be analytic because I can't write this in terms of a single variable. So I can certainly write an equation with two variables, but that doesn't mean it'll turn into a single variable, right? Now, if you do write it with two variables, you can still do the partial derivative like you normally would have with respect to like three-dimensional graphing, right? So you can do the same thing. I can take this equation and I can do like f prime, and it will produce, some answer, right? And I'll just ignore it for the moment. And I can also do fy prime, and it will produce some answer, right? But it turns out that there's actually a special guarantee that occurs with respect to complex variables. If your derivative with respect to complex variables exists, right, meaning that as a single variable, that derivative does in fact exist, then it turns out that when it's written with two variables, there's a particular relationship the partial derivatives will satisfy. And so I have to remember it off the top of my head. What is it? We call this u of xy plus v of xy times I. So if you write the equation in this form, then if I remember correctly, it's ux equals vy and uy equals negative vx, I think. Is that the Cauchy-Riemann equations? Someone will have to tell me. Oh, I'm going a little low. Equations. And so that's special. That's special. And that happens because of a special property about analytic functions. If I'm differentiable with respect to a complex variable, then when I write that complex variable with two variables and I reduce it, I am guaranteed that these particular partial derivatives are satisfied, that this will always happen, right? I think that that's correct. So let me double check because no one's telling me. Cauchy-Riemann equations is the partial of x equals the partial of y, and the partial of u with respect to y equals the partial of x. Yay! Okay, so I'm not dumb. So there you go. There you go. So yeah, that's the Cauchy-Riemann equations. So Cauchy-Riemann equations is not satisfied by simply arbitrary functions that involve an x and a y. Cauchy-Riemann equations are satisfied by specifically functions that are differentiable with respect to a complex variable. And so this is very special for functions of a complex variable, right? Let's see. So some people joined the TikTok and then they left. Okay. Anyone on the Instagram has asked anything? No. Okay. So another one. Hey, your take on the Cauchy-Riemann equation. I was talking about computer science, this tightly related to abstract algebra, lambda calculus, Turing machine, and stuff like that. Oh, okay. I gotcha. Oh, and type theory. Okay. Yeah, you'd have to teach me more about that. You have to talk to me about functional programming and its relationship to type theory and whatnot. I don't know all that much category theory stuff. I got a book on it somewhere around here, but I don't know all that much personally. Thank you for the explanations. I kind of skimmed over the infinite set in Tau. I gotcha. Best advice for clear thinking and studying. Oh my. A good set of headphones, having a good cup of coffee, studying in the library. Personally, I like to find good restaurants that have a big table, a plug somewhere so you can plug in your laptop. And nowadays, laptops last forever. So you could really charge your laptop and then go somewhere and it'd last like 10 hours or something, especially if you're not watching YouTube videos or whatever. So you probably don't need that like in the older days, I suppose. But yeah, restaurants always great because then you can get a meal and you can get your coffee and you can, continue your study and whatnot. Calc 3 arc length. Okay, so you'd like to go over arc length? We can do that. What is the level of math that you think is the most useful in computer science? Level of math useful in computer science. I guess it depends on what you want to go into computer science. So the surface level of computer science is more so a lot of software memorization and whatnot. So you're memorizing how do you use OpenSSL? How do you create a certificate? How do you, set up a network, right? How do you turn on the server on your computer? How do you do this, that, and whatnot, right? This is anyway, this is kind of the surface level of like where computer science is going to go. If you want to get into more so the math part of it, like you're like, oh, I'm interested in the encryption stuff, then you're really wanting to get into the math of it. So then you'd be interested in like taking number theory or something, right? Like if you want to get into the math of how that encryption algorithm actually works, like how does it work? How did they invent it? What does it do? And the same thing goes the other way. If you want to get into the what is it? The computability part. So some people get a theoretical degree where they're interested in the computability or the solvability, like what can be done on a computer or not be done on a computer, or the what is it? I forget what it's called, the mathematics of calculating and estimating calculations in a computer. So like the floating point arithmetic and the how does RAM work and how does memory work and whatnot. Anyway, it depends on where you want to go with your computer science degree. Like, do you want to be a programmer? Do you want to be a security person? Do you want to be a theoretical, do the theoretical mathematics stuff? Like, where is it that you want to go in it? I asked because I want to go into the math part of functional programming. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't know that much. You'd have to teach me, man. You gotta come on the live and teach me. What is the level of math that you think is most useful? Oh, okay. There's a difference between regular functional programming and the pure functional programming. The more mathy one is functional programming. Functions are first-class citizens. Okay, sure. Which means they can take other functions as arguments. In a lower level language like C, you do not have the abstraction, and you're required to pass a variable that points to a function. Okay, yeah, I don't know, man. The Oh, you know what? I'm starting to realize you mean function. You don't mean functional programming as a math topic. You mean how they make programming languages. Like there's functional languages versus object oriented. I like my brain is so focused on object oriented programming. I, I I don't quite understand functional programming. Like I've read about it, but to me it just sounds like you're, I don't know, doing object oriented programming, but just making things more complicated or whatnot. In my mind, I'm always thinking of like object oriented programming. I'm thinking of things in memory, and then things have pointers, and then you reference the things in the memory. I don't know. That's just how I always think of programming at a low level anyway. Um, let's see. Keep it up. Is it possible to join your Discord for a question sometime? Of course, you can join anytime. The Discord link, it's in my profile or it's on the screen. You can type it in and come into the Discord. Yeah, when you're in here, just let me know. You can come up to the chat and ask any questions or whatever. We can have a chat together. Yeah, that's all perfectly fine. Who clips your videos? I do. It's painful. It takes forever. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Doing the best I can. I have like no time, and trying to make this work. But it's definitely takes a while. Oh, I got 603 likes on my live performance. Really? How do I see how many people are in my Instagram feed? I mean, the TikTok. I've never used the TikTok before. So people are saying stuff. How do I pop the chat out? I don't know how to do that. Okay. Well, anyway. How often do you do these? I've been trying to do them 3 days a week. In the Discord, there's a schedule. There's a little events button. And I have other events too. So I'm doing a debate on Tuesday with a couple of creationists. So that'll be fun. Let's see. What is the best programming language? And if you're going to start programming for the first time, which one would you pick? Well, I always say Python's the best programming language. So Python has everything you could ever want. It's got all the modules and all the special stuff. It's just the best, you just got it all, right? But people will argue with me, so I don't know. Let's see. Me, first person, but done differently. You have a lot of the same things in practice, but implemented differently. I also think it's better in terms of memory and stuff, but I want to get more into functional programming. Yeah, I don't know. Is Java considered functional programming? I don't know what's considered. What are classic functional programming languages? Oh, I guess. Okay, never mind. Lisp, Scheme, ML, Haskell, Erlang. Okay. Do they got something like newer? Is there anything that's newer? Functional programming. functional program. See, I read these things and I'm like, that sounds like a load of crap. In addition, many other languages support programming in a functional style or have implemented features from functional programming. Okay, so they say these have functional programming features, which is Python, Go, C++, whatever. Common, Lisp. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Functional programming is also key to things like JavaScript in the web. Oh, okay. So JavaScript is a functional programming language. Oh. Yeah, see, that makes more sense. Let's see. OOP, functional programming. Java has also started incorporating a lot of FP concepts in recent years with iterators and methods you can use on them. Sure. So, like, in my mind, when I'm thinking of... oh, someone's asking a question. Let me bring someone up. Hey, how's it going?
Oh, hello.
How's it going?
Hey, awesome. How are you?
Good. Yeah, thanks for joining. Yeah.
Am I able to kind of like make a statement? It's not really a question because we've talked before, but I was wanting to ask you sort of a question / statement to me.
Sure. Whatever you want to ask or say. Yeah, no problem.
Yeah. We talked previously in a political server a while back. I think that we was on the topic of Christianity.
Oh, okay. Sure. We can chat about that if you'd like.
Yeah, but it's more of a math question.
Okay.
I talked to you in your DMs about like problem solving and about IMO problems, and I had just solved my first one last night because I wanted to kind of entertain my curiosity and whatnot. But I've had some questions about how mathematicians think when they do go about these problems, because I figured that I'd rather break the problem into sub-problems and move from there and try to figure out maybe there's some patterns that I should notice that maybe might give me a glimpse of what solution I could approach and like test hypothesis and attack it and kind of reason with myself. And I ended up proving it and finding all 4 solutions and proving why no other solutions can exist, and made an exclusion argument to prove that. But I was just wondering, like, how does a mathematician think when they do solve very difficult problems, like IMO problems or maybe open conjectures?
So what is that thing that you're saying? IMO problems, like in
International Math Olympiad. So yeah,
International Math.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're asking me about Olympia problems. I mean, no mathematician knows the part of what makes reasoning work the way it does, right? So you hear words like intuition or things along those lines, but those are only those only go so far, I guess, is what I'm trying to say, right? We don't know any. We don't have like a definitive answer on why intuition works or what helps people figure out how to get to the right answer, right? We can give tips and tricks, right? Like what have people done in the past, but we don't have like a guarantee or anything, right? I don't know if that's answering your question or not.
Sort of. I mean, I'm certainly not doubting that there may be some uncertain questions about how intuition may work, but I'm just asking maybe from your perspective. And you said that when we had a conversation a while back, you said that you worked in the industry, in mathematics, and I was kind of like figuring like when you go about solving a problem, what is your methodology? How would you approach a problem where a solution isn't quite clear from the problem itself, and you need to kind of derive a new solution to some problems, or maybe find familiar problems and unfamiliar problems by kind of recognizing that this problem looks really familiar to something I've solved previously. Maybe I can go back to that problem and see where there's a connection between the two, and maybe prove sub-problems or some lemmas to give you better understanding of the problem. but that problem took me like 40 minutes to solve. But I ended up proving two lemmas within it because I wanted to kind of wanted to see where not to look, and I eventually proved something like no odd k greater than one can satisfy all the conditions because I've already chosen one, and I kind of remove all the odd numbers from that, and then worked for something similar. So kind of narrowing the search down. But yeah, I was like wondering when you solve like a problem or approach one, how do you think personally? Because I know some of these problems can be really difficult.
Well, yeah. I mean, it depends on the problem. There's no definitive answer. Um, some problems involve, looking up a lot of formulas and a lot of history, and then writing them down, and then trying to figure out a pattern between them. Other times, you have an idea of why something might work the way that it does, and so you type in, equations and formulas into, some algebraic solver or something, and try to see if you can get certain things to solve correctly or whatnot. You know, so I mean, there's no guaranteed way in order to figure out what to do. It's very it's very complicated, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, do you have any tips for someone doing this? Because as you mentioned, we talked before, so I'm not sure if you remember me at all. But I was just like a sophomore in high school, so
Oh,
I
okay.
like solving this was like super difficult because I wasn't formally trained in number theory. Which I guess was I mean, the problem did require elementary skills. It wasn't like requiring knowledge in number theory. It is mostly testing your creativity, which it was the I guess for people who are like curious, and maybe if you want to look it up, it was the IMO shortlist problem from 2024 is the first problem that they choose, and I think they choose these problems, and then I guess they vote on the problem, and then if it like wins a vote, then it's put into the actual IMO challenge where like contestants go ahead and solve it. But yeah, thank you
Okay.
so much for your insight. I do have to go, but I
Oh,
appreciate so
okay.
much for answering my question.
Yeah, sorry I didn't give much of an answer, but yeah, I mean, no one knows
No, that's
how.
totally fine.
Yeah, no one has a perfect way in which knowledge works, but no worries. Maybe I'll catch you next time.
Okay, thanks so much. Bye. Have a good day.
Bye. You too. Let's see. Java's also started incorporating concepts with iterators and stuff. Okay, yeah, gotcha. Let's see. I found the TikTok chat. Yay. Okay. I gotta go. Hang on. I'm not going. I gotta fix the chat thing. Can we switch this to this? Okay, there we go. And then why is this over here? Oh, it's the Instagram. Okay. Okay, I gotcha. Yeah, it's all good. Okay, cool. Okay. And then if I go over here. Okay, cool. Nice. And that's all working. Yeah, I don't know if anyone else has a question or whatnot. You can type me a question or come to the chat. If you come to the Discord, there's a little button. You click raise your hand or whatever. You can come up and we can chat and talk about whatever anyone wants. Yeah. Um, hang on a second, guys. 1 second. I am back. Okay. Bookwork. Okay, yeah. If anyone has a question or something, type me a question. Considering I haven't gotten to concepts like integrals at school, what would you advise for getting into higher level math? It depends on the higher level math you want to take. If you want to take, there's a couple of math classes that are accessible without knowing calculus, like statistics, a very beginning number theory class, or combinatorics is another example. So you can do combinatorics or statistics or one of those. So that's a way to get into higher level math without necessarily knowing about calculus, right? But if you're getting into, anything more complicated, real analysis, topology, measure theory, modern algebra, these types of things, probably have to have completed your calculus stuff, right? Linear algebra, differential equations, certainly have to have got to complete your calculus to get into those. So, yeah. Yep. So if anyone's in the Discord and you'd like to come up to chat at the top, just let me know, or just click the raise hand button or whatever. More chat settings. Yeah, no one's asking anything, so I don't know. Oh, I think this ended, so I gotta restart. What are your thoughts on law school for someone who has a math major? Oh my, I've thought about going to law school. Law school is probably, I would imagine it's fairly not super complicated if you have a fairly good grasp of analytical concepts already. But it'll obviously be different. So law is a little bit more like, it's a combination of like history and politics and established ideas and things, and then but also a certain level of precision, right? So it's got a lot of precision to it. Yeah. Um. uh, mm, mm, mm. Let's see. We covered combinatorics at school. I don't like statistics, but I can study ahead of my class because I really want to get into algebra. I found a really old book on a bench called Analysa Functionals, which means functional analysis, and it goes into vector spaces, but it's way too complicated. I want to get into it in a few years. I got you. I hear you. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Functional analysis is something you typically take like after real analysis, and real analysis is something you take after um, finishing your calculus series. So you gotta finish calculus and then go into real analysis, and then you can go into functional analysis, and then things make more sense, right? It's like, oh, why are we talking about inner products? Oh, I see, right? Um, and so yeah, it makes more sense to do that. Yeah, yeah. Da, da, da. Does anyone have a question or anything? Feel free to chat a question or come to the Discord and you can chat with me directly. There's a little button to raise your hand if you'd like. Do you think it's a good fit? I'd say I'm more of a philosopher math major than a computer science person math major. Of course, being the former would be beneficial for law school, but I'm just concerned. Um, yeah, I don't know. Um, the philosophy and math are very close, so lots of philosophers become mathematicians. It's very common. Um, to what extent am in finance right now, and the values of people in it and their interests are terrible? Sure. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Um, it depends. It depends who you're talking to. I don't know. Is it really all that terrible that people want to like make money or something in finance or whatever? I think the issue is there needs to be proper regulation. Like, I'm not sure that someone we should care that much about someone taking some position to make more money. But there should be proper regulation in place so that their desire, greed, or positions is of benefit to society, right? Um, so that would be the preferred thing, right? Um, let's see. Are you familiar with Ayn Rand and her philosophy of objectivism? Also, are you familiar with her pupil, Leonard Peikoff? If so, your opinion, please, and thank you. I've heard of Ayn Rand. My understanding is that she's the lady that was like um, really into, or she had a bunch of statements about like protecting rich people or being rich is deserved or various things along those lines. I find most of that obviously silly, just from like direct calculation methods. I mean, like no one deserves to be rich. That seems weird, right? Um, yeah. So I don't know. Um, yeah. That's my opinion of her. I guess I haven't like read anything of hers. Just read some quotes of hers and whatnot from like different books or whatever. So yeah. Anyway, if anyone wants to ask me something, you can chat in the comments or join the Discord and talk to me directly if you'd like. We can chat about whatever you want. If you got math questions or you want to debate something, we can do that. That's perfectly fine. And Rand was a hypocrite and a horrible person. Yeah, see, that's what I remember reading too. So, you know, I don't know. I don't put much into what she says. There's plenty of other people that, you know, whose writings are great, right? Like, I don't think we need to find, people that are questionable, I guess. It's understandable why someone would want to make money, and different people have different weightings on their values, but these people like money so much that they'll sacrifice their youth for it. Yeah, that can be a problem, so yeah, no, I agree. There's certainly ethics and things that need to be considered, but I'm just saying that in general, right? Like the entire purpose of making a business, for example, is to make money. So like when you register a business, that's the entire objective. Why would you register a business? Like if you're registering a business to not make money, those are called charities, right? Or something along those lines, right? Some type of charity or something. And so in general, there's nothing wrong with, wanting to make money or, aiming to make money. It means you're trying to, do business type stuff, right? Can you speak on Hegel and his assault on the law of identity? Maybe, I don't know. Someone would have to teach me who that is and how they assaulted the law of identity, I suppose. That seems like one of those things that's hard to dismiss, right? Do we not believe in the law of identity? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so feel free to join or say hi or anything. Hello, how's it going, Josh? How to Get in Philosophy. I bought a book written by Emil Korin, which was a super huge nihilist. And reading that book, I just felt like peeking into his life without extracting much. Gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. Yep. Uh-huh. I'm reading it with a grain of salt, but there are bits of wisdom that could be applicable. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. I agree it's not inherently bad to make money. I'm just commenting on the extent in which they care about it and the lengths in which they neglect their passions and interests for it, not unique to finance. Yeah, true. The certainly there's other things that seem more important than money, right? Like social well-being and whatnot. And so it's shameful when we're people don't seem focused on those things when they should be, right? But yeah, I don't know. So certainly people, in some sense, it's like people make bad decisions for temporary things. Right? How do you know Charles Hoskinson? I don't. Who's Charles Hoskinson? Hoskinson. Yeah, you have to tell me who that is. I'm sorry. Boy, it's really quiet tonight. We've hardly anyone showing up. Man, I thought there'd be more TikTok people that wanted to show up, but I guess not. Wonder if you can change the thing. No, not that. How do you do? Invite users. No, I don't want to do that. Oh. Alright. I am trying to do the multi-view, the multi-guest button on the TikTok. So I don't know if anyone wanted to try that and tell me if it works or not. Who's your favorite philosopher? Oh, geez. I don't know. Someone introduced me to someone that one of my viewers said something about I'm kind of liking this guy if I can find him. No, wasn't that. Rudolph Carnip. That was his name. Yeah. So I guess I'm liking him. Yeah, he seems pretty cool. Wikipedia. Let's see. German guy, early life, blah, blah, blah. 10 years old, began blah, blah, blah. Cool, cool, awesome, career. Nice. Philosophy. Doctoral thesis, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. His thoughts on overcoming metaphysics. Metaphysics is made of meaningless discussions of pseudo problems. Yeah, that's my guy. I like that guy. Sorry for hogging the chat, by the way. I could hop on a Discord if you want to talk more about programming. I read an article about IDRIS and dependent types, which I found really interesting. Yeah, no worries. I mean, I don't, other people haven't gotten on here, so, if whoever wants to ask what, that's perfectly fine. No requirements. He's the founder of cryptocurrencies, Ada Cardano. You just look like him, and he is a mathematician. Founder of cryptocurrencies. I thought the founder of cryptocurrencies was oh my god, my brain. Who started Bitcoin? It was Satoshi. Should have known that. Satoshi Nakamoto wrote the white paper, Bitcoin white paper. Yes. Now that's a pseudonym, so we technically don't know who he is, right? So it's a, well, you guys can't see. I'm not doing a good job. He's a known guy. I mean, it's a known pseudonym, so no one knows who he really is or whatever. But I don't think there was any confirmation that anyone knows who he is. But yeah, early wallets attributed to Nakamoto are estimated to hold 1.1 million bitcoins, which have never been moved or spent. So theoretically, whoever the original person is a quadrillionaire or whatever, but no one knows who he is. Yeah, yep. Bitcoin started by an anonymous person. Oh wow, very interesting. I think metaphysics is most important. To discard metaphysics is what the Buddha advocated. Oh, okay. Well, I don't know. I just find it silly when I say, hey, I'm really into evidence-based reasoning, and people then go, yes, but how do you know your evidence-based reasoning works, right? And then I have to be like, well, isn't there a lot of evidence that evidence-based reasoning works? And they go, sure. But what about evidence for... You have to make an assumption that evidence for evidence-based reasoning works to tell you about evidence-based reasoning. And you're like, but isn't there a lot of evidence that the evidence for evidence-based reasoning work? And it's like we just keep going up this meta extraction, and I'm like, I don't really care. Like, we can go up as high as you want, but at no point is there do you somehow magically no longer use evidence to arrive at conclusions? I just think the whole thing's silly, right? So if someone tells me, oh yeah, there's things we can know that don't require evidence, I'm like, yeah, I don't think so. I think that's not true. Do you think it is impossible to objectively justify political beliefs beyond something that eventually has the justification? I believe that because I do. No. To me, objective is just the statement that you believe in things based on facts, data, and evidence, right? So, let me say hi. Hi. So yeah, that's how that works. Let's see. Yeah. So if something's based on facts, data, and evidence, then it is what it is. I mean, that's what objective means. So as long as you're making statements that are not based on your personal opinion, you can make all the objective statements you want, whether it's about morality or whatever, right? Let's see. If not, how should we deal with the differences in our fundamental axioms and the resulting political beliefs? Sure, with evidence and reasoning, right? You tell someone, yo, your axioms are terrible for these reasons or whatever, right? So they then say, oh, okay. And then, you know, then you're both in agreement now. You're both in agreement, right? Or they're not unconvinced, and I don't know. They then present you their evidence for why they think the way that they do, right? Other than conflict or segregating ourselves based on these axioms, sure, right? People are going to have to converse with each other to convince each other of their particular axioms, right? That's the requirement. So that's the only way that's going to work. Yeah. Let's see. The Munchausen trilemma, where our initial premises can never be proven, only assumed. Evidence and reasoning, everything Christianity lacks. Sure, yeah. But how would you be objective when deciding whether it is moral or not to eat meat? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's a I think that's going to be a more complicated question. I think for the majority of people, right, they are going to base their moral statements off of what is good or bad for humans, right? and we extend that somewhat to some of our domesticated animals, right? But for general animals, we consider them food, as would other animals consider us food if they had the opportunity to, right? And so that's part of how life is here on Earth, right? There isn't much we can do about that. Maybe if we had the technology to be able to like avoid, killing things and still satisfy our desire to eat certain things based on our, morphology or whatever, then maybe there could be an argument for like, well, why do you have to do this thing when it's unnecessary, right? But at the moment, we don't quite have that technology there. I imagine, like one day, Star Trek Future Days or whatever, we got like the replicator. Everyone has all their own food. They can make whatever they want. Then you can probably raise these, more ethical questions on what to do with animals or whatever. But until that day comes, I mean, we live in a world where animals eat each other, so it's part of life, right? Bitcoin was the first cryptocurrency, but there are altcoins, sure, for alternative coins, sure. Is there a cryptocurrency other than Bitcoin, like Ethereum, that the blockchain for smart contract? Oh, by now, there's probably a zillion things that claim that they're a smart contract coin. Most of them are just lying and being fraudsters or whatever. And most coin is typically authored on the Ethereum network. So, like, the Ethereum chain houses the contracts of zillions and zillions and zillions of other coins, right? So, that's just the way cryptocurrencies kind of developed, right? So we basically have hundreds of cryptocurrencies. I think we got way more than hundreds. I mean, people are like trying to make all their meme coins and fraud each other 24/7, So there's zillions of them. Morality and ethics has no objective grounding. It's purely a subjective field. I would just disagree with those words. That, to me, that doesn't even make sense. The word objective is statements that you make based on facts, data, and evidence. And the word subjective is statements you may base on your own personal opinion. So if I make a moral statement and it's not based on my personal opinion, but it's based on facts, data, and evidence I can present to you, then I'm making an objective moral statement. That's the definition of an objective moral statement, right? So, if you give me some other definition of objective, I'm probably gonna argue with you that it's not a good definition, or we shouldn't use it, or something to that effect. So, yeah. Let's see. What's the simplest mathematical statement? What's the simplest mathematical statement? I mean, I guess that would be an axiom, like 0 exists. Or do you want like a formula, like 0 plus 1 equals 1? I don't know. But your acceptance of us living in a world in which animals eat each other assumes humans are justified in following what other animals do. Some vegan would have an equally justified claim that... I assume there's another part to that. Humans are above this. Sure. Well, so I mean, I think that's going to be more so a personal justification. I'm just saying that I think the argument that we are born meat eaters, right? We survive off of eating meat, right? And the fact that we live in a world where this is standard, right? This is done quite a bit. I think that is I think that is a moral justification for having the position that it's okay to eat meat, right? We're born meat eaters. It's part of our survival. And we live in a world where that is the case, right? If you wanted to have that, you know, nutrients or whatever, right? I mean, eating is not just about nutrients. It's about the, you know, the taste and stuff that human beings desire, right? If you were able to replicate that experience, that taste, that desire, that, you know, part of being human, without killing any animals, then you would probably be able to make a stronger statement that we probably shouldn't be killing animals, right? But until we have the technology to do that, it's really hard to take that position, because how else will a, you know, meat eater be able to acquire that particular taste that they've been, you know, evolutionarily advantaged towards, right? Um, so you can make a claim of, like, you know, humans are like above, you know, the animals or whatever, but that doesn't do much in terms of saying that they can't, you know, eat meat or whatnot, right? But if morals are objective, why do some cultures, religions have different morals? Well, I think you're conflating the idea that morals are um, guaranteed to be the same, like forever or something. This is clearly not the case, right? Because the yeah, this is clearly not the case, right? Because, you know, um, morals change, right? Just like science, physics has changed over time. So, like if you were to take the stance that, hey, an objective statement cannot be overturned by new evidence, then you would be basically saying that no physics statement is objective. And that just seems silly, right? Like, I don't know what to do in a conversation where someone tells me that, like, Newton's equations of gravity are not objective statements. He wasn't basing them on his opinion. He had a shitload of data. So what if he was wrong? That's not really the point. The point is the statement wasn't based on his personal opinion, right? That's why it's objective. Okay, let's see. Morality and ethics has no objective grounding, purely subjective field. Oh, yeah, okay. Can you explain your handle of axiomatic reasoning, thank you? Sure, yeah, I like axioms. I'm a mathematician, and I'm trying to make people be more reasonable people in talking to people. You know, hopefully we stop, you know, voting for bad candidates, right? That's part of the objective, is to have conversations with people. And, you know, let's see. So what's your definition of, sorry, I gotta back up a second. But we also live in a world where humans of the past and animals kill their young that they don't see fit. Does that justify infanticide? Not a vegetarian, by the way. What is your definition moral? I mean, if we lived in a world where, you know, infanticide was, like, needed or something, right? I imagine you'd be able to justify that in some way. But the current world, being able to justify infanticide, I don't think so. I don't think that is a position that people generally hold. I think societies that institute such a thing are weaker and they do worse. I think we could literally, like, present data on how bad that position is, right? And so we typically don't. We typically consider that a bad position, right? That's a bad moral, and not based on my opinion. We can present data that seems to suggest that is definitely a bad position to take. Let's see. What is your definition of moral? I don't know. The word moral is used to talk about things like what humans should and should not do, what it is we should be basing our laws off of, how we should run a society, how we should be, you know, forcing people to do particular things, how do we enact punishments and whatnot, you know. That's kind of what morals are for, right? Let's see. You being a mathematician, is there any Pythagoreanism in you? Probably not. I don't think so. I mean, I know about Pythagoras, but I certainly don't follow any of his silliness, his silly stuff. Someone sent me a message somewhere that was not in any of the usual places. Hang on. Did someone at me in here? No. No. Where the hell did that comment come from? I have no idea. Did someone direct message me? No. Sorry. If someone just commented or sent me a message, I have no idea where it was sent. I have like 6 chat rooms open, so I'm like, where the... Oh, did I not scroll down? No, not that. Yeah, I don't know, man. Can you be direct messaged on Instagram? Or, I mean, TikTok? Is that possible? I don't know. Okay, well, just message me again, and I will attempt to find it. Let's see. What is your definition of moral? So if something was shown to be beneficial for society, would it be justified? Well, yeah, definitionally, right? I mean, the word justified is, well, it depends on the context, right? We have the concept of justice, which I think is a little separate from like justifying a thing. So justifying a thing is just, presenting the evidence you have that, demonstrates why this thing is true, this statement is true. And so, yeah, if you present the evidence that such a thing is beneficial to society, that would certainly be a justification, right? You're providing a justification for the thing, right? That would make sense. Yep. Hello. Well, if anyone wants to debate or whatnot, let me know. Or ask a question. Yeah. Wild comments. How do we argue if something is shown to be better? How do we argue what should be the morals? Do you consider possible morals from a utilitarian perspective? And are morals based on what feels good or what works the best, even if it feels bad to most? Morals, again, it depends on what your objective is. I can express a lot of morals that are based on my opinion, and I might call those subjective morals, right? And I can base a lot of morals on facts, data, and evidence. And if I base them on facts, data, and evidence, then they would be objective morals, right? And so there are objective morals out there that we can take into consideration. I don't really try to tie myself to any particular framework. So some people like to talk about morals in an axiomatic sense. They're like, oh, let's take these particular principles as like foundationally true, right? And so if they take those as foundationally true, then they derive new statements from those statements, right? And so in general, we try to not do that, right? Or I try to avoid that. I just shouldn't say we try not to do that, but I try to avoid that. I don't consider that very good. Well, I'm sure it's good, right? There's plenty of people that engage in that all the time. They come up with lots of moral systems and they try to figure out all the nuances and difficulties in them. So that's very good work. That's very good work. It's just for me personally, I'm like, I don't know if I need all that. I'm willing to take in whatever moral, statements have data and evidence to justify them. I'm willing to hear them out and think about them. And I'm happy to change my mind, if people present me data and evidence towards some other particular position. What are your thoughts then on the situation in El Salvador where there was mass incarcerations that likely resulted in the imprisonment of many innocent people, but made their society much safer? I don't think that that's a good thing. Why would it be a good thing for a bunch of innocent people to go to prison? I don't know if that was a good thing. Certainly, I would imagine we would consider it an overriding factor that people's bodily autonomy is more important than the level of safety you may be able to provide to a society, right? Mega Balloons, hello, how you doing? Yeah, so I hold bodily autonomy is pretty important, right? So people should own their body, and we shouldn't be like taking away people's bodies just to fulfill certain desires we have. Like we want a safer society, so let's incarcerate as many people as we can, and then society will be safer. That seems horrible, right? Um, Whether this is bad or not, or ought to be done or not, ultimately will depend on whether you value safety or freedom for innocence more, and I don't think either will be more justified. I beg to differ. I think that if you were to take societies that mass incarcerate people, they have a tendency to yield worse outcomes, right? People are more uneasy, they're more fearful, they're unable to speak against their government. It's hard for their government to know what the desires are of their people, like what desires and responsibilities and such should be implemented. There's less economics available, right? Like we could probably go through point by point by point by point and analyze societies that are taking on these different positions, and I don't think it fares very well for societies that are like, they're like, you're guilty until you're proven innocent, and just throwing people in jail all over the place. I think those societies do pretty poorly, right? And we can demonstrate that. Why is bodily autonomy more important than societal safety? Because I think in general people have a right to own their body, and we typically put bodily autonomy above quite a bit in most situations, right? Um, there's a desire of human beings to be self-sufficient, right? I want to be able to take care of myself and do things for myself and do things as I see fit because I want to based on my own desires. That's like a huge desire expressed by like the majority of people, right? Like the vast majority of people, like 99.999% of people, if you ask them, like, what, in an ideal world, would you want to be able to, make your own decisions, do your, have control over your own destiny, decide what it is that you want to do, you know, or do you want to wake up every day like a robot and, you know, be forced to do particular things, right? I don't think people want to be in the other position, right? Um, so we can argue for bodily autonomy on the general level, but I think in general we can also demonstrate the societies that highly uh, provide for bodily autonomy, they do better than societies that don't, right? So that just seems to be the case, right? Why is bodily autonomy more important than societal safety? Yeah, so societal safety is a potentiality, first of all, right? It's someone may not be safe, right? And that the potentiality concerns are typically always going to be below something that's definitive, right? Like someone losing the right to, you know, their freedom simply because other people were scared. This is just simply something that we typically don't consider on the same level, right? And again, we can look at history, we can look at how other people have analyzed this, we can look at different societies that have implemented different positions on this. And again, you know, there's a lot of evidence that it's not good for people to live in societies whereby the fear of the general populace is given a higher rank than people's self autonomy to be able to decide what they want to do with their own body, right? So blindly tying yourself down to a single system is stupid, to say the least. Since, like in politics, there is nothing or nobody that you will fully agree on, and if you do, you are in a personality cult. Oh, yeah, possibly. I don't know. But this is an example where mass incarceration dramatically increased many objectives: lower murder rate, better economy, etc. Yeah, I mean, I'd have to see the numbers, man. I mean, if you want to get into the weeds of this particular discussion, what you're asking is to like analyze the numbers, because like if you're like, hey, the 50 murders that happened last year per 100,000, that went down to 48 out of per 100,000, and all we had to do was just randomly find a million people and throw their ass in prison. Well, you know, I don't think the numbers are agreeing with you that there was a benefit there, right? So like if you're trying to argue there's a benefit, you'd have to give me numbers. I don't know. Like we can just go back and forth all day long, right? Let's see. We have some other stuff. The current universe budget is 70% dark energy, 25% dark matter, and 5% baryonic matter. As a creative thinker, the way the universe, how the universe behaves, I daydream strong winds and cotton being blown in one. Ah, gotcha. Blown in one direction. Gotcha. Could dark energy be a form of very strong winds, galaxies being pushed further and further away from our view? No, I don't know. So dark energy is some type of outward pressure that stems about from empty space itself. We don't understand exactly how that would play out or why, but there appears to be an outward pressure being expelled from empty space, right? We don't experience dark energy in any clusters of gravitational energy. So like within our own Milky Way, there's no detectable dark energy, right? You only see the effects of dark energy on grand scales of millions of light years between distances of galaxies. Then you see dark energy taking effect, right? Where you see the galaxies accelerating, and so this is, tricky to understand. Like, why is that happening? We don't really understand exactly. Something to do with the vacuum, right? The vacuum is like expelling energy or something. and making things move further apart, you know. Galaxies and being pushed further and further away from our view. Yeah, exactly. Let's see. But this example where mass incarceration, blah, blah, blah. Where you draw the line on this is itself arbitrary. Well, arbitrary is not quite the right word, but sure. I'm not trying to have this argument specifically. I'm more so using as example that even under objective frameworks, there will eventually have to be subjective values invoked. Like what? I don't see subjective values invoked. Like let's suppose you demonstrated for me that implementing a bunch of new laws resulted in a net positive in all directions, right? Which is like more people went to jail that did something wrong. They got rehabilitated faster, though, and became productive members of society. No innocent people were harmed or whatever, right? Then there's clearly an objective thing there. Like, why would you argue against implementing such a position, right? And so when we're going to argue about some position, like, whether or not to implement this particular law that's of interest to you that arrests a bunch of innocent people, the question is going to be on the data. What does the data actually say? Is the data beneficial or not beneficial, right? So I don't think you're quite correct. We can certainly evaluate this position, whether or not it's good or bad. And in particular, it seems like the only way I'm trying to evaluate it is on whether or not it's good or bad based on the data and the evidence, right? So you'd have to give me the data and the evidence, and then I can make I can assess it, right? To be clear, you can have subjective values, right? There's nothing wrong with having a subjective value. That's just a value based on your own opinion, right? So like I could take a stance. I could be like, I think bodily autonomy is better, more important than, having a safe society, right? And so, and I should say bodily autonomy of innocent people is more important than having a safe society, right? So let's throw in that caveat. So I could just take that as a principle, and I could tell you, I don't know why I think that way. It makes me feel good inside, the way I was raised, this is just the way my brain works or whatever. I could give you whatever excuses I want, and you would basically conclude, oh, that's your own personal opinion. And it's like, yeah, sure, right? And so then it would be a subjective statement, right? So just because we're attempting to evaluate the evidence of a statement doesn't mean that one couldn't take the statement subjectively and just say, well, in my opinion, this thing is good or bad, right? Subjective values, like where you draw the line as if mass incarceration is justified or not. Will 50% decrease in murders justify it? 99%? 10%? This is subjective. Why? We can... I don't have to take a subjective stance on what it is you're saying. I don't have to. I could instead say, what's the data and evidence? Let's evaluate it. Like, I don't have to take a subjective stance on that. I don't know why you're saying I have to. I could look at the data and evidence, and we could evaluate where we think the appropriate value should be. That's not gonna be subjective. I'm trying to make my assessment be opinion free, right? And that's going to be an objective statement, Do the majority of galaxy and galaxy clusters rotate clockwise or counterclockwise? Does this give us a clue to fit one of the theories? I don't know. I don't think we figured that out. Do we know the rotation of the galaxies on average? Yes, astronomers have found a universal average pace for disk galaxies. Regardless of their physical size or total mass, Their outer edges take approximately 1 billion years. Okay. Well, you gotta give me more. Come on, AI, give me more. What is it we want to say? Does this mean there is an average spin for the whole universe? No, individual galaxy rotation does not mean entire universe spins. Traditionally, the standard consensus cosmology is that the universe has net zero spin because the direction of each galaxy turns is a random and cancels out on a grand scale. However, the entire universe has an average spin is a major topic on ongoing scientific study with new insights shaking up old assumptions. Ooh, fascinating. Random orientation. If you look at galaxies across the night sky, roughly half spin counterclockwise and half spin clockwise. So we have not found a discrepancy in the spin. They appear to have a random distribution, randomly spinning one way and randomly spinning the other way, right? Standard astrophysics treats the universe as isotropic, meaning it looks the same in all directions and does not have a preferred direction. Gravity makes small pockets of matter collapse and spin. Okay, sure. Emerging cosmology research. While the standard model assumes no spin, researchers have proposed there might actually be a spin. Okay, yeah, sure. Why not? But yeah, apparently we don't have any evidence that it's spinning. And when we look out at the night sky, all the galaxies appear to be half spinning one way and half spinning the other way. So, yeah, that's where we live at the moment. Okay. Oh. Born again. Okay. Okay, I think I'm using subjective incorrectly, or at least differently than how you're using it. But I'm saying you cannot use facts and data to justify the point at which this is justified. I don't know. What do you mean? It seems like we could. If you're trying to say some grand statement like you'll never have perfect knowledge, therefore you're unable to make a a guaranteed statement about X, Y, or Z category, sure, but that's true of anything. So that'd be a meaningless thing to note, right? Because you could say literally the same thing about anything in any field to anyone all the time, whether it's physics or whatever, right? So that isn't how we operate in the real world. We don't operate based on whether or not we will have perfect knowledge to be able to figure a thing out. We're always able to change our mind on something. And so objective and subjective doesn't have to do with whether or not you have infinite perfect knowledge. It has to do with whether or not you are basing something on your personal opinion or not, right? So if it's not based on your personal opinion, then it's objective because you're basing it off of facts, data, and evidence you have available to you. Now, people might argue with you, well, the data you're presenting is shitty, or you don't have good evidence, or the evidence you're presenting is really fallacious, or whatever. People can argue with you, right? So maybe you're wrong on whether or not you have, good facts, data, and evidence, right? But the fact that you're not basing something on your opinion is certainly understandable, right? And that makes the statement subjective, definitionally, right? Hey, you yawned a Triton. Oh, okay. I don't know what that means. Do the majority of clockwise, does this give a clue? Yeah. What do we gain by saying that the universe isotropic, what do we gain by saying that the universe isotropic like? How does that help us understand cosmology? What would it mean if there was a portion of the universe that was different, right? So isotropic is just a fancy word for like there's an even amount of the universe everywhere. So there's like an even distribution of matter. There's an even distribution of energy. There's an even amount of usage in different parts of the universe, right? And that seems to be on average what we see as we go out into the universe and we look around, right? And so that makes the universe effectively isotropic. We imagine it's even in all directions. Everything is approximately traveling around at about the same speed or whatnot, right? Let's say someone says a 50% reduction in murder rates justified mass incarceration. Someone else says 85% justifies it. They agree on the evidence and the framework of determining correctness by evidence. How would they justify their thresholds with data and evidence? Well, I think what you're doing here is you're imposing that two people are taking like an axiomatic stance. Like one person is saying, I declare that if it does better than 50%, then we will do mass incarceration. And then another person is like, I declare if it does better than 85%, we will do mass incarceration. And so if two people are taking a stance like that, they're effectively trying to do an abstract model where they're trying to come up with a proof of why they should do X thing or Y thing. And so that isn't really how actual conversation engages. Actual conversation or dealing with evidence in the real world is going to deal with a variety of topics that are all fairly complicated and an assessment about where we think those values would be. So those two people would probably be spending quite a bit of time discussing why that 50% is the way they think it is, or that 85% is why the way that they think it is. And you might argue, if they don't have a justification, like if there's no evidence that justifies why the 50% is the way that it is, then you might say, well, then their stance on this position is subjective because they don't actually have any evidence or data, right? And then if the other person is justifying the 85% on some very sound, bureaucratic, papers and all this stuff, then they might say, well, I am justifying my stuff based on actual data and evidence. So that makes my position objective. And so the people are going to argue about that. The point is that if you take an axiomatic statement, sure, you're going to have absolute truths, and you're going to be able to say something absolutely, and so the two people are going to be, bickering about their particular axioms, right? But if two people are engaging, in good faith, then typically they're going to be discussing why they're taking those positions, right? They're not just going to take those positions as like axioms. They're going to explain the data and evidence that justifies the position they're taking, right? A trident is just an interval of 6 semitones. It's fairly dissonant because it's just a semitone apart from a fifth. Oh, okay. Are you saying my yawns are long? Is that what you're saying? Sounds like what you're saying. Okay. There's structures in the universe so massive it violates the isotropic and homogeneous at grand scales. The standard model says objects should not exceed 1 billion light years in diameter. Okay. I don't know. Large quasar group 4 billion light years. Big arc 2 billion light years. Hercules Great Wall 10 billion light years. Cosmological principle blah is being questioned. I agree that there's a lot of exciting stuff going on in astronomy right now, especially since the James Webb Telescope came online. Everyone is super excited about the data coming in. What's happening? How's it going? What's being expected, right? It's really great, right? It's very interesting. So yeah, it's very exciting in physics right now. Yeah. Your yawns are musical. I got you. Okay, okay. Thank you. Let's see. There he is. Rudolph Carnap. So we just got a few people. Oh, and the live went down. So it doesn't seem like there's a lot of traction going on tonight. So I'm gonna go ahead and should I end stream or should I pop on over to like a debate server? Maybe I'll pop on over to a debate server and do that. But yeah, well, thank you guys. I mean, thank you. You guys can stay connected, and I'll go over to a debate server, and you can listen to more complicated conversations. Let's see. Disconnect. So I'm going to end the stage. We'll go over here. Boom. And then I can go back over here, do the plus thing, live video, and oh, hello.
Hello.
How's it going? Sorry, just restarting the stream.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Oh, sorry. My phone was like volume was all the way down, so that's why I couldn't hear you.
Oh, no worries, no worries.
So I told you I was gonna buy a shirt, and it ended up, yeah, I ended up driving home for like 30 more minutes than I thought because traffic, and then, what's it called? Then I got home, and my rice was thrown away, so I was gonna eat my rice, so now I had to make another thing of rice, and yeah.
Oh man. Yeah, so I'm trying to do 3 streams.
Holy
I got
moly!
I got the TikTok and the Instagram and the YouTube all going. So it seems to be working. Although no one's in the TikTok. People came and went. They're like, he's not selling what I'm buying. I'm like, okay.
So with the TikTok, what I've heard is number one, you need to do it for like a month consistently, so you finally get stuff, and then you can also pay to promote your live on TikTok.
Oh,
So I think,
really?
yeah. So I think if you do like $10, it promotes you to like a few thousand people or something. I forgot the exact numbers, but yeah, you can promote it.
Oh, a few thousand. Okay, okay. I might have to do that. Yeah. I'll have to do that on like a debate night or something. Make it a little more um, spicy conversations, I guess. I don't know.
Oh yeah, no, you'll definitely get some Phil Bros. Like honestly, like if you learned a little bit of philosophy and like a little bit of rhetoric, oh my gosh, you could be so good. Like you're
Yeah,
obviously like
maybe.
you're obviously very like intelligent, but if you really want to be like a TikTok like machine, oh my gosh, just be an asshole and then like you'll get so many views. You'll get so many views because the atheist community on TikTok is insane. Like I can't scroll by a religion post without seeing like some atheist in the comment with thousands of likes, like, "Oh yeah, made up stories" or something. So like, it's strong. You know, there's
Uh,
there's 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 good atheists, and then there's a lot of really bad ones. But the point is, they're strong. So you'll definitely do good.
gotcha. Huh? Let's see. Oh, I got a question here. Sure, but when these two people in good faith explain their thresholds, you'll get to the same situation. This would happen infinitely until you have to make some axiomatic statement. No, no, it just means that further deliberation is required, right? I mean, there has to be a reason why they're coming up with the numbers the way they are, and there's got to be some relationship between the two different like there's never going to be a time where you like reach like if the explanations that you provide isn't good enough, then further investigation is going to be needed into those explanations too, right? Like there's never going to be a point where there isn't like some way where some evaluation will be able to be figured out. And maybe not easily. It could take a long time, but it, you know, it, I don't think it's going to be the case that like there's no reasoning that could be achieved whatsoever. Like you'd have to give me an example for me to take that as like an axiom or something, like some required axiom or something. Yeah, TikTok is a cesspool, though. Yeah, sure, I agree. Um, TikTok is mean. TikTok does all these like complicated stuff on here. Wait, why did my TikTok thing get um shrunk?
Oh
Uh,
crap! One thing that might be a fail for TikTok though, because this is Discord. Um, any and all like language is kind of appropriate on TikTok. You have to be like you can't say any like F slurs. You can't say any like anything.
mm,
Otherwise, your live will be flagged. Yeah, that's the only deal with TikTok.
that does sound annoying.
Yeah, so
Um,
like even if you have a guest on TikTok and they start saying like a bunch of slurs, it decreases your outreach, even if you're not the
okay.
one. Yep.
See, slurs, fine, I agree, but like a cuss word, like just
Oh no, not cuss words, but I meant like a FAGG like
Oh,
slur.
gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah,
If
yeah,
you're
yeah.
making fun of particular groups, I understand. That makes sense.
Yep.
I was cut off while you were on my statement regarding structures violating the homogeneous and isotropic cosmological principle. Yeah, I don't know much about that. How much? So you're saying how much does the universe violate the what did you call it? Homogeneous and isotropic properties. Because I have a feeling that that's like not detectable. The universe's violation of the homogeneous, uniform in all locations, and isotropic, uniform in all direction properties depends entirely on the scale in which you observe it. At a macro level, the standard model of cosmology holds up remarkably well. Recent discoveries have highlighted distinct, persistent discrepancies. Okay. Um, yeah, so we don't care about that. Large scale, near perfect smoothness. Once you look past the roughly 1 billion light years, the universe transitions into what cosmologists call the end of greatness, where it becomes statically smooth. Cosmic microwave background radiation show that the universe was isotropic to within 1 in 100,000. That's pretty damn isotropic, man. Yeah, modern cracks in the model. The cosmic dipole mismatch. Distant quasars and radio galaxies are more crowded in one hemisphere than the other. Ooh, see? This is what I'm saying. That's exciting. Isn't that exciting? That's incredibly exciting, right? To find a difference. 2 times higher fluctuation than what is expected on the CMB background. Discoveries of the ultra-large structures, like the Big Ring and Arc Giant, exceeds the theoretical size limit of approximately 1.2 billion for a truly homogeneous universe. Interesting. So the point is, we have some minor examples of some slight discrepancies, but for the most part, the average is still the average, right? Oh, hello.
Hello.
Did you have a question or anything you want to dive into?
No, I was gonna see what was. I didn't want to interrupt.
Oh, sure. Yeah, no worries. I'm just streaming and chatting with some people that are chatting stuff to me here and there. So until I'm waiting for someone to have a voice conversation with, you know.
Wait, Bobby. I'm gonna go and that new argument for God I told you about. The guy that made, or what's it called, came up with it. He wants to like teach me it better so I can defend it better. So I'm gonna go
Okay.
do that. But yeah, but before I go do that, I kind of want to like talk about it if that's cool. Um,
Sure.
so one of the things of the argument, or the argument tries to do, is like try to deny that brute facts exist, and I want to know your opinion on that.
Well, I don't know if brute facts exist or not. Um, I mean, it seems like they do. I have trouble reconciling the idea that pi could be anything other than 3.14. That seems like a requirement.
So what he would say is, and I kind of agree with this. A brute fact. Let me get the explanation. Hold on. Let me get the exact explanation. One sec.
All right.
So he defines a brute fact as no structure, no further structure, no further conditions, no further explanations. And he says, I looked up the brute fact on Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy. It seems consistent with that. But
Right.
the point is that in saying that there's no further structure, when you say that, you're putting it in some structure, whether it be logic, whatever, non-contradiction, whatever, you're putting it in some structure. So by saying that this brute fact is of some structure, or sorry, is not of any structure, by saying that you're implicitly putting it in some structure. So that's why he says brute facts can't exist.
Yeah, I don't know. That sounds like someone saying something like, um, tell me the explanation for things that have no explanations. And it's like, well, I don't know. Like, if you define a thing as being unable to be talked about, and then you say, hey, I think that that thing doesn't exist, this is either a trivial statement or it's like a meaningless statement. Like, it just seems weird, right? I'm like, I don't know what to say to that. Because, like I said, normally I think of a brute fact as like pi. Just the statement, the ratio of a circumference to a diameter is always 3.14159. So, like, I can tell you that the calculation is 3.14159. There is no further explanation I can give. It is the value it is. It seems, as far as I can tell, to be guaranteed. It doesn't matter how, give me a big circle, a small circle, a little circle, whatever. right? You can give me whatever you want. It seems like it's guaranteed to be that. So I don't know, I don't know what to do with that, right? Like, that seems to be a brute fact to me, right? So, yeah.
And if I want to be annoying, I'd say, sure, but that doesn't fit the definition of a brute fact because a brute fact is something that has no further structure.
Then you'd have to give me an example of, like, rather like if everyone else calls pi a brute fact, but you've decided to use a different word like super brute fact, and then you've defined this word, and your first objective of it is to prove to me nothing is a super brute fact. You could have just said that. You could have just said, well, I'm going to come up with a word, like it, like Stalingmenschensin or whatever, and just be like, and it means nothing. There's nothing that has that property. And I'd be like, oh, okay. Like, I don't know. That it doesn't seem like we did anything, right? If that makes sense.
Yeah, I kind of get what you're. That's the problem with the argument is that it's hard to say where it goes wrong because it's a weird position. I agree. So that's why I'm going to learn more about the argument.
If you want to know where it goes wrong on something like that, you go back to the person who said it.
Okay, sure.
So whoever made that statement up, there was something in his life that gave him a an oxymoronic statement that that is like the basis of like their core understanding and such.
Sure. Yeah, maybe. I mean, if we're just trying to talk strictly philosophy, though, I just don't know what to do with words defined that have no meaning. Like you can, in other words, convincing me that something isn't a brute fact is not really important. What's important is you've made up a word that has no meaning, and I'm like, oh, okay. I'm fine just to say, sure, it has no meaning. It has no examples because you said so.
Words
right?
that have no meaning don't last. You can see this in culture.
Sure.
We make words. We even try and use words to replace other words, but if they're too absurd, we won't. They won't catch them. They won't catch.
Sure, I agree, but we're just talking in a philosophical sense. So the next question would be to determine the reason for the word for giving me a word with no definition. Like if you're going to give me a word with no definition, why? Why am I being given such a word? So like philosophically, what's going to be the response to that? Like why'd you tell me about this brute fact word when you have no definition for it, right?
Well, I don't think that that's what he's trying to do. I think what he's trying to say is that you can't have things with like no definition. Like you can't just have you can't just have like nothing. Like it's pretty or I don't know. I'm gonna go and see like because I don't want to misrepresent anything. But you like the words he uses is ontological bruteness. You can't have ontological bruteness. You can have epistemological bruteness. You can have ontological. So I don't know. But I'll be back in like an hour or two.
So, I guess. Sure. Yeah. No worries. Hello, other people. If anyone has any questions or anything. If not, I have some questions in my chat that maybe I'll read. Let's see. How do you do induction on the real numbers? Carefully, very carefully. I hear often math is a language. Give me an example of how that statement is true. Just take a
architecture.
Logic class. Yeah, well, take a logic class. Logic class, math is clearly a language, right? We define all the words and symbols, and then we tell you how to put them together to make sentences and stuff. We even call them sentences, right? What is your profession? I'm a mathematician. That's my profession. I do mathematics.
I like thermodynamics.
Thermodynamics. Yeah.
Yeah.
Physics, oh, I don't have my camera on. Jeez. I should turn on the camera for you guys.
What?
So if you guys want to discuss something, feel free to ask me a question. You can ask whatever you want, you know. Have a discussion about whatever, you know.
Don't you just love when religious people get atheism mixed up with nihilism?
Yeah, it's very annoying.
Like, they're like, atheists don't care about anything. And it's like, actually, that's quite the fucking opposite. We care about every single aspect. That's why we don't, if you don't show us, we don't believe.
Yeah,
So you have to care.
We care about evidence, right? Evidence is very important. Yeah. I agree.
I personally think religion was our first attempt at government.
Seems about right. It certainly seems to have been a some type of I think it comes with the territory of you know, gaining the ability to abstract, right? So like our ability to reason and abstract turned into an ability to, like, you know, perceive really bad things or super people, or, you know, a person that can, you know, lift whatever, right? Or like, oh look, you know, Joe can lift 50 pounds. There must be someone that can lift 100 pounds. There's probably someone that can lift 500 pounds, you know, like, and just kind of goes from there. You should study more on black hole thermodynamics. Sure. Oh, the person in the it's a comment to you. Black hole cosmology is on the rise, that our universe may be inside a giant black hole. Yes, there's a Royal Institute talk on that. I can look that up real quick. Royal Institute.
I just look at a black hole as a rock tumbler on a molecular level. Because it follows all the tropes of everything, really. It just takes the space and condenses it. That's all. Yeah. And then it twirls it around. And then the event horizon, I think it's called, the light that you can see around it, is just the stuff that got into its gravitational pull that was able to fling out there for a brief moment, so that way you could see the light.
Yep.
I mean, like, I think it's really funny that it's basic thermodynamics. It's just very basic thermodynamics, and they can't see it.
Hey, Bobby, how are you?
Hey, how's it going? How you doing?
It's all good. It's all good. So, guys, do you guys think that when it comes to science, right, that religious people, well, I'm not going to say all religious people don't like science, but do you think that reason why some religious, I guess, cults or people and their opinions are afraid of science because science disproves some of religious, I guess, facts?
Yeah. I mean, certainly people have a disdain for anything that goes against their religious position, and since science does that pretty regularly, that's a problem for a lot of people. So, yeah.
Narcissism and ego becomes one's worst enemy in that situation.
Yeah. Hi, bro. I like your math content. Oh, thank you. It's kind of you. Oh, hey, CT. How's it going?
Hey, Bobby, how you doing?
Good, good. Trying to do all this live stuff.
Yeah.
So we're trying.
I think for religious people in science, it's a lot different when you talk to religious people in the real world versus online. I think online religious people come with a chip on their shoulder to try to their religion or defend their religion in a debate format, and so they're argumentative and close-minded. I think in real life you get a lot different results because most people who are religious really don't think of it in terms of one or the other has to be right. A lot of times they'll even be cognitively dissonant and actually think both things are right without realizing they contradict each other.
Yeah.
Everybody here in Arizona, once you start saying that contradicts their religion and stuff, they either want you to shut up or they just stop talking and they walk away. It is the most ridiculous thing you'll ever like think about somebody that's supposed to be your elder, right? That's how you're supposed to see them. And then when you say something, then they just stop talking, look at somebody else, and then, hey, what's up, Joe? And then walk over there. It's like, what the fuck just happened?
Yeah. Yeah, you can't be questioned. Like, it'd be horrible to learn new things. You have a Discord link? I do, yeah. So in my profile, you can click the Discord link and come chat if you'd like. The Discord link will take you to my Discord. Let me go to my Discord and put the link so it'll be in the announcements. So you got to go to the announcements. I am here. And then
Do you guys think that religion was useful back then? And if yes, do you guys think that religion is useful now? Or is something that's, it's an old thing that should be, I guess. Go ahead.
I can't say that it's useful. I can say that it was just like a necessary stepping stone.
Wow.
I mean, for me, I think the origin of religion wasn't government as a governmental function at first. I think it was as a substitute for science. They saw something, they needed to explain what they saw. They thought it was a spirit or a demon or eventually a god. It wasn't until different societal groups, which didn't have any contact with each other for the most part, started to get in more frequent contact with each other. Societies grew larger, that they adopted religious positions, which they then used as a way to, sort of control people and enforce their way of operating their society. So came second. And that was useful, because that's all they had. Today, it's minimally useful. It's as useful as any organized group that looks out for the benefit of people.
A book club.
Like Red Cross, any other kind of organization that helps people, right? That's what religion.
Yeah, I've seen
provide.
There was this one halfway house that I was able. They always made sandwiches, no matter who walked in. If it was, if you were a military veteran and you were just there, they made you a sandwich, and if you're homeless, they made you a sandwich.
Yeah,
Those are the type of people I really think actually understood their religion. While I don't think people understood you're using the Lord's name in vain. They never got that understanding.
Yeah, I agree that the development of religion was probably a lot more like trying to defend the past explanations for things. So it was like, great mountain through fire, destroyed field, someone got ticked off, who got ticked off. Grandpa said they saw a person, because they were so scared of what happened. Grandpa's dead now. He couldn't have been an idiot, right? So we must, preserve or explain why that is the way that it is. I don't know. I felt like that seems like something that would naturally happen, and that's where like theology comes from, right? Theology is the essence of people trying to correct the mistakes made by people from before, right? Make it make more sense. Mm-hmm. There are some religions that support scientific facts such as Earth is shaped as an ostrich egg, development of human embryo, expansion of the universal health benefits, or that something cannot come from nothing, or salt water and fresh water don't mix. Okay, sure. Maybe. I don't know. Some religious person would have to explain to me what is explained. Yeah.
So I guess we would agree that religion is not compatible anymore with today's society.
It's definitely hindering today's society. Like, if you look at it, they told us in the 90s to stop talking about religion because it was making more doubters than believers. So then they pushed this narrative of stop talking about politics, money, and religion. And then so we all shut the fuck up about that. Fast forward 30 fucking years later, what are the three biggest problems? Money, politics, religion.
Yeah.
So it's like they inevitably are their own downfall, because no matter how much they try and stop people from exposing like doubt and stuff, they all inevitably just create more doubt.
You could replace most religious groups with secular groups that provide soup kitchens and homeless shelters and aid and things like that. The issue, the only difference between them then would be, one has a god and proselytizes and one doesn't. So in that sense, yeah, religion is useless. But on the other hand, unfortunately, religion is also very motivating. It gets people to want to go and have those soup kitchens and help people and do things. And without that motivation, secular groups struggle to get people to volunteer and to do that stuff. So if you wanted to totally get rid of it, which might be a goal, then you have to find ways to motivate society to be helpful to one another, to replace all the good that they do.
They do a lot of that. Most of the time they promote stuff like doing good stuff like at concerts and stuff. You can give a message at the end of the concert. Little 1-minute message and stuff, Fucking no need to fight over frivolous, stupid shit. Fucking help people build. Just take care of one's environment. Really, really simple shit you could say. And then they actually they actually help you build a lot more off of that as well.
Yeah.
I always say one of the best things you can ever teach a person is recovery.
So I guess religion can be useful then?
Yeah,
Right,
I mean,
yes.
in secular ways.
Yeah.
If secular groups had the ability to proselytize and induct people in the way that religion does, then it would be completely useless. Religion would be. But it possesses those things that secular groups, I don't know, in my opinion, are not as good at.
There's also certain things that churches just have a far easier time doing when it comes to helping others. Mostly because they do not have to pay taxes, nor a lot of their tax records even open to the public, or do they have to show? Which just means they can get like a lot more push behind something and easier time getting it actually started up.
I mean, it is possible for a secular group to be a nonprofit and gain the same sort of tax status that churches do. They are effectively 501c3 as well. So they're I mean, as far as tax laws goes, they're identical. They're the same.
Yeah,
tax
it's just
law.
a lot.
Yeah,
but even then, it's a lot harder because the nonprofits are still kind of required to be transparent with their stuff. Churches are not, which allows churches to kind of do a lot more.
The other big difference, right, is the people that quote unquote are employed by the church are actually a very small fraction of the workforce that goes and provides the charity. It's the parishioners that volunteer. With nonprofits, there's a lot more people on payrolls and a lot less volunteers. If they had the same number of volunteers, people donating at the same levels, they would be very comparable. But that's why I say it comes down to recruitment and motivation, and the secular groups don't seem to have the same sway.
Also, don't do tithe.
And you could also argue the church has almost forced donations in the form of the expected tithe that parishioners are supposed to provide, versus it being
what is it, like 10% of your earnings?
Yeah, something like that. Depends on the church, I guess. And then, obviously a lot of the major religions also have international organizational backing and a framework there, versus, some of the smaller secular groups, just small state level groups that don't have that same level of connections and power. So it can be replaced.
It's a lot easier for them to. Oh yeah, it's just very hard because the system that we're in, a lot of the reason why like churches are able to get up and running so fast is because they have like so much backing behind them.
Yeah.
And because, for instance, like even though they're ran in a very similar way to nonprofits, the funds that they get don't have to go to the things that they're espousing.
I mean, if you just look at memberships, for example, between the two, right? Churches have better membership retention and membership recruitment than a random nonprofit that provides assistance to people.
Which might not continue being the case, considering the fact we're seeing those numbers go down. So,
yeah, I don't know of any numbers about secular nonprofit groups and how they're doing. But I mean, I just know anecdotally.
I was more or less talking on the church's side. Like here in recent decades, we have been seeing a decrease in church attendance and recruitment, specifically by that of the younger generations. There was a little bit of a spike, but it quickly went back down. That was that whole number that almost every apologist was spouting. That when you actually read the article, it was like a 0.1 increase.
Yeah, I mean, the article I read, at least one of the articles that said they're rebounding, or they're coming back, and it's like, well, wait a minute, they declined 40%, they went up. It turned as a 0% loss one year, and then a 1% gain the following year. It's like you're still negative 39 as far as from what I can see. I don't understand what this resurgence or really is all about. It's just framing of the story to make it sell.
Yeah, and with it being happening like very and it coincidentally happened alongside COVID, and after the COVID stopped, so it's like, Yeah,
there was a bounce right after COVID where people wanted to get out and socialize. It's like, okay, makes sense.
Yeah.
I think there's been a couple of attempts at atheist groups in particular attempting to form either national or even international organizations for the purposes of, charity works, charitable works.
Mm.
I just don't. I haven't heard much from them. I don't know how well they're doing. I don't know how well they're taking off, especially around the world.
There's a few that are doing really well. A few that are more specifically targeted, and then you have a few that are much broader. But like one that's doing really well is it's one that revolves around like priests who have left the faith. It's a whole network meant to help them, which is understandable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've heard some people like ask like why do they need special help, and it's like, well, because like most people who leave the church, they still have a job, they still have a home, things like that. Priests don't really have that.
Yeah.
When you leave the church as a priest, oh boy, you kind of fucked.
I think the only one I can remember off the top of my head is called something like Foundation Beyond Belief or something like that. I think that's one of the few prominent atheist groups that I think are international. Maybe they're not international. There's another one that's international. But I really don't see them advertising. Let's put it that way. All of that costs money.
Yep. I won't forget. This was years back. I saw an ad on television, and this was the most scam artist ad I had ever seen. Because is anyone here aware of breathing treatments? Right? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, so the little breakaway, like little plastic tubes you get with it that you put into it?
Yeah.
Okay, so imagine that, right? Except on a Christian advert saying that this is holy water that can cure any disease, and if you donate $500, you will get this and a coffee mug. But if you donate $1,000, you will get one of these, a coffee mug, and a blanket.
$500 blanket.
$500 blanket.
Yeah, I was like,
$1,000.
yeah, no, $500 mug. Well, no, because the mug was also $500. You get the mug and the blanket. I was like, and I was a Christian at the time. Like, that's just a fucking scam. And then they're like, we've already had it was like so many $1 million in donations. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, that's like hearing about the Bill Nye and the Kent Ham debate, and learning that Kent Ham, raised tens of millions of dollars for because of that debate. Like, he did it, and it generated all this money and donations and stuff, and you're like, huh, that's sad.
Yeah, there's a popular opinion out there amongst those kind of atheist, high level debaters in the atheist realm to say, just don't debate anymore. Just don't debate these guys. Don't give them a stage. Don't give them a video clip. Don't give them anything. They just use it to raise money.
Yeah, a bunch of people told me not to debate Kent Ham. So.
You mean Ken Hovind?
Ken Hovind, Jesus. Yeah, that's what I meant.
Like, see, I will say this: I am along the side of, like, I take a much more kind of extreme view when it comes to a lot of these fucking faith healers and shit who like do that shit on like TV.
Mm-hmm.
I actively do think that they should be fucking prosecuted for that shit.
Yeah.
Um,
We don't prosecute fraud well enough, and it really should be, right?
yeah, I get that this is like a religious belief, but when it comes down to it, they are killing people. I think a great example is like you go back to like the 80s and 90s. You had like this rampant wave of faith healers going across the country and literally leaving a trail of bodies in their wake. So many people died because these faith healers were telling them, stop taking your medicine. Hey, you see this kid who can't walk because he's got a bone disease? Let's force him to walk on stage, and then telling the mother to make him walk every day, causing irreparable damage. I think they should be fucking prosecuted, because they are hurting people.
And then you also have to take into account the things that they do when they think children are demons.
Oh God.
I was exercised 3 times as a child.
Oh my.
Because of my sensory overload problems due to my autism ADHD, which was unheard of at that time. Because this was late 80s, early 90s. And that's basically when they started recognizing ADHD and autism, but they didn't really have a big tool to point the finger at.
Yeah, like the issue is like we have so many cases of the trauma that these kids are experiencing because of that shit. And it's horrible. Because I'm not saying like prosecute, every pastor who prays over a kid, but when you're a pastor and you're telling them, you're a preacher and you're telling them, throw your medicine on stage, don't take it anymore, right? I think you should be charged for practicing medicine without a license. You should be charged for malpractice. You should be charged for fraud, because you are hurting people. You are killing them. And it is fucking horrible to see.
Yeah, I feel like so it's one thing to make extravagant claims because you have a particular position or whatever, right? It's another thing to take a position that generates actual money for you. I don't think that those should be barred from having fraudulent claims brought against them. Like, if you take someone's money and you claim that you're talking to the dead, I think you should be able to be sued over that. Well, you need to provide proof that that's real, in a civil suit or whatever, right? I don't know why we think that this type of stuff is allowed to be off limits. It's like this stuff should be able to be prosecuted criminally and civilly,
Yep. I think because the thing is it's reasons like this why I believe that we should absolutely have doctors should very much have the ability to take a kid into their custody for medical treatment. And the reason I say this, take for instance Jehovah's Witnesses, right? They have a belief that you shouldn't give a child or you shouldn't take any blood transfusions. Right, this is a medical treatment that is incredibly easy to do, low risk, and is life-saving medical care.
Yeah.
And in these situations, a lot of these kids are so fucking young. They don't know the meaning of death yet. They don't know what that truly means. And so I think that it very much should be the case that doctors should be allowed to extend that and go, we're taking this child under our custody to give them this life-saving medical treatment. If they can show that there's a low risk and that this would save the child's life, then absolutely. I don't
One of
believe
the-
in this bullshit of parents being like the all-knowing eye that knows what's best for their kids.
One of the problems that I see in this whole thing, right, is there is no legal definition of what a religious belief is. It just says if it's a religious belief, right? And they're entitled to do certain things, and it's like, so can I just claim a certain thing that I believe to be founded in my belief in God, and that makes it a religious belief? That doesn't make any sense to me. And some people have said, "Oh no, yeah, you can't just say my religion supports murder and then murder people. You'll just get arrested for murder. They won't accept that." I'm like, okay, well, that's because it's so obvious that you could dismiss it. But what about the ones in the middle, in the gray area? They seem to be accepted at face value, and it's like, why? Why haven't we defined what counts and what doesn't? Why
I
can't we
think that
say
your religious beliefs, because like the way that I see it is, and the way that it should be defined is, you're allowed to have whatever religious belief you want, and if you are above at the age of 18, then you can absolutely deny medical treatment and things like that. That is your choice. But the moment that religious belief puts harm upon to someone else, or risks unnecessary harm to someone else, including your own child, that religious belief should fall fucking flat in the court of law. That it should no longer be applicable.
What I was going to say is we should clarify that religious beliefs stop at the existing laws. So, for example, if an atheist parent is negligent about their child's health care, they're charged with child negligence. If a religious person does the exact same thing and claims it's religious, they're not. We need to fix that so that their religious exemption does not nullify existing statutes. There's a statute, the statute applies, your religion cannot protect you. The only thing your religion protects you from is your beliefs, your speech. That's it.
Yep, nothing further. And it's that shit that like I hate that people fucking twist. It's like I don't believe in this idea that parents are all fucking knowing. I do not believe in this idea that parents know what's best for their kids, because oftentimes they fucking don't.
Yeah.
They are not.
I mean,
parents are not doctors.
They do have medical decision power. Power to do that. And again, even in a secular way, for whatever reason, a parent might not want something. That's a whole different thing that I think should be individually addressed, regardless of religion or not. And so that way, there's at least an understanding of when can a parent deny life-saving medical treatment for their child. Like, when is that not something that is a bad thing? I think that needs to be spelled out in the law a little bit better.
Yes. I'm more or less talking along the lines of, if you have like a good justification for it, like, yes, we can take that on and measure it. But in a lot of these cases, like, the common argument is that the parents should have control over this. And I'm like, I'm sorry, but I don't think so. I think in the vast majority of these cases, right, like, parents are not doctors. They are not trained in the medical field. They are not these all-knowing entities we like to pretend they are. So if a parent is pulling away a child from life-saving medical treatment without any good justification for it, and this includes religious justification, then yeah, doctors should be able to take over from that point and go, no, we're not going to let this kid die on our watch.
The underlying problem below this is that healthcare in the United States is a luxury and not a right. That's the problem.
Agreed. Like, that's one of the reasons. Like, I am talking about like more of a much better healthcare system. So, because like there are justifications I can understand of, hey, the surgery is going to cost you, $150,000. I can't afford that, so we can't get the surgery. Like, that would be a very good justification.
Well,
right?
Yeah.
That would absolutely mean that a parent, like, because like the parent wouldn't be denying this based off of like a religious belief or something like that. It's we just can't get it, and therefore I think that, which in all honesty, I believe that we should have universal health care, but at the very least, the court should
Who's
be able
paying for
to.
that shit?
We all
Universal
are
health care,
already.
taxpayers.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
are.
you
We
actually
already
pay lower than you do in American health
Private.
care because it's preventative instead
Well,
of.
we've got universal healthcare here in Britain, and it ain't working too fucking well. I'll tell you that.
I think it works pretty well for the most part.
I
No,
mean,
I mean, it
statistically?
doesn't.
what are you comparing
doesn't.
it against? We
Yeah.
currently have a shitload of people with no medical health care. So like,
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I'm not comparing it to this ideal of
If-
like a utopian healthcare system. I'm just saying universal healthcare doesn't actually work as well as it seems to do at face value.
what
Yeah,
Well,
that's why I'm
again,
looking
that's
for
a
the
general.
states.
That's more of a generalization, right? It could very well be that the UK system has flaws that need to be corrected within that system. I know it's different than the one in Australia. I know it's different than the one in the Netherlands, and different than the one in Canada. They all have flaws, right? So once you implement a system, the system has set down statutes which govern the rules and how it operates, and there's flaws found. People have to step up and correct those flaws and change the rules.
I agree. Yeah.
That works.
Yeah, overall,
And
the
by
thing
the way,
is,
I'm not
even
saying
with UK system,
privatization.
well, even with the
It's
UK
just-
system, it just works better than the US system. Like, even if we were to like just
But-
take on the UK system with its flaws, it's just better in every aspect.
But
Yeah.
if you set
Look up
the
vacation
US
options.
system as the benchmark, then anything works better than the US system. Fucking
I-
witch doctors
Well-
work better than the US system.
hang on,
That's
hang
true.
on.
Yeah, not a
I'm
big
ju-
comparison there.
I'm just evaluating based on the just simple examples like if you get cancer, what happens to you? Because in the U.S., if you get cancer, you die if you're too poor, right? That's what happens.
You die. Okay.
Yeah, right. So
Just get your money up.
you know, it depends, right? The only way your cancer's taken care of is if it's an immediate, if it's an immediate issue or something.
Well, is it not going to become immediate at some point? Doesn't the US have?
Yeah.
And
So when you end up in the hospital and they're like, this thing needs to happen, but like if you want, elected chemotherapy or something, right? Then you may have to pay for that, right? They may not be allowed, right? Or it may not, or they only allow one particular treatment. They don't allow another. You're not eligible for special programs or something, whatever, right?
yeah, you got to buy the Plus subscription.
Yeah, you got to buy the Plus subscription or whatever. I'm just saying that, like,
Yeah.
the way we treat poor people and the elderly in the United States is pretty poor and
no pun intended.
inappropriate. Considering how little it costs, it's inappropriate, right?
It's a disgrace. Yeah, it's almost unfathomable for UK civilians morally to understand that people have to file bankruptcy for medical debt, because
Yeah.
for us it just seems almost a basic human right that if you need medical care, given the amount of money, given that it's completely accessible and it's completely within our economic capability to serve these people, it
Yeah.
just seems completely absurd that we'd make these people pay out of their back fucking teeth for things
Yeah.
that should just be a basic human right.
Yeah, it makes
Yeah,
no
I mean,
sense.
there's lots of ways we can solve all the individual problems of the individual systems. I just think that at its basis, it needs to be a fundamental right that is universal for everyone, and then you go from there, right? And you figure out where the flaws are and you fix them. Like even like I've always thought, for the shortage of nurses and doctors, you incentivize their education monetarily, and then you make them tax exempt. Why the hell not? There's not a lot of them. It's not going to hurt the overall economy by making them not have to file any taxes. And so it's a huge
that's
draw
to
for
me,
people. Oh, I could they could go to this field, and my education's paid for mostly, and then I don't have to pay taxes. This is fantastic. Like, we'd get tons of doctors and nurses right away. Right?
Yeah.
we need
But no,
we need to be
they're good.
incentivizing these things. Like, we don't want people to have to pay, to have to be riddled with debt to be something that the country relies on.
Well, we need
One of
we
the
need
biggest-
more doctors. We have there's particular positions like doctors and lawyers that are there are groups that hold a very tight grip on those fields. Like if you've ever looked into like the medical profession, it involves old established societies that have particular requirements. You have to become a member of the elite doctor group, you know.
Is that true though?
Yes, like if you wanted to start your own
have to
medical
become a member.
school, that's not allowed. They made a whole movie.
The medical
Who was
isn't the
guy?
medical bar just like the legal bar? Don't they both
Yeah,
have
there's
bars?
like a medical bar. Who's
Okay,
the
yeah,
guy
I'm
that
not
did
talking
the
about
thing?
creating your own like.
The famous doctor that
It's probably
loved
Rockefeller. The Jews always have their
helping
big noses
people.
in these pies. don't
Patch
they?
Adams.
Patch Adams.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Patch Adams. Thank you. That's who I was trying to think of.
I was thinking Robin Williams, and I'm like, I know the name of that movie.
I know. Yeah, Patch Adams. He was incredibly famous, and he tried to do medical practice outside of the you know, the law, I guess. And
Yeah,
you know,
because it's
he was
not
like arrested for it and shit, right?
homeopathic or petrochemical practices will be automatically dismissed.
I think he
as
was doing
quackery.
most. I think he was actually doing most of the normal things doctors
Yes.
do. It's just that he was doing it outside of the established legal system.
Correct.
That's it. It's like
Yes,
I'm doing
correct.
I'm
Yeah,
a
because they
doctor
can't
doing
make money
doctor
off it.
things. Right.
Yes.
In other
But I
words,
was-
he was
Pe-
taking
people need
money
to-
from somebody.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
couldn't
People need
just
to understand
be a
that
doctor.
America
It-
is purely just a business, and it doesn't
He
have your
yeah.
best interests in mind.
Right.
It's
He-
how much money can we squeeze from the population.
Which is what I said earlier, that
Uh-huh.
the problem in America is we treat medical
Yeah,
care
the
like a
only-
Well,
luxury.
and this
not a
is
right.
what I say. So
One of
if
the problems with universal healthcare that people aren't understanding though is when you start to do that, it ends up making all the doctors and stuff like one type paycheck, so there's no incentive to be a doctor anymore, and then you lose a lot of doctors.
Most doctors
What?
do
Well,
what
again,
they
I
do
just-
because they want to help people.
Well, that's number one, and number two is you just fix that. Like I said earlier,
Some people
you
want to
just
do it
make-
because they make a lot of money, not because they want.
oh yeah, dude, you literally can just fix that.
Yeah, you just fix it. You just say number one, if you're a doctor, you now don't file taxes. Have a nice day. You get to keep all your money. Boom, there you go.
Sure.
You're rich now. Have a nice day.
But I don't understand there's plenty of people that do all kinds of things because they only want to make money, right? Like, I don't know if that is really like, how would that be
That's good.
somehow some problem with the doctors? I'm not sure.
Well,
There needs to be some sort of incentive. Like a doctor can't be struggling for the next meal when they're taking on
But
the
doctors
mental
are already
trauma.
well paid. Why are we concerned about doctors not being well
Okay,
paid?
well
What
they
is
need to be better paid.
if-
So don't get me
If
wrong, I'm not
anything,
sure.
doctors are currently strong armed into positions that they don't want to be in. So they're told by insurance companies, "Oh, you need to promote this or promote that."
How
'cause that's
much do
the
you think
deal
a
we
UK
have with
doctor
this."
gets paid?
I don't know. I have thought that they'd be comparable to normal doctors. What do you
Wait,
think?
how
it is?
much do you?
What is the normal?
How much the doctors
pay
and
of
so
a general doctor
it ranges, but the point is
in the UK? So in the UK,
it's around like
100
50,
120?
60,000.
80,000 to 120,000 a year.
Yeah, but
Pounds.
that's before
That's
tax,
pounds.
and the government steals what 40% of it.
Okay. What is the general pay?
It's
I mean,
about
if you come
half
here,
as-
if you come here on a banana boat and you
US.
have 8 kids, you could probably earn something similar to that.
So the annual.
It's a lot of money,
salary-
but it's not as much as American. American is 300,000 to 400,000 on average, and then in the UK
300,000
it's
or
like 100 to 200.
400,000.
That's bullshit.
That sounds way
average.
too high.
No,
That
doctor.
does sound a bit too high.
Yeah,
That does sound a bit
doctor.
too high.
The
I don't
average
know.
doctor does not make that.
For we're talking about doctors and specialties, I suppose, not just your general practitioners. General practitioners probably a lot less.
Yeah, AI is telling
But-
me that the annual salary of all physicians is 389,000 per year on average. That sounds, if that's true, that sounds unbelievably high.
Wait until you find out how much surgeons make.
Well, yeah, but a surgeon has a specialty. That makes sense, right? Okay, here, look. Bureau of Statistics. The wage, the median wage is 240,000 a year. The median. So half of all doctors make less than 240,000.
Yeah. Surgeons, it's more like anywhere from 400 to 600,000.
Yeah. Okay. So the median is
If it's-
people that have been doing it for half the time and they're in a general position. So like
Yeah.
a doctor starting out is probably making like 120,000, 100 whatever, 50,000.
150, yeah.
Yeah. And then
Yeah, I mean, but
yeah.
keep in mind that like that's a lot of money. Like I don't know why anyone would think that that's not a lot of money, especially when you then go to
that's a good
200,
point. Yeah,
250.
that's plenty. That's
Like okay,
you're doing great, right?
you're
Yeah.
you're doing great. Like I don't like oh no, we're gonna lose the 3 doctors that we're hoping to get $500,000 a year. Like okay, those guys don't have to be doctors. We're cool with that. I don't
And
think
the
I
other-
want that guy as my doctor.
The other thing to point out is that this is a fellow doctor. So you have to do your medical degree. Then you have to become an intern and then do your residency. Residency and internship can take up to 9 years. Then you have to do specialty training if you want to go into a specialization, and that can take another several years. So let's see, you get your bachelor's degree, then you go to medical school, then you got to go do your residency, right? So you're talking like 15 years of college education, 18 years of college education, right? And now you're finally at the beginning, so then you're making 150,000, and then the median threshold is 240,000 a year. That seems perfectly fine. That seems rational, right?
That seems reasonable, yeah. I didn't think it would be that
reasonable.
long. 18,
Well,
so
we want doctors to be, not
I know,
stupid
that's pretty
people,
good.
right?
It's 8 years of hardcore college, and then after that, it's a combination of college and residency in the hospital.
So basically, you say when it comes to the median, right? I guess the doctor, like, how old are they? Like maybe like in their mid to late 30s. That sounds.
It depends on how fast they go, but yeah, they're
25 when they start, and then 4 years after that. So yeah, 29, 30.
Yeah, average age of finishing residency as a doctor. I don't know. 30 to 35. That's what it says.
Yeah.
As early as 30, but it depends.
Yeah.
But anyway, the point is, right? I don't think at that level, 150 or more a year, there's going to be that many people that turn their nose at that, who would be interested in gaining those skills and doing that work.
Yeah, that seems like plenty of money, and they seem like people be certainly motivated to do it, and it we could. It seems like the issue I see is not so much the motivation for people wanting a good salary; it's that we don't have enough people going into the field, right? Not enough people are willing to actually go through with that.
Incentive.
Because it involves a shitload of costs. Medical school can cost an insane amount of money, and there are elite
Well, this is what
organizations
me and this
involved,
other guy was
right?
trying to say. Make that shit free.
Yeah, no, make the education free and make their make them tax exempt. You do those 2 things, and I think you're going to get more people interested in saying, "Hey, this could be for me." The path that I didn't think I had available to me in my upbringing, but now that I see this, it's like maybe I could do this. It's just that you're limited by skill sets, obviously. I don't know, other than like neurosurgeons and like things that are really like skill based, right? Like really, really important that you do it precisely.
Skill-based
I don't think a lot of doctoring, requires high degrees of inborn talent. I think you can learn just about all that
It
you need to
requires
do
a
as a
certain
doctor.
type of person. It's
Yeah,
same
or
with
that.
paramedics. I was
Yeah.
speaking to someone who said they've been a paramedic for 3 years and they've seen 12 dead people. Like some people, not empaths because that doesn't really exist, but there is you have to be a certain type of person to be able to do that job.
Oh
You
yeah,
have to be of a
yeah,
certain IQ and competence. But
true.
what is a disincentive? There should never be a disincentive for doctors and nurses.
Yeah.
To me, that's just insane that we're making them pay for something that's so like fundamentally important.
Yeah, I know in
for
America,
society.
I've heard doctors say that their education is so expensive they need $400,000 of your salary for at least 10 years before they break even. Because they're paying for their
Yeah.
house and their car and
It's like,
everything else.
at what point do we just
There-
run out of doctors because no one has
There's
enough fucking
actually
money?
there's actually a field forgiveness thing. If you, because so many people just started going into the medical field trying to learn medical stuff, but not actually being doctors, which then caused a doctor shortage. So then they increased the price with becoming a doctor for college, and then if you actually become an actual doctor, you get like, I think it's like 2/3 of it like forgiven.
Oh, interesting.
So if the doctor said that they had to pay it off, then I guess they don't know about the forgiveness thing. But that is
That must be
countrywide.
new. That must be somewhat new.
No, it's not. It's really not. It's just a lot of people don't know their rights anymore. It's really just what it is.
I
People
would
don't care
imagine.
anymore.
I'd imagine doctor people would be aware of that if they.
Well, I was
they
gonna
knew
say,
about
like,
it. That
if
doesn't seem
anyone
like
should
something
know
that would
about
be a
this,
secret.
surely it would be the doctors.
Yeah,
Yeah.
They would know about
All it
that,
takes is
right?
their attending to tell them, oh, by the way,
Yeah, and then,
did you know?
I
I was gonna
imagine
say,
they would
like,
know if it was
I'm not saying-
real, right?
I'm not saying that it's bullshit, but it sounds like I don't know. I feel like they would know. Like to say that, oh, most of them don't know. Like, what do you mean? That's how
Yeah,
how
if you don't
it's
know
still
about that, then
expensive.
what
Like
do you
even
know?
if you absolve 2/3 of the bills for college, the medical school is incredibly expensive. So
I'm just
I-
confused as to I don't know who
Yeah.
said that, but it was sort of suggesting that some people like you have to have this knowledge in order to get the subsidy financially.
I'm
It's like-
sure if they took out, so I'm sure that what this has to do with is some sort of a loan program that you qualify for, which you get the loan, you pay for school. When you graduate from school, you have this big loan debt. You then provide some sort of documentary evidence that you've gotten your MD issued by the bar, and then they erase some of your debt. So it could be hidden in the banks, and of course banks are greedy and they don't want you to know things. So I mean, it's not that far fetched. It's just I just think the knowledge would be out there amongst all the other
banks
doctors
aren't
at the
greedy.
hospital that you're at would all be telling you like, hey, did you do this?
It's not
Like,
banks that are greedy; it's Jews that are greedy. Like, let's get
It's
the
a- It's a
nomenclature.
return on investment.
Oh.
like
So-
okay, so basically you're talking about loan forgiveness, basically, or whatnot. And
Yeah,
How
Yeah,
much-
it's if you actually go into that field of becoming a doctor, it shows that you didn't just cause a shortage and you actually use that. So they take the price away. Factory graduate petition lost while in school medical 173% average life earning.
The vast majority of medical schooling is already paid for. I didn't know that.
Yeah, so it's like the whole stipulation is you have to become a doctor though.
I know, but what else were you gonna do? Like,
Well,
Well, a
yeah,
lot of people just
it doesn't get
knowledge.
paid for if you become a fucking.
no. Apparently, nearly 50 billion is generated in clinical services and hospital support, which goes to fund the teaching hospitals and such. And then apparently the NIH, maybe they don't anymore, I don't know, they spend about 31 billion on specifically biomedical and clinical research and paying for schooling. only about 6 billion per year is actually paid by medical students towards their institutions to go to school.
I have an article here, Bob, if you want to bring it up.
Sure. Medical school. Oh, the forgiveness program. Sure. No, I was just thinking of the cost, because if students are only spending, if this total amount that students are actually directly spending is 6 billion a year, like, holy Toledo, we could make the medical field so free for education. Like, that's nothing, right?
You said 6 billion, right?
Yeah, 6 billion.
It says the average total cost of a 4-year medical school program, meaning this is after you've already paid for your college, not counting that money, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the extra 4 years that you go is between 250 and 400,000 more, to get through medical school. So you add your regular college on to that 400,000. Just assume it was also 400,000. Now it's 800,000. So you're almost $1 million in the hole when you start.
Yay!
Sure, agreed. But let's I'm just trying to do the math on the government paying for the whole thing, right? So
Yeah.
If medical school costs, let's say 50,000 a year per person, right? And apparently there's approximately 100,000 medical students in any given year. So 100,000 times 50,000 is what, 5 billion per year? Isn't that 5 billion?
So
Yeah.
if you take 250,000 as the average medical school cost, and it says the United States adds roughly 32,000 medical school graduates every year, times 4 years, so it's 32,000 times 4, or 32,000 times 4, and then 400,000 or 250,000.
But it's just, what is it per
total.
year? What is it per year?
So it'd be 250 divided by 4. So let's just say 400 divided by 4. It's 100,000 a year, you could say, or even less. Could be.
Okay, so you want it to be 100,000 a year. So 100.
If you make it 100,000 a year, and it's
100,000
32,000 people a year, so 32,000 times 100,000.
Oh, there's only 32,000 students in medical school at any given time?
That graduate, yeah.
Oh, that graduate. Oh, I gotcha. Okay. Well,
Right.
So I was just thinking
Just
of
take that
everyone
rate.
that goes. Because that doesn't include people that drop out, right? So
Yeah, but even if you lowball it, right? 32,000, make it all the way through. They're consuming the 100,000 a year, and they're getting out with a degree. Now we say, oh, that's free. That's what.
That's like 3.2 billion, right?
Yeah,
That's nothing.
right.
Yeah.
That's nothing.
Yeah, the federal government could easily, we just spent 3.2 billion blowing up a bunch of Iranians in like a week.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie.
Fuck balls,
like
man.
3 billion,
We
3
could,
billion,
for a
6
year,
billion.
free medical school for a year. That's nothing. We spend 30 billion on the NIH to fund medical research.
Right.
Medical school could be so free so easily. It'd be nothing. It'd be it'd be a little blip on the fucking balance
Budget.
sheet. It'd be nothing.
Honestly. And then you factor in, okay, well, and now once you get a job, you don't have to pay taxes. You're tax exempt. You're 50C3 or whatever. You're a nonprofit.
Sure. I think free medical school would already motivate a zillion people, but
or a doctor tax break. You get another 10% off because you're a doctor. I don't know, whatever.
Well, I take that. Sure. Yes.
Yeah.
Does it all doctors or medical doctors?
If you have an MD. If you have an MD, you get it.
MD. Okay.
But yeah, 6 billion. That's nothing, to be honest. That's like, okay, sure, why not?
It's truly nothing.
Like 6 billion is nothing, and then it's a huge investment. Like that's a win.
Yeah, but like I said, I sound like a broken record. It doesn't happen because the United States as a whole still thinks of medical care as a luxury. It's something you can have if you have the money to have it, and if not, you don't need it. And so there's no thought process to say we need to have a lot of doctors.
Yeah, we don't consider it a human
They don't
right.
care.
And I
Yeah,
think
they don't
that's,
care. Like, we have the doctors we have. If you can't find one, you die. Sorry.
yeah.
Like, that's their attitude. There's nobody in leadership that, I mean, no, I shouldn't say nobody. There's plenty of people that voice their opinions, but they're the minority. You know, they're not the majority.
Yeah, there's a bunch of problems in the medical industry as well. There's a lot of bureaucratic stuff that shouldn't be there because that shouldn't be a part of medicine. There's a problem. So there's this ridiculousness where Republicans think that like everything needs to be for making money. That's the goal of every single aspect, is that it needs to be about making money. There are some
Right.
things in life that are not about making money, right? Like medicine, right? And like the capitalist part doesn't work very well. Like, I agree that maybe there needs to be some type of capitalistic system in there, but that needs to be resolved at like the government level, like private companies bidding the government to have contracts to do the medicine or whatever, right? Like, you can't have it at the individual level because it's something that everyone needs, right? You're basically selling life, and that's just not appropriate.
Well, one of the things though is you have to be able to prop yourself up a lot of the times, because I mean, your ideas might sound good, but investing in it, and then still not seeing any outcome of it, then you realize that it's more of just a on paper thing than it is in a realistic manner,
Well,
and you just waste a whole bunch of money.
Yeah, but how many more successful countries do we need that have universal health care before we go, you know what? It looks like it's possible to do.
Well,
Like,
we don't even have to go outside our country, Bobby. We have Medicare, and it works.
Yeah,
it's
that's
just
true.
restricted.
Yeah.
But a lot of people don't realize that technically, if you make under a certain amount of money, it's free.
Yes,
You just have to
correct,
sign
yes.
the paperwork.
I mean, free is a loose term. Like I said, you
Yeah,
can
that's-
still
that's
be
Medicaid,
denied
it's
for
a
a
little
lot
different.
of shit. You can be denied
Right.
a lot of shit.
I'm an atheist.
Yeah, if you have a
That's great.
a good private plan, it's going to be a lot better than Medicaid. Like, there's no doubt about it. Medicaid is bare bones.
It is, yes.
It's designed to basically just keep you alive when you're dying. It's not there to prevent you from getting something in the first place. It's not about to promote your health. It's none of that stuff.
It's all about preserving the organs.
Yeah.
Preserving the organs.
Sure.
That's a good way to put it. Never heard it put that way.
Those are the important bits, I guess.
Definitely need those.
Yeah.
All right, trivia question of the day. What's the biggest organ in the human body?
Skin.
Brain. Oh,
Skin.
shit.
Bobby got it.
I knew that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
should know that.
The only reason I know it is because when it was told to me, I'm like, skin is not an organ. That's so stupid.
And then you're like, oh, wait, it is. Totally is.
I still think, how do you qualify skin as an organ? You might as well say like all the blood in your body is an organ, which would technically make it bigger, right? Aren't we like mostly water?
There's a surprising amount of empty space inside your torso.
Really? They can like
Yeah,
install
it's-
organs in there?
Well, I mean, it's not like filled with blood, right? Your blood is actually confined to your blood vessels. It doesn't flow like freely throughout
That's college
all the
chemistry.
space.
Man, imagine we funded medical research like we fund the military, and literally medical research was like trying to like make organ enhancements. So rather than organ repair, which is our current medical position, we instead have organ enhancements where we're like, man, we could make a thing that like regulates your system better. Like that'd be
You could
Yeah,
probably,
but
you could probably
there's
go
a
back to
problem.
them.
There's a problem with that. You always, when you start funding medical research and stuff, you start to get the people like Dr. Fauci and like freaking.
Hey, don't disrespect Fauci.
Party.
I
No,
would
that-
not
I mean,
Fauci's
disrespect
that-
fantastic.
Yeah, give me more Fauci's, please.
I know.
He's
I
great.
want
Urine
nothing
is
but
terrible.
Fauci's. Fauci was the most amazing guy ever.
He was. He
Like, holy
saved
crap.
millions of lives.
I wish I could have the mindset and the critique and the ability to articulate statements even when people ask me stupid questions like Dr. Fauci could. Like, the man was
Are you being genuine right now?
Yeah,
and
no.
and the
seriously.
reason the whole COVID thing, the improvement of function, right? That's important in medical science. Just the fact that it led to
Yeah,
presumably
Pretty
led to
insane
something
seeing
bad.
these political figures like try to bash him. Like, what the hell? is
Well,
going
of course they do. No, it isn't political figures. It's the Republican Party that has tried to turn
Correct.
something like medicine into a
Politics.
left side, right side. Literally, they talk about Fauci as a leftist, and it's like,
Oh my God.
I don't think he's ever even stated his political position. He's just a guy that wants to see people better, right? Like, it makes
Never
no
heard
fucking sense.
They're pushing so many narratives against science. It's pretty insane.
Yeah, did Fauci work with both Trump and Biden? So I was like, what do you?
Yes.
Well,
Well,
that's
that's the
because
case with those kind of scientific fields. You don't see a lot of turnover from president to president because
be
the experts tend to be the experts.
Yeah, to be clear, he had an incredible record of like hundreds of publications in virology. He was elected to multiple boards where he served as a medical advisor on different panels. And eventually he was asked by the government to be the head of what was it, NIH or whatever, right? And he worked with like the head of the CDC and other like the man was a freaking rock star. And so here's the thing, right? Republicans subpoenaed for his emails and then released them talking about how evil of a person he was, right? And then I like downloaded them and read them. He's the most soft-spoken, kind-ass person you could possibly... Like, people would ask him the most dumbass questions, and he literally would take them step at a time, going through efficacy rates and what does masking do, and how do water droplets work, and fucking, like... And you're like, the worst email was him expressing how he got a turkey sandwich and they accidentally gave him bologna once at the cafeteria.
Dude, I defended Fauci on Twitter today, and a famous scientist who testified in front of U.S. Congress and U.S. Senate decided to comment under my post and tell me that Fauci grifted millions, killed tens of millions, and defrauded $8 billion. You really shouldn't flaunt your scientific.
He's a liar. He's a flat out liar, right?
Yeah, he just literally pulled those numbers out of his ass.
Republicans are flat out liars. Yeah.
Look at this. I gotta send this in the slide chat. You guys think I'm lying. Look at this shit.
That's diabolical, yo.
That's just all made up. They do that all the time. They just literally make up the most wild claims.
And then he blocked me before I could reply.
Right, because he doesn't want you to fact check him. If you could reply, you would immediately reply back that everything he said was false. And
yeah, he doesn't want you to fact check him. That's funny. So this actually came out today, unbelievably, and I already watched the whole thing this morning. So it's kind of funny this topic's coming up. If everyone hasn't seen this, go watch this. Like, it's fucking amazing.
Oh, Professor Dave, yeah, that's the quote.
Yeah. It's very good.
I watched it today.
Yeah. I love how he gave him little devil horns and everything, because then he goes in like he's just acting like the Republicans, because it's like he exposes in such great detail every single aspect of every piece of shit thing they said about him, and like every little tiny thing. And like he goes over in excruciating detail the exact timeline and the exact statements that were made in March, and then in April, and then in May, and then in June, and then in July. Like, the man was actively working at each and every step and making the best assessment that he had available to him. He never deferred outside of the science. He tried to speak, as whatever is in the best interest of people, whatever helps people the most, right? And it's like you have people like Rand Paul, an absolute loser piece of shit, that should be thrown out of Congress, should be tried for crimes against humanity for just lying
look-
his ass off about COVID, right?
Bro, this lab leak conspiracy is insane. Like every SARS-related coronavirus has entered humans through animals. This is a
Yes.
fact.
Yes.
Like,
Yeah.
what is this
That's
gain
true,
of function
yes.
research? What is this?
Yeah.
I like how the guy who blocked you didn't, and he's supposedly a scientist, didn't spell millions right the second time. It's funny.
Oh my God! You know I called it out.
Yeah.
Bobby, how are you doing, man?
Hey, how's
Damn,
it
bro.
going? How's it going?
I'm going all right.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen you. I don't think I've seen you on camera in a long time. What is that? Is that beard new?
No, it's my beard. I mean, it's maybe twice as long now, but I haven't shaved it in a while. Yeah, things are going good.
Still teaching?
Yeah,
I mean,
for the whole
online. I haven't taught in 15 years or something. I've been in
Oh.
private industry.
Are you still doing wizard? So you're still doing the wizardry, sorcery? Because
Yes,
that's not
yes.
math.
How
Math-
long has
math
it been
doesn't-
since we talked? So 2 months ago, I posted some videos online, and they blew up. And so now I have a full-fledged channel I'm trying to run. I'm now known as Axiomatic Reasoning. I got like channels and shit. I got a merch store. I'm trying to do
Are you
stuff. I don't
Has it brought any change?
about $100 in 2 months. So, you
Oh.
know.
So you're still operating in the imaginary numbers.
Yeah, I'm still at the beginning. But the point is, it like I have a single video that's almost at 1 million views. I'm like,
Nice.
gee, holy shit! And I've been invited. So I've done 2 live debates, one live debate. I've done 2 interviews with philosophers, and I was invited to Vegas. I'll be going to Vegas this month to debate Alex Stein.
Oh, absolutely fantastic.
I know. I'm like, yeah, what is his name? Sean Kelly reached out to me. He's like, hey, I'd like to have you on the show. And I was like,
Hey, can I give you some advice? Can I give you
Yeah.
some advice?
Sure.
Before you go to Vegas to do this,
Yes.
make sure you have appropriate clothes to wear
I got a suit.
at the
Don't
time.
worry. Don't worry.
Because I've seen so many people that like they'll go out and do something in public, like, but they'll just wear like what they normally wear, or their normal style.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't work out real well.
Yeah. No, I know what you mean. And so, yeah, I got a suit, and I ordered some shirts with like my logo on it, but it hasn't they haven't arrived yet, but they should arrive soon.
Who are you getting through?
Fourth Wall.
Is that a small independent place, or?
Oh no, it's a store. Here, can I put my own link in here? They're gonna get mad at me? I don't think so, right? It's my store.
Hey.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, I don't have much on there.
Since we be mates, do I get a free T-shirt?
I wish. Yeah, maybe one day.
Well, yeah. When you start bringing in the big bucks,
The big bucks. Everyone gets a free shirt. Yeah.
No, not everybody. Not everybody.
Not everybody. Yeah.
Just my fat ass.
At the moment, I'm at like just a few, just a little bit. Now, when I go live, I appear to get around like 10 viewers or so at the moment. But people love the content. They love this poor kid. So the video that blew up, this poor kid was trying to tell me how like I'm an idiot and I don't know logic. And I was like, what the shit are you talking about? And I pulled out a book and I'm like reading it to him. And then I was editing the video, and I was just laughing my ass off. I'm like, this is so funny. And I was like,
You know-
I wonder if anyone else would think that this is funny. And so I put it on
You-
I put it on
Yeah.
Instagram, and it went viral. So
By the way, if you want another idea for making for for a different channel for like whatever, you should do a series of like high school level math, just teaching people in high school how to do math. Because I think that you have the ability to explain things in the way that a lot of high school teachers do not. Because you were able to, and I say this because you were able to explain to me some pretty advanced things, so that I could understand it, and relatively quickly. I think it was within like 10 or 15 minutes, and I was helping, and I was understanding and helping and trying to like actually come up with, because you were doing that one where you're trying to find a solution on a graph. It had to do with a graph or whatever, but I was like, hey, Ma, I'm doing it. It's, I understood it. Whereas, when I was when I first looked at it, I had no idea what the hell I was talking about. It's something to think about. It's just because if you do like a series of those videos, and then you can get these middle school, high school kids going to it, just a simple number of views could boost that to the moon.
Yeah. I have a YouTube, and I've been putting videos on there. I only have one course uploaded at the moment, and it only has the first 3 lessons on logic. But man, if I had time, if I could make this a full-time thing, like that,
if money gets tight, you could just do like, OnlyFans, math teaching.
Only math.
Just a little bit, yeah. That's what people come see. Yeah.
I mean, you've already gone down to like doing YouTube, so I mean, how much further?
Yeah, you're right. It's just a hop, skip, and a jump. It's just right there. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you're already a content creator. You've already got your foot in the door.
That's true. That's true.
Speaking of feet, you could do like doing like foot porn with writing out equations with his toes.
I know. I have an extra camera I'm not using. I could like move that to another spot.
You just show up with like equations written on your foot, and then and then you switch to the other foot for the answers.
Yeah,
Be like
the Pythagoras' a squared plus b squared equals BDSM, or is it? What was the That's a crowd.
Yeah. Oh, did you see my Kent Hovind debate? I wonder.
No, I did not.
Wait, do you professionally debate?
You should see that.
Kent would not.
Let me see.
Wait, why did you actually debate with
Wait,
Kent?
you actually-
Isn't he the
wait, you
evolution
actually-
denier?
It was my first debate on Modern Day Debate. I emailed James. So here's the thing. Here's the story. I posted on Instagram the funny videos, and in like 5 days I got 8,000 subscribers. It was like immediate. It was like overnight. I was like, holy shit,
absolutely.
that's fucking insane, right? Now it's slowed down now. So over the last 8 weeks, I've gotten like another 6,000 subscribers. So it isn't like, going super fast. But when you look at the stats,
what were you debating? Were you debating evolution?
yeah, I debated evolution with him. So here, I'll post it in the side chat. But I was like, I don't know if I'm like a big person or a small person. I looked up people like Jim Bob and other random content creators. They have like 50,000 subscribers, 20,000 subscribers, 70,000. Bigger ones have like 250,000 subscribers, right? And I was like, well, I'm not trivial, so I'm not at like 0, or like I'm struggling to get 100 or something, right? I
Bobby,
literally have a zillion, right? And I was like, well, shit, I should just mass start posting a ton of content and see if people like it. And I've had several videos go over 100,000 views, and I'm like, holy shit.
Yeah.
And so like this is turning into a thing. I have like 3 million views, and it's only been like 2 months. And so I emailed James, and I was like, yo, I know I'm new and everything, but like, would you be willing to host me? You know, like, can I do a debate?
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, sure. And now I have a second debate coming up on Tuesday. So
are you on the MDD server?
I am. Yeah. I'm
Wait,
also on the server. Yeah.
Yeah. My question is like, because I know you're a very intelligent guy. Why would you? I don't want to. I liken it to flat earthers, but because I've heard Kent Hovind debate, and it is awfully similar to flat earthers in the sense that it's abject nonsense. It's complete science denial, and there's nothing like going into that debate. There is nothing you can say that will change his mind. So I think that debate is essentially.
Other than the memes and the views,
I think that is essentially you just trying to increase your popularity, which, by the way, I completely respect and understand. But you know you're not going to change that guy's mind. Like,
well, you're not.
He's not. But Kent Hovind isn't going to come out of that debate saying.
Well, no, it's not about changing.
I think that guy might have.
It's not about changing his mind. It's about changing the viewers' minds, right?
Yeah, it's the point. Yeah, the point is that his audience.
But
his audience.
But the thing is,
and his audience is going to, and it.
No, see, the viewers' minds are already made up. It's like I've watched flat Earth debates on MDD, and I don't ask me why I watch them. Like, there's something that is mildly entertaining about them, but all of the flat earthers will come away from it thinking, "Oh, that flat Earth guy absolutely annihilated the globe tart," and all of the, I hate to say it, globe earthers, like it's like saying fucking Bigfoot deniers. All of the globe earthers say, "Oh, that person completely annihilated." Like, people already have their preconceived biases.
Chad,
I understand what you're saying.
Chad, where are you from?
Where am I from?
Yeah. Where do you live?
South Africa.
Where do you? I was trying to place your accent.
No, I thought you were from the UK. What's going on?
No, of course I am.
Oh, okay.
Been slightly ironic. No, I'm from sunny England, unfortunately.
Sorry. Oh, I grew up in South Croydon.
You grew up in where?
South Croydon.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Well, Epsom in South Croydon. Yeah, don't.
Why on earth did you grow up there?
Because
did you lose a bet or something?
Lose a bet.
This was in the 60s to 19.
Before it was. Well, I'm not going to continue that. I don't know how much of a safe space this is.
No, Epsom was still shy, but South Croydon wasn't terrible.
It's always been terrible.
Well, I mean, I was there. I was.
Those darn pesky Muslims, man.
Look, when I was growing up, when a bus would explode, it was Irish. Okay.
No, when a bus explodes, that's just a Tuesday, brother. You just get the next bus. Do you know what I mean?
No, I watched a bus when I was in because I was born in London, so I remember we were staying at a friend's flat, and I went out. We were going outside to. I think we were going to go to the shop, and
So where do you live now?
And I went 2 blocks down.
You sound like you're American. So what on earth is an American doing so far from home?
Oh my mom was American. So at 12 years old, we moved back to Minnesota.
Oh God, it just gets even worse, doesn't it?
I could set you on fire and stomp you out with a fucking brick.
Croydon to Minnesota, Jesus. It's got to be the worst pub crawl I've ever heard in my entire life.
I mean, down here in Miami, a bus and car is always on fire like every other day. So
that's just because it's hot.
Well, the worst part, one of the worst things that was that when I was in the Navy, we were in Hong Kong, and there was a British ship, and I was talking to some of the guys there, and they found, and after a few minutes, the accent came out, and they were like,
Is that why you've got a Jolly Roger as your fucking profile picture? Because you're in the Navy.
"No, I just like it. I just like it." But he said, "Well," he says, and he was like, "Well, so why'd you join the American Navy?" I was like, "Oh, just opportunity, and I was bored and all that." He says, "Well, why didn't you join the Royal Navy?"
Yeah,
And I looked at him, and I looked at him, and I looked at him. He says, don't you have dual citizenship?" I was like, "Well, yeah." He says, "You could have just joined the Royal Navy." I was like, "Well, yeah, but your ship sucks." He says, "Well, yeah, but we got beer." And then it made me feel stupid because I was like, that's a really good argument.
Damn.
Key to a man's heart. Just mention beer.
Great rebuttal, my friend.
So when ultimately the bar fight broke out, I was kind of torn as to whose side I should be on. So I ended up punching pretty much anybody who just came near me. Fuck off.
What? And then you woke up.
Oh, I wasn't. I don't think any of the Americans that were in the bar. I don't think I was friends with really any of them. So, yeah, I pretty much sided mostly with the British.
I think Americans are like the least intimidating people on planet Earth, and I love them. Don't get me wrong, but it's like, come on.
Well,
someone asks me to run my pockets when they're American. It's just, I think I have the right to laugh at your accent because it sounds slightly homosexual.
Well, let me turn my camera on real quick and understand I'm 59 years old now. Yeah. Wait, shit. I should probably put the light on. Yeah. I've had people tell me that I'm the last thing that they want to see at the end of a dark alley when I was younger.
I mean, that just makes you sound like a rapist. I wouldn't be flexing that, to be honest.
No, it was at the time I had a.
At the time you were on probation for raping.
I had a 275-pound bench press.
What's that in like normal? Wait, what's that in kilograms?
Oh fuck, I don't know.
2.2, right? The 2.2 kilograms per pound.
2.28. Right.
Oh, come on, Bobby, you're a mathematician.
I thought it was
2.28.
What is?
Can't remember exactly.
No, Bobby. No, wait, Bobby. You're a fucking mathematician. Don't embarrass yourself like this.
Oh man, it's 2.20. It's not an 8. I should have guessed that.
Bobby, you make me sick.
2.20462. That's sad. Why did I think it was 2.28?
Can someone give me the answer, please?
175 times
124.7.
120. Oh no, that's for how many? Just was that one rep?
No, it's 10 reps. I don't count.
Oh, don't give me that shit.
If I can't do 10 reps, I don't count it.
No respect.
I was also a boxer. So.
All right, there's no need to. We got it the first time, mate.
No. Legitimately, I was a boxer. So not really.
What did you box like? Amazon warehouse sort of like boxing?
No, I boxed for the Navy.
Oh, like an actual okay.
On the boxing team, yeah. So, yeah, it was.
What's your top 3 favorite boxers?
My top 2 favorite boxers: Floyd Mayweather and.
Don't piss off.
I would say Ali.
You just mentioned the most cliche fucking.
Well, who else am I supposed to say? Fucking, Sugar Ray
Sonny
Leonard.
Liston, maybe. Fucking.
Tyson. Tyson's definitely one of the best.
No, I wouldn't say.
You can't deny how skilled he was.
Tyson was up there as probably the most deadly man on planet Earth.
Roberto Duran was good, but then again,
he was good.
But then again, if you're looking at just sheer punching power, George Foreman was.
See, I've heard that.
Godly.
Have you
when
Muhammad Ali says that George Foreman wasn't actually the strongest puncher because he got put on his ass like many a time.
Is this
He said,
the Baked Alaska? I thought you had a different profile picture.
Sonny Liston was.
Yeah, I
Sonny
changed
Liston
it.
hit hard
Yeah,
too.
Sonny Liston, Sugar
And
Ray. It's
who's the?
they don't box like they used to, man. They don't make men like they.
But I also like Lennox.
Yeah.
I mean, he was. I mean, he basically schooled the shit out of fucking Tyson. I don't. Then you got these like lackluster, champions like I want to say it was
Fucking Deontay and shit, Fury.
No, I was thinking Leon Spinks. It was just. I think that when you get to that level, you should probably have some flair.
What, like Prince, fucking Naheem?
Prince
or whatever?
Nassim.
Although one of my recent favorites is the guy who broke that fucktard's fucking jaw in 2 places.
Anthony Joshua.
Not because he was such a great boxer, but because I'm really happy that fucktard got his jaw broken.
Yeah, I'm unbelievably satisfied with that result. It's boxing has just become a money making scheme rather than it's making an absolute mockery of boxing.
Well, that's one of the reasons that it's like amateur. I think amateur boxing is probably some of the most pure boxing you're going to get. I think that when you start getting into the semi-pro, you start.
Because they're just in it for the love of the game. Like they're not getting paid much.
Yeah.
And they're risking CTE.
As soon as any significant amount of betting is involved, the game is different.
Yeah. Do you watch much UFC?
I don't.
Hey,
Bobby. I hate UFC.
Debate was again?
Nah, so how can you? But I
love UFC.
He's a bit more interesting.
If I want to see guys wearing like booty shorts, fucking rolling around on the floor with other guys, I'll fucking turn on gay porn.
Well, brother, you can do that. You can do that. You can do both of that. Fuck it. You can have 2 tabs open. You can watch UFC and gay porn at the same time. The world is your oyster.
Yeah, then turn on WWE just for fucking good.
This is what the internet is for, man. No, but I just think it's
why
slightly.
It was invented. This is the purpose.
It's almost like wishful thinking of you to automatically ascribe UFC to gay porn. I mean, I'm not judging.
Come on.
This is the extension.
It's true. I know. The reason I hate.
Okay, well, anyone can do that. I can say, what you watch black men fisting each other.
This is the
like we can all do
question.
that.
What do we think the true purpose of building robots is? Right.
Okay, what do I think the purpose of building robots is?
For Japanese people to have sex with, I'd imagine.
Well, ultimately, any invention that we ever create, we're going to try to find a way to have sex with it.
Yeah, no, it's almost that's got to be like. No, he's not wrong. Like we've got like Hanlon's law, we've got Hitchens' razor, we've got Occam's razor. Like there must be a law in the universe that like, whatever humans do, we're gonna any invention inevitably like someone's gonna fuck it.
Well, we are. I mean, you have to understand that we are just. I mean, ultimately, we are great, and we've all been to the zoo, and then we've watched the people watching.
Well, whatever you're gonna say, I recommend that you just don't continue saying it.
No, I've been to the zoo and I've watched.
I said about humans fucking anything, and you said, well, when I went to the zoo.
Are you gonna let me finish? Are you gonna let me get this out, or are you just gonna?
I don't think you should finish.
I think you need to let me finish. You do. So you watch. You go to the primate house. They're watching the primates, and then you sit back and you watch the people watching the primates, and you realize.
Primateception.
The primates are actually behaving more civilly than the people watching them. And you're like,
I can go to like Chicago or St. Louis and watch primates. like Philadelphia and.
That's you're hinting at racism.
Watching the.
Do you get it? Because it's racist. No, that's a joke, fellas. I'm not a racist. Well,
you get it. I get it. I get it.
Well, you're South African, so you're kind of a little bit behind.
He's from the UK. What?
That's what he wants me to believe.
Well,
can I just say, Bobby Ocean's hair is on the wrong side of his head.
What?
What?
Your hair is on the wrong side of your. Oh, fair. Okay, I'll take that back.
You want it this way?
No,
I mean like your hair was upside down. I thought you were bald.
If
you thought I was bald, you want me to let my hair down? Is that what you're asking?
Ooh, I thought I had to pay. Well, do I get that for free?
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, you naughty bastard!
How's that look?
If USC was more striking,
like Fat Jesus,
more boxing construction, I would be a lot more.
That's about right.
Yeah, Ginger Jesus. Jesus, if he got like perpetually wedgied in high school.
Yeah, nice round face.
By the way, the last UFC thing I watched was actually one of the most satisfying UFC fights that I'd ever watched. And that was Ronda Rousey beating the crap out of Gina Serrano in like 13 seconds.
Oh my god! Did she do the arm pull? Is that the arm pull one?
That was boring.
In my opinion, 13.
No, I just thought it was fun. I just thought it was funny because of all of the talk that had gone on before.
Didn't think Ilya Gaethje was good.
Hmm?
Ilya Topuria versus Justin Gaethje. That was a great fight.
You seen that compilation of like before and after of versus
Yeah. Yeah.
I think Paddy could have had him if he wasn't fucking poking the shit out of his eyeballs, like.
All right. Well, I just popped down to say hi to Bobby. So, I'll let you guys go back to what you were talking about.
Hey, Bobby, is that a gun safe?
Follow, like, and subscribe.
Bighorn.
DJ. Yes, that is a gun safe. Yes.
No, it's not. I guarantee
there's a fuck ton of guns in there. Safe. Yes.
What do you daily carry, or what do you carry?
Math books.
Cheese puffs.
What do you mean? What do I carry? I don't carry
Spicy
a gun.
Takis.
You don't carry a gun?
Why would I carry a gun? I'm not a narcissist.
Just carries a gun.
You have to be a narcissist to carry a gun?
Or work for law enforcement. I don't work for law enforcement. Do I look like law enforcement material? Does this look like law enforcement?
Why have you got a safe that looks so like unbelievably safe? Like wouldn't you just?
There's a lot of like crazy people out there. I don't know. I don't think it's a narcissistic thing to carry a gun.
Well, no one knows what narcissism means anymore because it's so unbelievably overprescribed that people like to say that, oh, you're a narcissist. You don't even know what the fucking word means. Whoever said that?
Sure. Well, I've drank a little bit of wine, so I don't know what you're after.
I wasn't speaking
perfect
to you, mate.
vocabulary
Oh shit, maybe you are a
That's
narcissist.
not going to happen right now.
No, I'm just saying people overprescribe the word narcissist. Like if a woman's ex was slightly selfish or she disagrees with them, it's an automatic narcissist.
Sure.
It's a clinical diagnosis, but you know.
Okay, so do you have guns for self-defense then, or what?
No, it's for fun.
It's super fun.
Let's see your guns. Get your guns out.
That's cool.
Mm-hmm. Why else?
Get your guns out.
For self-defense.
Well, but the stats are you're like 10 times more likely to hurt yourself than.
Oh God! Look at this guy, man. Well, the stats. Well, actually, the
stats. Look, that's perfectly
well,
understandable
so,
if you think that. Well, then if the stats are you're more likely to hurt yourself, then why do you own them?
For fun.
But don't you think that's a stupid risk if you think the stats are more likely to hurt yourself than to defend yourself, yet you just want to have them for fun?
I didn't buy. That's like saying, some people get injured going on a roller coaster, so you should never go on a roller coaster, right? Like that's.
Stats.
Did you know some people die in a car accident? Maybe you should never go in a car. Yeah, don't ever go in a car.
But
Why would
you're
you
the one who
go
said,
in a
wait,
car?
hang on. It's a
actually.
complete.
Like, this is
But it's
silly.
It's not. Well, hold on. I'm not trying to like turn this into a debate. I was just trying to have a conversation about the guns. But if you
Okay. Well, the silliness is that what you've done is you've accidentally thought that the only reason to own guns is for self-defense, and
I
think
never
that's
said that was the only reason.
That's the
main
stupid reason. So let's dismiss that reason. Like,
Wait,
just
what?
pretend that reason doesn't matter, right? That reason's irrelevant.
No. How about let's
It's a
not?
perfectly good reason.
Let's not. Would you not say that the main reason Americans own guns is for self-defense primarily?
They say it is, but then that doesn't appear to be the case.
No, well, fuck
They
the
say it is.
Well, the statistics suggest that actually.
No, think about it. Don't get me
99%
wrong.
of gun owners won't ever use their gun.
Yes.
Of course,
correct.
because no one
For
buys a gun
self-defense.
hoping to use it. Don't get me wrong. These are
People use them
incredible
for
feats
recreational
of-
use, like firing in a firing range, more than they
I
ever
understand
use
that.
it for self-defense.
I understand
Yeah,
that. I'm
but
a
that isn't-
chef. I
Sure,
love
of
knives.
course, because you gotta- Because
I
you're
love
you should train.
engineering
Like you
behind the
shouldn't
knife.
just buy a firearm and then like never use it. You should probably like get
No,
familiar with it and
Most
train
of it's
with it.
like aesthetics. Like you go with your buddies and you shoot it for fun. People,
Yeah, no,
people-
I obviously there's lots of people that do that, and obviously there's lots of people that like do it because it's cool to them. But there's also a decent amount of people who do it for the very reasonable purpose of defending yourself.
yeah, but
Except
they
that's
never
not
will
a
defend
reasonable
themselves.
purpose.
99% of people
No,
won't defend
this-
themselves with a
Yeah,
gun.
but this
Sorry.
is the
Wait,
problem.
just
You're
because
calling
you
that a
never end up
reasonable
just
position.
because you never end up defending yourself with a gun means you shouldn't own a gun to defend yourself.
In general, people
Mm.
end up harming themselves more likely if they have a firearm than they
No,
do
that's called
defending
retards.
themselves.
Yeah, that's true.
Yes.
So then,
No, Bobby,
so then
that's called
why does that make?
retards do that.
But
Yeah,
you're saying you're saying you own the gun for fun. You think that
Yes.
makes you any less likely to harm
You're
yourself
more
just because you own it
you're
for
more
fun
likely to
versus somebody
commit
who owns it for
suicide than to
self-defense?
ever defend
Technically,
yourself.
yes, it does make me less likely because I'm not buying it to defend
If you're more likely to
myself.
kill yourself with a
Darwin.
gun than to defend
No,
yourself,
Darwin,
then you
that's-
shouldn't own a gun.
Darwin, that's because
In-
more people.
I'm sorry.
I'm
well,
sorry.
hold on.
Explain to
That's,
me.
that's,
Hold on, really
that's
quick.
because more-
Explain to me in
I'm
what
also-
way.
Suicide rates are higher than homicide rates, brother.
I'm also
Well, yeah,
taking.
exactly.
I'm also
So
taking
you've
the
just
so,
proved
necessary.
my
so the
point.
reason is you shouldn't own a gun.
I'm also
So-
taking the necessary
it's-
precautions that one would expect, right?
Yeah, I mean
Hold on.
most gun owners do. Okay, I'm not going to say that actually, but I would hope.
Bullshit.
Anyone
I
could
would
kill
hope.
themselves,
I
man.
would
Tell me how
hope-
many people have a safe like that. Tell me. Yeah,
I would
you're
hope.
full of shit.
I would hope that if you own a
No.
gun, you would take the necessary precautions.
Yeah,
but that's
most people
that has nothing to do
do
with
not.
that has
Most
nothing to do with
people
whether or
do
not you're
not.
using it for fun or using
People
it for
that are
self-defense.
buying a pistol
Yeah.
do not buy a fucking metal case for their corner of the room. They only do
Nope.
that once they have like
Wait, so if
10 or
your house
more.
is getting burgled, yeah, like, do you not
Most
have a gun under your
people
pillow or some
literally
shit?
put them in a little glass case where someone can easily break in. Many
Bobby.
people
A
literally
glass
leave loaded
case?
weapons around the
What the
house
fuck
for
are
their
you talking
children.
about?
Yeah, it's
For
not, it's
their
not a
children.
family
Who
heirloom.
do you
mate.
know that
It's-
put the pistol in a
Yes.
glass case?
Yes.
No,
I
Bobby,
don't- I-
listen,
talking
wait,
about?
wait, be quiet. Wait,
What are
listen,
you
Bobby.
talking?
If your house,
You
if
want
your
me to
house
look-
is getting burgled,
Literally
Listen.
glass case.
I know what a
And
glass
you
case
my
is.
and you said
guns.
most people do this. You said most people put it in a glass case.
They sell this shit.
Okay, they sell it, so that means that most people do it.
Yeah, that's a valid inference right there. He's a mathematician,
Here,
but he's
Super,
not.
yeah,
look,
super
here,
valid mathematician inference.
Look, copy image. Here, watch. Hey, there you go. Look at that shit. That is standard. People buy that. That's normal.
I don't know
You
what.
find
I'm
that-
from Texas. I have never seen a single person
Then
put a
you
firearm
clearly
in that.
didn't grow up around guns, my dude. I've been
I-
around a zillion gun
Oh my God.
owners.
My parents own
Jesus.
guns. I own
These
guns. My
Yanks.
neighbors
Me
own
too.
guns. My brother-in-law
Me
owns
too.
guns. Oh my
So I don't
god,
understand
dude.
your
Sent a picture of a grandfather
Holy
clock
shit, you
without
own
the
guns
clock.
and you don't put them in a glass case. Like, I literally
I
never met a
know.
single person in my life who has ever
Wait,
put it
is-
in a
is-
glass case like that.
Is this
How
like
many
a
people
glass
do you
case,
know that
like
own a
in
gun
case
safe
of
like that?
emergency?
Huh?
Everyone that I
break
know
to
that
open.
owns a gun has a gun safe.
I have never met anyone that had a gun safe like that.
Wait, Bobby,
Okay,
Bobby,
man, good for you.
riddle me
Well,
this, please.
all
Bobby,
we're
riddle me this.
demonstrating right now is that anecdotal experiences should
Well,
not
hold
be
on.
considered when looking at imperial
That's
data.
literally what you just did 2
Wait,
seconds ago.
fellas, hold on.
Yeah,
hold on,
because
Bobby.
you made the completely false claim
Wait,
that
be quiet
most
for a
people
second,
put them in a
please.
glass case.
I literally
said
showed
Imperial.
you that they
Bro said
sell these
Imperial data.
cabinets at stores. This is literally at Home Depot. You can go buy
Right, so
it.
because they sell them
Bobby,
at Home
why have you
Depot,
got it in a
that most
safe?
people use them.
They sell them at
that's
Home
what he's
Depot.
saying.
They sell them at Arbor. They sell them at
Uh-huh.
Walmart. They sell them
Yeah.
at USA Safe and Vault. They
Bobby,
sell them at
stop,
Displayed Arama. They sell them at
Can you answer the
Sportsman
question, please?
Guides. Oh,
And-
look at
and
this
at-
one.
at
This
every
one is
single
made of
one of those places you
Amish-made
just named,
solid
they
wood.
also sell gun
Oh,
safes.
look at this one.
At
Ooh,
every
here's a-
single
here's a
one of
really
those
nice
places
one.
you
Look
just
at this
listed,
one.
they also sell
Look
gun
at that.
safes.
Oh my God, look at that. Isn't that amazing? Yeah, many people do not operate their guns safely. They leave them loaded and let them lie around the house. In case,
All right, dude, show
in
me
case to
show
be
me
able to use them.
empirical show me empirical data that says that most people leave their loaded firearms around the house.
Correct. Yes. Some people drive around with them in their car loaded. They literally have a rack in the back of their truck.
Yeah, some people do.
Then why are you questioning me?
You said most people, bro.
Did you
Yes.
have? It can be bulletproof glass too, by the way.
It could be, but I don't know why that would be relevant.
Like this. Look at this side shot. Look at that.
What do you mean?
Wow.
You don't think that bulletproof glass would make it a more safe thing than normal glass?
It certainly would.
It doesn't matter.
Okay, so that's why it's relevant. Hello?
Are you living with kids? Are you living
Yeah.
by yourself? It depends.
Does bulletproof glass mean that you can't break into it?
It means that it's more safe than non-bulletproof glass.
Oh, okay.
But it's not as safe though.
What a deduction. What a deduction.
Okay, next interlocutor, please. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, most people have their firearms in their drawer. Yeah.
Yes. Many people
You know,
have
now
them in
that-
their
okay.
drawer. Many people put a
No.
loaded shotgun
Under
on
their
top
bed.
of the mantle or under their bed, or they stick it near the side, or they put it on top of the archway thing or whatever. This is incredibly common. I have been over many people's houses. and
Like
they
when
have
yeah, this
fucking
guy
loaded
has a
firearms all over
case in the back
place.
of his car. He has to get out of the car, open the trunk, do the fucking dial combination just to get your
Mm-hmm.
gun so you can self-defense yourself. Like
Yeah, no one does it.
Well,
No one
hold on,
does
but
that.
you missed that part though. He owns guns purely for fun, not self-defense.
yeah,
Correct,
that's that's the majority of the time you'll be using them. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the majority of the time you'll be using them, but that's not the majority reason why people.
There are
it's not the-
times you will never. I grew up with my uncle was a cop for like 15, 16 years. He never ever discharged his gun once
It's
as
such
a cop.
dumb conversation.
I mean, that's a good thing, probably.
So he's a cop's more likely to discharge a gun than you will ever.
Yeah, of course. That doesn't make it zero. That doesn't mean that I'm like 0% chance of ever defending myself with a gun.
That isn't what you're saying. You are saying that it is a rational position to go out and buy a gun for the express purpose of defending yourself later on, when in reality you're
is.
more likely
That's
to
not the
harm
majority.
yourself than you
Yeah,
are to
that-
defend
that's the
yourself.
point.
So let
That
me
is
put
the
it to you
point.
this way. It probably is the case that many people purchase a gun for self-defense. Those same people are statistically more likely to harm themselves than defend themselves. So in general, this should be the standard MO
Raw
that everyone
numbers.
knows
So-
this stat, that you're more likely to harm yourself than defend yourself.
But
Guns should
you're
be-
pretending like that. You're pretending that people who go out and buy a firearm for self-defense are more likely to hurt themselves than people who go out and buy a firearm just to have fun and shoot it.
In general, if you lock it up like that and you don't put it as a loaded shotgun in your bed or drive around in your truck with it loaded, yeah. I don't know why that would
Like
be
it goes
like
like
a
this:
shocker
you're least likely to defend yourself using this gun than you are to commit suicide or just use it for recreational use. In that order.
Yeah, that's fine, but that doesn't mean that it's irrational to still own a gun for self-defense.
For
If
the
you
least
buy-
of the reasons
okay.
you'll ever use it? Why?
If you buy
Because
a gun only
if
for
I don't feel
self-defense,
because if I don't plan on killing myself with the gun, and I also plan on being very safe around the gun and not
I don't think people
allowing
should
any
be
why don't
accidents
we
to
just
happen,
why don't we
guns,
just
then I would
put it
like
in
the
order?
option to
Why don't we
defend
just put it
myself.
why don't we just put it in order? If you buy a gun for self-defense, that's a silly position. If you buy a gun for recreational use and have it for self-defense, that is more intelligent. That's a better
the
reason.
last
say-
thing you ever
say
should
that it
want
is-
a gun is for
To say that it
self-defense.
is silly,
If you're
that it is
wanting
silly
a gun
is
for
saying-
self-defense, it means you want that encounter.
Oh my god.
Like what?
Reasoning is
Instant
that.
encounter.
I know.
Your last
Okay, but
thing that
the
you
last
ever
thing that was
want to
said
buy
is
this gun for
ridiculous.
is for self-defense. It makes no logical sense to be like,
Oh, it's
yeah,
the
I want a gun
primary
for
reason.
self-defense.
Right,
No,
right, right. But
the
It's
last
the
thing you
primary
actually
reason.
want is to defend yourself with a gun.
wait, do you think that
No.
buying insurance? Do you think that
What I
buying
want-
insurance for
what
your
I-
home means
what
that
I
you want your
want
house to
is
burn
the
down?
capability. What I want is the capability of defending myself with a gun. I would like to have a gun in the case that an armed robber ever enters my building and threatens enters my home and ever threatens my life.
Yo, Darwin, do you think that buying home insurance means you want your house to burn down?
I know.
What?
I don't understand why you said buying a gun.
No, I
means-
buy a home to live in a home. Like what?
Right,
No,
but you
he
said
said
buying
home
a gun-
insurance.
Yeah, home insurance. You said
That's
buying a
completely
gun means
different.
that
This
you
is
want.
you have to say an equal fucking like argument.
How is that
say like
different?
buying a house and stuff.
If you're not doing the
Because
analogy correctly.
owning a gun
no.
isn't the same as insurance.
Imagine
It
that
literally
the home
is.
no. Imagine the home insurance policy required you to set little fires around your property, right? And that statistically, it was more likely you would burn down your house when you purchased the home insurance. And then someone asked you the dumb question, "Hey, do you think it's silly to purchase home insurance for the express purpose of trying to, protect yourself if your house burns down?" And it's like, well, yeah, that would be silly if that was the outcome of that particular purchase, known statistically, right? Now, if you purchase it for another reason, that's a different matter, right? But if you purchase it for that reason, that's the exact reason, which is
Sorry,
not
this is-
supported by the evidence.
This is completely
Well, that's just a
disanalogous.
separate-
The analogy
separate
of
point
the
from what
analogy
Darwin
of like buying home insurance for the purpose of like insuring against fires or whatever is 100% analogous to buying a gun to ensure that you don't like lose your life to a robber.
Yeah, there's
No,
multiple
it isn't.
ways to get around that.
Not if you
Yeah.
don't include the caveat of the stat that you're more likely to harm yourself than to defend
Why would
yourself.
I give a shit? Okay, if I plan on personally training myself, and if I plan on personally training myself and learning, how to handle a gun safely,
You just go
and
to the
whenever
military, bro. Like,
Yeah, like
if you want to defend yourself, go to the military, bro.
Can I ask, are there statistics?
what is
on-
going to the military have to do with like defending myself in my own home?
Can I wait?
Fuck it,
sorry.
the
Can I-
billionaires, bro.
Stop, please. Can I ask? Are there statistics on what the rate is, whether or not you're actually more likely to harm yourself
let's see.
if you have
It's like
training?
a shit ton.
Yeah,
No,
hang
if
on.
you have training.
I got here. So, JAMA
Because I think-
medicine, you are
You have to-
44,
you have to
44
have training.
times
Okay.
more
But that's-
likely
that's
to
not-
commit
that's not what I
suicide
said.
with your firearm that you purchased rather than defend yourself with your firearm.
If you have training.
Yeah.
Let's look up suicide
If you
rate
have
by
training.
gun
I'm
versus
talking about-
homicide
I
rate
can-
by
I can-
gun. Like
I can
these,
address-
these
Here's
things are
another
just
one.
broken.
In general, people in gun homes are 3 times more likely to die by suicide than gun-free homes, right? So
Right, I can
access
address
clearly
suicide.
plays a role, right? You are
Right, I
8
agree.
times more likely to die by firearm suicide than non.
This isn't addressing my question.
Women are 35 times more likely to die, right? 5% of all suicide attempts occur in the United States, account for more than 50% of all completed
It's almost
suicides.
double.
90% is from firearms, right? Yeah.
Right. So the question I asked was, is there any data on people who have training and the
8.
rate at which
That's a
they are
goalpost shift.
injured.
Okay, so
Here's-
I'm
here's the
curious
general-
then if these
here's the
I'm
general
curious then if these
standard-
stats
That's a
Stanford
goalpost.
I'm curious then if these stats are so damning to say that like we shouldn't be owning guns for self-defense. Why do you own any guns at all if having a gun
For
if having a gun
fun.
period?
For
Yeah,
fun.
Dude, you think that like the stats give a shit if you're doing it for fun versus if you're doing it for self-defense?
No, they don't change. But I'm not
Okay,
I'm not
so if the
self-deluding
stats don't change-
myself.
If the stats don't change based on if you're doing it for fun or self-defense, then
Yeah, we're
why
being
do you think there
realistic.
is?
What? That's like
Why do
saying
you-
maybe I shouldn't drive because some people die in car accidents.
This is a completely retarded analogy. You don't have to own guns, especially if you're
Right.
just doing it
No
for
one
fun.
should. Yep.
You don't have to drive
No, it's
either. You could take public transportation everywhere you go.
No, you can't. There's no
Yeah, you
public
could.
transportation that takes me from my house to
Good.
work. No,
Ideally.
you can't. There is no public transportation that takes
Ideally.
me from my house to work.
You want me to Google
Ideally.
it? We could Google it right now. I guarantee there is.
You
I
can-
literally
you
had.
can Google
I
anything
lived
you
in a
want. There's
rural
no-
town in the middle of nowhere, and I had public education. I had to take 1.5 hours, go transfer to 2 different buses, and it took me all the way to another town.
Yeah, I live in a rural area. There is no bus that comes
I
to
just
where I live.
said I did, and you're like saying there's none. Yeah, you
I'm
probably
saying,
don't
I'm
know
saying
about
I
it.
live in a rural area. I don't know why you're goalpost shifting. I live in a rural area, and there is no bus that comes to where I live.
You're probably not aware of any buses because you don't. You have a car.
Dude. Oh my god!
Like, this isn't
there is
hard
no
to
bus
understand.
stop. There is no bus stop within like 10 miles of me.
Oh my god. Oh my god. You're
Oh
just
my
not
God,
you're
sorry,
just
sorry I
obviously
proved
not
you wrong,
aware
bro, my
unless you
bad.
were someone that took the bus. Why
Dude,
would you,
you
be
can be-
aware?
Oh my god, man! There is. There is no bus stop within 10 miles of me. I know this for a
I
fact.
bet you.
I've
I
looked.
bet you there is. I bet you there is. I don't think you're.
There
I
isn't,
don't
and
think
I'm
you're
not going
correct.
to tell you where I live just so you can try to prove it.
I
But
mean,
like,
Okay, either way,
Well,
that
then
you live,
you're full of
you
shit,
specifically
dude.
live. It seemed
no,
like
you're full of shit, bro. I'm telling you. I know my area. I've lived here for 30 years. Like, I know that there's no fucking bus stops here.
I mean,
Here,
wouldn't
let
that
me
be
see.
your problem?
Let me just look it up. Let me just look. How many rural areas have 0 buses for public transportation? I don't know. Maybe it's a ton. Who knows?
There's a lot.
30% of rural areas have no access
Wow,
to inner city
30%.
fixed
One in
route
3
public
people
transportation.
cannot have a 1 in 3
Interesting.
people in rural
All right, all right.
areas.
I stand corrected. I'm wrong. Okay.
Congratulations, you are wrong.
I'm wrong.
This is
Correct.
so.
I'm happy to be wrong. That's fine. My bad. I'm sorry. You have no buses.
You are forgiven.
Okay. Thank you.
But anyway, so are there actually stats on the rate that people are likely to be injured by their guns at if they have additional training?
I don't know
Because-
I don't know about the additional.
Dude, I
training
don't.
part.
That's all subjective by state, and like it's not.
But we can look at
enforced
no,
thing.
no, no.
just-
Yeah,
so
hang on.
somebody might-
To his point, but to
We
his
can look
point,
at-
I believe that training should be required.
Yeah, yeah.
But
So
somebody
I
might
agree
have
too.
reason to believe
The
they're
the
actually
federal
not-
government disagrees with you.
So
For-
they.
I mean,
Somebody might
that's
have
fine.
reason to
I
believe
No, no,
they're
no.
I
actually
can
not
still
as
have an opinion that differs from the federal government.
It's not the
Okay.
federal government. It's not the federal government. The NRA
The state,
actively
whatever.
fights to make sure people can own guns without being
dude,
trained.
fuck the NRA. Dude, fuck
Like,
the NRA. I do not
It's the
like
Republicans that actively fight that people can own
Yeah,
guns.
they
without,
want
like-
homicide rates and suicide rates.
Yeah,
Yeah, they're
s-
horrible. The
Smith and
Republicans and
Wesson
the NRA are
loves
horrible
it
people.
every time there's a school shooting. They make so much money. They're just like
Yeah,
rolling in the dough.
look, we agree on this 100%. The NRA
Mm-hmm.
sucks dick, and Republicans in general suck major dick too,
Fantastic,
especially when it comes
yes.
to gun laws.
I agree. Yes. Yep. So we can look at other that we have some stats, right? We can look at other countries, for example, countries that require training, or
We have no
require
guns here.
licensing, or
Yep.
and require for example, they have laws that it's illegal to have a loaded weapon unless you're about to shoot it, like at a range, right? Or it's illegal to transport the ammo inside of the weapon when you're driving it around. Or it's illegal to leave a weapon out such that a child could get access to it. Or in general, you would be liable either criminally or civilly for someone getting access to your weapon and you don't have the proper, mechanisms to keep it safe. You're required to go through like a 6-month not 6-month training, 6-week training. You can't have any felonies. You're required to be, respectful to the laws of the land, right? The point is that if you implement these types of very simple, clear, obvious laws that we clearly should have, right? We know what the stats are in other countries, which is that they have virtually like zero gun violence, right? People
Yeah,
don't
I mean, we
have
can look at
these goddamn
Switzerland, for
stats,
example.
right?
Switzerland is a good example.
Yeah, Switzerland
Sure,
is an
laws-
excellent example. They're an excellent example of a country that's like, they have all these laws in place, and what do you know? They have like virtually zero gun violence, right? Because
We ban
everyone
guns
treats a
around
gun
Trump.
like it's they have more guns per capita than the United States does.
Right. So setting laws aside for a second, I'm just saying that somebody might be aware of the baseline statistic that they're more likely to injure themselves from buying a gun
Correct.
than they would be,
Yeah.
to get a home invasion. But they may also be aware of additional factors like their own training.
Sure.
And
Yeah.
So,
other
but
things
Switzerland,
that would
Switzerland
be
does not.
reason for them to
Switzerland
think
does
that
not
they won't
require that you own a.
actually.
Yes.
Switzerland
Yes,
does not
absolutely.
require that you keep your gun in a safe.
But what I'm saying there is that it's not always then irrational to buy a gun.
You
for
have to keep it
self-defense.
locked, and you can't keep it loaded.
I don't know about can't keep it loaded, but I'm just saying something like having additional training about how to use the weapon.
Can you keep a loaded weapon in?
I mean, I
Sweden?
assume with training you get less harm with a gun. To be honest,
I don't know. No, you cannot keep a loaded weapon in Sweden. All firearms must be unloaded and stored securely in an approved gun safe or security cabinet meeting the specific SS3492
Switzerland,
standard when not
Switzerland,
in active use
Switzerland.
for hunting or sport.
Hey, big dog, Switzerland.
Oh, did I say Sweden?
Oh,
My bad.
It's a Sweden. Yeah.
You looked up
To be
Sweden.
clear, I wasn't
Switzerland.
disputing-
Someone else said
wasn't disputing what
Sweden.
happened.
So fuck off, dude.
No, we've only talked about Switzerland this whole time.
Yes, you can legally keep a privately owned or militia firearm loaded at home and in Switzerland for self-defense or storage, provided it is kept securely. But carrying a loaded or ready-to-use firearm in public is strictly illegal without a rare specialized carry permit. Okay, I guess you can store it loaded in a locked safe. So it has
No,
to be
it doesn't have to
stored
be
in
in
a
a.
locked
It
closet
doesn't have to be
or
in a
room
safe.
through specialized gun or a specialized gun safe. So the storage requirements, it has to be stored in a manner that unauthorized persons cannot access them. So it has to be stored in a locked closet or a room or a gun safe as mandated by federal law.
Right.
Yeah.
So it doesn't have to be in a safe, and it can be loaded.
You're right. Yes, you're right. Yeah, that's apparently the case. Yeah.
Yes. And they have very low gun violence. Now, what I will
They do,
say though
yes.
is
Yes.
now what I will say though is they don't allow you to walk around with a loaded gun, as far as I'm aware.
Switzerland gun video. Is it this one? Good guy. No, it's the other one. Is it this one? Good guy with a gun.
So the interesting thing about Switzerland is they emphasize heavily on the regulated militia part of the owning guns, and not so much on like the individual right to own a gun. So in Switzerland, it's like required that male of a certain age, not only own a gun, but go. So they not only own a gun, but they're required, like they're conscripted. They're required to go to the army and serve like, I don't know, like 50 weeks or something, 52 weeks in the army, and they can choose to serve longer if they wish. And then they're actually required to take that gun home and keep it and service it and also required to do yearly like aim, prove that they are proficient with the gun every year.
Basically, inspections.
Yeah, and they have like an incredible gun culture that is celebrated, and like we all agree is like they have very low gun violence.
Yeah.
So this is all
Correct,
to say that
yes.
like
Yes.
this is all to say that like you don't like taking away guns is not like, I don't know, like it's not like the only answer when it comes to reducing gun violence. It's certainly one answer. Like you could look at the UK, they have very low gun violence.
No one
but
disagrees.
It's not the only answer.
Yeah, no one disagrees. But the
Well,
point
there was someone earlier who said that guns should be taken away.
Oh, yeah. Well, that would be the easy answer, right? Which a lot of countries
Yeah.
have implemented, right? But
Right.
the more complicated answer is that you need to institute large amounts of training. You have to have a license, like a driver's license. Like you should have a
Yeah.
license, right? You should have respect. Like you need to be in good standing with your local police department. Your gun needs to be registered so that they can fucking solve murders if your gun is used, right? Like
Yeah.
there needs to be all kinds of stuff implemented that makes it to where like no one's going to use a gun for crime because they can frickin' trace it, like there's all kinds of steps that could be taken. At the moment, we literally have unhinged Republicans trying to prevent the police from even having databases to be able to look up firearms, right? They literally
Yeah.
make them do paper shit. And it's like, why are we pacifying our own law enforcement? This is insane, right? Anyone that like respects guns wants gun crimes to be solved,
Of course.
Yeah.
For anyone who's not American, you could buy guns in a gun show. So just let y'all know.
Yeah, that whole loophole of being able to buy guns at a gun show because they're collector's items without a background check is
Yes.
fucking ridiculous.
Yes,
That's
it is.
crazy.
Yeah. Oh, here it is. There. I found it. Okay. So it was.
Like,
so
I'm not even like a super pro gun person. I just am of the idea that because my neighbor down the road who's a fucking MAGA dick suck, he's allowed to have all the firearms he wants. It would probably behoove me to own a couple firearms and train myself and have them, because he's fucking crazy and he's allowed to own them. So it would like, it's imperative that I also own them for like, the concept of you don't bring a knife to a gunfight type of thing.
that doesn't feel unreasonable, honestly. Right?
Yeah, I mean that's all that I try to get across.
Yeah,
I wasn't
and
trying to
it's-
come in here and be like, you
And
should.
it's sad.
Everyone needs to own a gun. But
It's sad that you have to do that level of assessment, right? Your assessment has
yeah,
to
of
be
course
like,
it is.
I
Of
live
course
in a
it's sad.
completely screwed up world, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's the reality, nevertheless. So
It is the reality. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Yeah.
Do you guys think the U.S. will ever change its gun culture?
No.
I don't know,
So-
man. In order for the U.S. to change anything, it requires that people educate themselves and that we
That's-
stop listening to
No.
to grifters and
The moment you
populists.
said educate themselves, that was never going to happen. That was never going to happen. If anything, people are proud of their ignorance. They literally tout it around like it's a freaking badge. They're like, I'm a moron. I don't know anything. I voted Trump. Yeah.
Actually, speaking about education, why has the education fallen in the U.S. these past decades?
Has it? I don't know how much
Technology,
has it-
probably.
How much has education fallen? Like, are we talking massive numbers? How much has education fallen in the U.S. graphs? Give me a graph. Let me see. Pushing student performance levels back to 20 to 50 years ago. Really? Hmm. Is that a recent thing?
There was a guy who spoke. I think he either spoke at Congress or somewhere, and he was like a education scientist, and he says that it's because of technology. Like a lot of our kids learn through Zoom, they attend class through Zoom, and when you don't have the in-person teaching, the knowledge just doesn't stick with you, and your ability to be distracted and not I don't want to say forced, but the inability of teachers to hold your attention in person versus online and over through a screen, it's
I
detrimental
know,
to
but
education.
So maybe we're just this is the thing I have then, is maybe we're not correctly assessing people. Like, I'm not sure it's the technology's fault. I think it could just be a incorrect assessment problem, right? Because and also an incorrect education problem. Like if we have discovered, because Facebook invested billions to figure this out, that people are highly susceptible to short bursts of information repeatedly over and over again, maybe education should be pitted in that way too. I don't know. And then more importantly, maybe the assessment of education needs to be determined based on the technology they have available to them, right?
No, but it's that exact thing that is causing education to fall, because in order to learn a subject, it requires that you pay attention to it and study it over a long period of time, or at least over an hour or two a day. And then, but with the advent of social media and shorts and reels and TikToks, it's utterly destroying kids' ability to pay attention and stick with an idea for longer than 5 seconds.
Yeah, I guess. I mean,
dang, are we doomed?
Maybe
kind of doomed, yeah.
Or we're just making people better at consuming more social media, and hence creating more social media, and hence
they don't retain any of the information.
Itch the brain, rot that human beings are already engaged in. I don't know.
Yeah, but they don't these TikTok, the short form content. You don't retain hardly any of the information that you get from the short form, because you're jumping from idea to idea, subject to subject. You don't actually learn and retain and apply that. It just goes through. It goes in one ear, one out the other type of thing.
Agreed.
It depends.
Hey Bobby, how are you doing?
Hey, how's it going? I'm just trying to get more content, so I'm going into PNR.
Politics related. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, are you drinking tonight?
Not a lot of people showed up tonight, which was weird.
It's alright. You know, I see Jetstream, didn't you?
I did successfully do TikTok tonight, so I'm streaming on TikTok and Instagram and YouTube.
That is big.
All at once.
Wow.
Yeah.
Holy, congratulations, man.
Yeah,
to the big leagues.
Yeah. My 0 viewers on TikTok and my 0.
That's fine.
My 1 viewer on Instagram and my. Let me go check. Last I checked.
I mean, you also taking also that
my
school
7 viewers.
You know what, Bobby?
Jesus, 7 viewers on YouTube. That's insane.
Yo, YouTube crowd based. I have YouTube Premium.
Are you drinking tonight? Drinking anything tonight?
I do. Yeah, I got a Cabernet. Valley Central. There you go. Cabernet.
Ooh, okay.
I know, yeah. This one, unlike the Stella Rosas, those have 5%, right? They're 5%, 4%.
Yeah.
They're
I'd have baby food.
I'd literally have to down a bottle, right? This guy, this is potent. It's
this is you're a funny guy, Bobby. This is the good shit tonight.
Yeah.
What is it, 11, 13%?
13 maybe.
13. Yeah.
13.
I have a few that are 19, and I have some peanut butter whiskey.
Ooh.
Oh, Screwball.
That stuff is so good.
Screwball.
No, not Screw. Oh, I'm sorry. It is Screwball. You're right. Yeah, I thought
love
you said
Screwball,
Fireball.
man.
I know. So I have a couple of cousins, and we were having Screwball, and they're like, "This is the worst stuff I've ever drank in my life." And I'm like, "There's no way. This is literally the best stuff
so
I've
good.
ever had in my entire life."
That's like me and
There's no way.
cognac.
I've
That's like my friends and cognac.
Yeah, I'm not like a super big whiskey guy, but Screwball, that's
that shit's good.
I personally enjoy the dill pickle vodka and whiskey. That's what I.
Ooh,
that is,
that's
dill pickle.
I have tried those, and I was like, "Ooh, this shit's good." Other than that, other than that, I either drink shit that's like really low alcohol content, right, more or less like you can kind of sip throughout the day, or I will drink the just straight up fucking the different moonshine flavors you can get.
Okay, you're like Julie. Bobby, I was gonna come in here and ask you like just about some like flat Earth stuff.
Sure, we can try. Why not?
What do you know about the laser tests?
The laser
laser
test?
Talking about the
You mean a laser
the
gyroscope?
gyro laser?
No, like it's like a laser gyroscope test where they project like a high powerful laser over like a really far distance.
No. So okay. I think what you're talking. So there was a Netflix video or Netflix documentary that was made where they followed around the flat earthers, and they asked them, all the dumb questions or whatever, like, well, what makes you think the Earth is flat? And then they give like, I don't know, dome, glass stuff, whatever. Right? It doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
The point is, they did a documentary of it, and there were two famous parts that are just hilarious. One is a guy, he's one of the flat earthers, and they're like, he's like, they make what's called a laser gyroscope. So it's a machine, it's about this big, right? Or whatever it is. And it bounces a laser. And so the thing about light
so it's
travels
like
in
to make
wave.
a line, like a straight line. Yeah.
So the thing is that light bounces and it makes a wave, and light you can have it interfere with itself and cancel. And so that can be used as a detection device to figure out distances, right, in various ways.
Yeah, exactly.
And so, or to figure out, rotation or orientation. Like, so if they are moving, like they're rotating at a very slow speed, you would be able to see that angular offset inside of the device, right? And so laser gyroscopes are incredibly accurate, super accurate. And so this flat earther was like, the Earth is rotating, right, on an axis, and theoretically it should be processing at 15 degrees per hour if we're on a globe, right? And so obviously this is stupid, and we're on the flat Earth. But if we buy a laser gyroscope, we could just turn it on and watch it, and we would see whether or not there's a precession or not. And so the device costs like 15 grand. So they raised up a bunch of money, and he's like being interviewed, and he's like, so, we went and bought it, and we turned it on, and, after an hour, it moved 15 degrees,
Yeah,
and like,
they all did a shadow test, right?
The expression he's presenting of like, it processed by 15 degrees. And then he went off on a tangent into like reasons why that could be the case. And it's like, no, you already said what the reason was. The reason was the Earth is round, you dumb fuck.
Wait,
I found the most memed, like the most memed fucking line in all of flat earther history, which was, interesting.
Interesting.
I linked the study I was talking about in question, because I always have a little bit of knowledge, like a little study. It's a PDF. It's like, okay, I'll tell you what happened. Is I was like curious, and I went into the flat Earth like chat, and I like listened to what they were saying. I was like just hearing out what they're saying and just like giving them ground to speak, just to see if it's like even plausible for this to be. You know what I mean? Like just dipping my toes in, right?
Yeah, why not? We all want to do. We all want to entertain the conspiracy theories sometimes.
Yeah, exactly. Like I wanted to
have too many.
Remember back when we had the 24/7 Flat Earth channel?
Yeah, it's
And-
like in
Really?
there's a one in politics.
Yes,
There's one in
that's
politics.
actually. I think it was actually the same people because they eventually like ended up losing their channel over here. But back when they had it over here, I joined once, and I got immediately locked out
Wow.
because I'm going to give them credit where credit is due. They presented a source, a reliable source, and what they did was they presented this calculator, and they're like, okay, so here's where you can see that this stuff doesn't work. And I already knew from the explanation they were going on that I was willing to bet that either they were doing the first calculation wrong or they were forgetting to do the second calculation for determining, because like when you're determining the rate at which something is going to disappear over the horizon, you first have to calculate where the horizon line is relative to you, and then you do a separate calculation based off that prior one of how fast it's going to disappear. The source that they presented, and they were going down on how if you use this calculation, it doesn't things aren't disappearing as they should. And I took one look at the source. I said, and all I said was, yeah, it's because you're forgetting the second calculation and the second equation. They were like, there isn't a second equation. I'm like, yes, there is. It's literally in the bottom of the website you sent me. It says, if you would like to go do the second calculation, here's a calculator for you. And it linked to another part of the site that took you to the calculator. And I was immediately muted and kicked out of the room.
Wow.
Oh,
Yeah.
I mean, when I went in there, what they present, I just sent it in Bobby's server here. They presented me this Faircore study on like people who did like long range laser tests, where they would like take a laser and they would shoot it across a lake, and they would like see if you know how like if the Earth was round, how the laser would like get farther away from the ground slightly, than if the Earth was flat, it would like stay like perpendicular to the ground.
Well, that's how they end the documentary. It's not with a laser, or was it with a laser? I think it was with a.
Yeah,
it was with a flashlight.
It was with a flashlight. It was like a really bright flashlight.
No,
so what they
didn't
did
point me to like a documentary. They pointed me to like this study.
Well, they don't want to show you the documentary because it's fucking hilarious. So they set up a camera or a light, and it's 6 feet off the ground. And then they're like, okay, we need to go out to the water because water's flat, right? Water always finds its level.
Yeah, water's always flat.
BS. So they go out onto the water, right? And they get, they're out there. And they're like, okay, so the idea is that you put 3 holes, right? And then this light needs to shine through the hole, right? That's in the middle. And then it has to hit the panel on the other side. And so like if it hits the panel on the other side, then the light, then the Earth would be flat, right? Because it would go through the hole and then it hit the panel.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. That's like the exact same premise as the laser theory.
So they're standing here, right? And the crew's there filming them. And they're like, yo, I can't see anything. Are you sure it's on? Yes, it's on. Are you sure it's through the hole? Yes. Okay, raise up your panel. And they started raising it up. Bing!
And then it comes like right there.
And they're like,
yeah,
that's at the end. They start scrolling the credits and they're interviewing people. I don't know why why would the light show up when you lifted it up higher? It was like 6 feet here, and then we had to put it like 12 feet high.
8
and like
feet.
people are like, just, like, why would that be the case? That doesn't make any sense, And it's like, because the Earth is round, you dumb idiots.
Yeah, this is why I'm convinced it doesn't, because here's the thing, it doesn't matter what you do. There will always be flat earthers at this point because we had the final test, right? This was the final experiment.
Well, I'm trying to find even the videos that refer to them.
Oh,
and the thing was,
Netflix?
it's
the Netflix series.
No, not the Netflix. There's people who did there's people who did it after the Netflix series where they went
I'm sure they did. Yeah.
Yeah. Let me go set up a laser over a lake and see if on the other side of the lake.
And many of them just did it improperly. There's one where they had them on I'm not even joking. There is one that actually someone presented to me as proof that this was bullshit, that the whole Earth being round was bullshit. the first thing I noticed when I looked at the video is, yeah, the flat earthers, the panel that they had where it was getting to shine light straight through, it was set up on a fucking hill by the lake, so they weren't even at like ground level. And I'm like, yeah, so that's exactly why. Like they already had the up thing they needed for it to work.
Angled up.
There.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
insane.
The thing is it's like the final experiment. I think the funniest one that I've seen that like quote unquote debunks it is there was a scene where the dude forgot to turn off his like green screen background, and so it was like propping out his green shirt pocket and doing that background. It was like, see, this proves they're using a green screen, except it doesn't, because that
it's just
actually
like
proves they're not using a green screen. Because the pocket was completely different to the background around them. It had like his like sideways like name logo type thing that you see at, like Hollywood and shit.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that just proves he's not using a green screen for the background, because otherwise the background would look the same.
Here, wait, Bobby, I'm gonna send like the screenshot. I'll just send screenshots because like, bro, that PDF is like 8 megabytes big, so it's like kind of a big PDF. But what they did is they took a laser from Lake Balaton on the 21st of February 2018, and they did it again on like the 27th. And they had a laser.
Oh, sorry. You go ahead.
Oh, they had like a laser set up on top of a building, like on one side of the lake, and then on the other like kind of pier they had a like something to receive another laser. So it was like 2 lasers going back and forth.
2. You gotta
And,
you gotta have one in the middle to get to confirm if it's flat or not.
But it's like over a lake. It's the issue. They can't like put one laser in the middle. But then they like they like, what's it called? They measured the distance on like one point of the laser in regards to the lake and like another point. And like the point of trajectory and like all of it, like it is like, it's as if the Earth was perpendicular to the laser for
Well,
12 kilometers. I mean, if you want to download the...
Yeah, all I
PDF
know. So I went in a flat Earth room once, and I was like, "Hey, what makes you guys flat Earthers?" And they're like, experiments, do your own research. And I was like, "Okay, cool." And
Yeah,
they're
I don't
like,
know. I had a decent like time with them. Like they were like willing to talk to me.
Well, the only time the only time I've been in a flat Earth room, they asked me, because I told them, like, don't we have pictures from space and shit? Like, don't, like, we
Yeah, they
literally
just
have a picture
refute.
of
They're
Earth,
just like, oh no, they're like, these are
and
fake, these are CGI.
And I was like, but we have like satellites, we have like GPS, and they're like, well, have you done, have you done
Yeah, have
GPS?
you done a fast full? Have you
And
done
I
a
was-
full?
and-
What's it? A fast foliar?
Well, unfortunately, it was like, well, yes, I have, because I have. And
Well,
they
yeah,
were
I know.
like,
You like work in
I was
algorithms and stuff.
I've worked on satellites before, and they were like, the moment I said I've worked on satellites before, boop, I got kicked from the room. I was like, well, what the fuck am I supposed to do with that, dude?
Terrorist.
Like, I don't know.
Well, yeah, you fucking
Your
know.
enemies.
You have to
Like, apparently, they don't want my testimony. That's not good.
Yeah, I
You
don't know,
answered their question wrong.
I answered
Yeah.
the question wrong.
I don't
the
know,
answer is
they-
no, I've never worked on satellites.
I don't know. When I interacted with them, they like
You
told me
folded,
about
Bobby.
their laser
You folded.
tests, and they're like, I don't know. They had like pretty like, just like proof. It's like, oh, we did some laser tests like over some lakes, and like, it's recorded by like this one corporation that's like pro flat Earth, and like they probably profited something like that, like gain a profit from it.
Yeah.
I think flat earthers, at least in the U.S., contribute to the falling of education.
Yeah, it's true. We have I wouldn't be surprised if we found out that like they've been funded by the GOP to help spread more misinformation and doubt in like science and shit. because like that's all these Republicans do is they try to hurt people. You know, they're like, it's okay to doubt. It's okay to pretend people are lying 24/7.
Bro, I fucking hate Republicans. I can't lie.
All the academics are out to hurt you. They're all liars. They're not trying to do what's
Yeah.
good. You know.
I wouldn't like want to say like all Republicans, but it's like just this GOP specifically because I live in Miami, right? And I have some friends in college. Well, before I graduated, that way it was like mixed. It was like Democratic and Republican, but we would all mostly agree on almost everything. Like, yeah, we had like some disagreements on how to do things, but when it comes to the general status quo, it was like, yeah, okay, that makes sense. This makes sense, But the way things are going now is like, what the hell? It's like these Republicans are like a new type of Republicans, and I don't know.
I know. No, I know. There's so many. So there was, it was they did it to themselves, right? They spent so much time over the last several decades trying to teach people all sides are the same, everyone's equal, everyone's a liar, Republicans lie just as much as Democrats, you can't know if anything's true anymore, your vote doesn't matter, nothing is important, everything's fake, all the academics lie, vaccine and anti-vaccine are basically equivalent, and they spent so much money on that, and they spent so much money lying on that. They literally gave people like millions of dollars to promote these types of conspiracy shit, right? And then what happens? They're now suddenly shocked that the entire base is like crazy conspiracy theorist nut jobs. Like, what did they think was going to happen? Like, that's all they literally did for decades, I don't know. It's like, I wish.
Yeah, I feel like the Republicans, they got consumed in their own bullshit. So it's like they became what they started to eat,
Yeah, just look at that interview of Rand Paul lying his ass off at every single question to try to talk to Anthony Fauci like he's some conspiracy theorist person that wanted to kill people. Like, no reason, just guy who spent the last 40 years studying medicine to help people. That guy decided to, out of the blue, try to kill people with conspiracies and lies. Like, what is wrong with Rand Paul? He got reelected too. He got reelected. That's how dumb the Republican voters are.
Like, I wouldn't say that I know Dr. Fauci like that. I was just going off, based when COVID happened, when Dr. Fauci started to come up, right? Of course, I guess to us new generation, we're like saying, oh, who is this Dr. Fauci guy, right? And my mom, she's a nurse, right? And she said that when she came to this country, I think when when HIV started to blow up and whatnot, I think this is not the first time Dr. Fauci came up to help, I get with a epidemic going on, right? And my mom told me that he was also, helped with in other, presidencies that help them with, when it comes to medical issues. And she said like, oh, Dr. Fauci's going to come and help? Dang, we'll probably be in good hands. And now look where he's at now.
I know. But
the issue is, it's like
yeah,
it's like one of those things that like what aggravated me with all this is kind of the it's like how they were portraying like the left. Like, I think a great example of this is how they portrayed Kamala, right? And how they kind of twist a like actual like good reasons to have doubt or to wait with their conspiratorial nonsense. Because like they were calling the like Kamala anti-vax. And why were they saying this? It was because before Dr. Fauci or any of the other doctors come out with any papers on the COVID vaccine, whether or not it worked, she said that she would remain skeptical until medical professionals and things like that have confirmed and tested to see if it was working. That she wouldn't trust that it was working or that it was good based upon Trump's word alone, which is reasonable. Then you compare that to what the other side is doing with this, where they're trying to equivocate like their quote unquote doubt here as to be on the same level, where they're like, oh, all vaccines are bad regardless of whether a medical professional says it's true or not. And this puts them in their own set of contradictions. Like you would have seen the whole Congress hearing they had with RFK, where he was sitting there and they were like, so Trump said like the vaccines were amazing. Do you agree? He's like sitting there like stammering because he spent his entire career going against all vaccines, including the COVID one.
Yeah, RFK is a literal nut job, and I just the interview. Did you see the Professor Dave video that came out today?
I haven't.
It's amazing. It's very good. Everyone should watch it. This is let me go get it.
I'm not gonna lie, I kind of forgot about him. I just know. Yes, you mentioned him. It reminds me of the time when I think when it comes to the autism. Remember when autism was like a big thing?
Uh-oh. Oops. Can I delete that? Delete message.
They were saying that autism is caused by vaccines here and there. And there was a Harvard study that confirmed it. But even the study itself says that it's still undetermined. So it's like, what the hell?
Yeah. Okay, here we go. There we go. Whoops. Copy to clipboard. Okay. Now it works? Okay. There you go. This is a great video. And at the end of it, he pulls a clip of RFK doing a interview with Laura Ingraham. Is that the person from CNN? And she is like, she just asks him like a basic question, like, well, you know, the stats say that vaccines help or whatever. And RFK starts literally throwing like a tantrum. And in the middle of it goes, why are you attacking me? And it's like, no one's attacking you. We're trying to ask the questions about the fucking vaccine, you scary person. Like, he can't keep it straight in his head. Like, he can't separate the idea of like people trying to present data and him being personally attacked because the data doesn't align with his personal view. And it's like, how does someone like that end up in power? That's crazy, you know?
We're in trouble, aren't we?
Yeah. Yeah, we are.
The only thing I hope is that, you know, we don't have another COVID situation, because if we do, like the first time, obviously the first COVID-19 that I lived so far, yeah, that was bad. But now I feel like if another situation was to pop up, I somehow think it'll be much worse. Like the response would be really bad.
With this administration, yeah, it certainly would be. This administration has gutted all of the. They literally made PFASs legal, so we're just all gonna like get cancer now. Like, who the fuck cares? You know. It's freaking insane. You know. Yeah, it's just insane, right?
Oh man. So do you think that Dr. Fauci is safe, or he's in big trouble?
I think Dr. Fauci's fine. He's been getting death threats since 2020 when Trump disowned him. He's literally gotten death threats all the time. And he keeps coming back to say, you know, science is science. I mean, what do you want me to do about it, you know? And so he keeps presenting the truth. He should be given a fucking Nobel Peace Prize. I mean, quite honestly. Like, he literally endured being treated like utter shit and then being disowned by an administration, and literally was made the poster child of like trying to, you know, attack people that are trying to do the right thing. And the man has continued to come back diligently with every single request and let them yell at him and then answer everything as diligently as he can. You know, it's just it's insane. The poor guy, he never thought in a million years he would be in a position at all. He wasn't in an elected position. He wasn't in a he's a freaking virologist. He never thought in a million years he didn't even institute any of the policies that were implemented. Those were implemented by the governors. He just met with boards of doctors who made the assessment and wrote literature on what the correct recommendations would be, right? And that's all he did. And he was literally talked about as some conspiratorial nut job who tried to kill millions of people. It's crazy. And he's just taken it with like a level of grace and humility that's like unprecedented, you know? He should be suing for defamation, quite honestly. He should have done it years ago.
Who will you sue?
United States government. You can sue the government for wrongfully, you know, staining your name, dragging you through the mud. That's a perfectly legitimate reason to sue the government. Lying about you and faking information about you, having senators literally state lies about you, make them come to court and present it all, you know?
Especially if there's damages.
Yeah, they literally arrested someone who had a loaded assault rifle and like plans on finding Anthony Fauci to execute him and his children. Like,
oh damn,
the man was arrested, right? Like, yeah, there's certainly damages available, you know.
Wait, I'm confused. I got to this conversation late.
Yeah. No worries. What's your question?
So wait, this guy actually had like plans to kill Anthony Fauci and then he was arrested?
Yes. Yes. Yeah, you want to look it up? Anthony Fauci assassination attempt. Boop, 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 boop. Oh, there's been no assassination attempt. Well, who is the guy with the gun? Loaded gun. Come on, AI. Don't fail me now. No. In interview. I thought it was in the video. Okay, I can't find it. I'm looking for it. It's saying it doesn't exist. AI is telling me I'm stupid. So maybe I'm wrong. I thought it was in the video with
But you saw it though, right?
I thought I saw it in the whatchamacallit, the Professor Dave video. The Professor Dave video I just posted. Right? We've all watched the Professor Dave video. So it's in there, right? There's no.
You think this may discourage future doctors?
Hang on.
it's funny because earlier we were talking about doctors, motivation of healthcare. Oh, we should hire more doctors, but the way you see like Dr. Fauci is getting treated, even though he's more like I guess like a scientist in a way, but yeah, he's yeah.
I mean,
If
he's a scientist and a scam artist, but yeah.
No, Anthony Fauci's never done any scam artists at all.
Yeah, he's a scam artist.
No, he's not. He's never done anything even remotely close. Not even close.
Has he ever done anything wrong?
No, what do you mean by
Nothing
scam artist?
wrong. Yeah, he's never done anything wrong. Yeah. He's
You
certainly
need to
not done
take
anything
a
to like
critical
fraud
look
people.
at him.
He's never frauded people. He's literally been a virologist his entire life. All he's done is science.
You need to look at him in a critical light.
We're literally talking about the video of him, dude. The compilation video. Why the
Who
fuck?
did he do
wrong? I'm a little.
No, what did he scam? Like, whoever said that? What, like, do you know what he was scamming?
Do I have to post the video again? It's in the side chat, man. It's literally for the top, the first click. Just look at the side chat.
I just want to ask the guy what did he do that was considered a scam?
Nothing. I went and read his emails when they pulled his emails, and the Republican Party was like, he said he was such an evil person. Go read his emails. So I was like, okay, I downloaded them. He is the most mild-mannered, respectful person you could frickin' have. He would answer each email with like, but they would ask dumb questions, like, how is it that COVID could spread when someone coughs, moron? And he'd be like, well, viruses exist in liquid, and when one coughs, it creates particulates that expel into the air, Like, his most aggressive email was like the complaining he had over a turkey sandwich from the cafeteria in which they ran out of turkey and they had to use bologna. And he was like, That was like his most frustrated email. The guy has done nothing but science and virology and sat on boards just talking about viruses for like the last 40 years. That has been his entire life. And suddenly he was whisked into the spotlight as though this is no one should ever have to give a shit about who the head of the NIH is. No one should ever have to care about that. You should never even have to think about that, right? Why would you ever have to give a crap, right? And suddenly we all have to care now because it's not putting the smartest doctor you can find in the country at the role. Now we're putting lunatics like freaking RFK Jr., who has no medical degree. And he's sitting in front of all the medical doctors and literally telling them to spout his fake propaganda shit. It's sad. It's very sad.
I guess the guy that said he was a scam artist left.
No, he's still here.
Oh, he's still here.
No, he's still here.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, no, he's a total scam artist.
So, what proves that he was a scam artist?
Oh, he was he was the chief medical advisor to the president of the United States. He wasn't in part of the NIH. My bad. Holy shit, he's 85 years old? That man does not look 85. The man looks like a young whippersnapper. Look at that.
A strapping young lad, if you will.
I know.
Wait, the guy who claimed he was a scam artist, why is he not answering the question?
Can you look at that face. Does that look like a young whipper? That does not look like an 85-year-old. I'm sorry. Like he looks like he's just setting in wrinkle lines, like he's 60 or something. Like, look at that shit. Oh my god, dude. What are you taking? Born in 1940. Wait, when
Hey, by the way,
did-
you guys aren't going to get an answer as to why he's a scam artist, right? Like,
Of course not.
You know, everybody's been on Discord. We all know how that works. People show up and they have their own opinions, but
Yeah,
you push them on it.
No one
Yeah.
comes with any evidence. I mean, unless you actually care about the truth and you're on the other side. But like, if you're on the side of like random ass virologist is a scam artist, you don't present any evidence. You're like, I don't have shit. It's not my job. Go do your own research. That's the standard answer.
Yeah.
Do your own.
The
research,
evolution of this
morons.
has actually been really funny to watch, right? Because that's actually what brought me to Discord. Is I came here to actually have conversations a couple of years ago to figure out why all of this misinformation was getting perpetuated. And I've seen the evolution of it. We all have. At first, it was like COVID's fake, right? It's not that dangerous. And then it was like, okay, well, the vaccines aren't very effective, right? Or the vaccines are dangerous. And so we've seen like the goalposts, I guess, move quite a bit on this. But I think, right, that this is somewhat of a, when the Fauci was like, you know, in front of, you know, Congress, I think it was like Republicans and conservatives finally getting the opportunity to once again voice this sort of nonsense, which I don't know, man. Just can you at least like prove it? If you can come up with something that's peer reviewed and published, we would all love to see it. But so far, there's nothing.
Yeah, but Republicans don't actually give a shit if it's true or false. They live for the misinformation because the misinformation drives doubt in the positions that they want people to doubt. So they want people to believe their vote doesn't matter, the oligarchs always win, the both sides are the same and they're both just as evil. Those are the narratives they push for. So as long as people submit to that and don't bother caring or questioning anything, they're good. Boom, done, no problem. That's exactly what they wanted. They spent millions of dollars to get that narrative pushed through, you know?
Which is bizarre, right? Like, what is a is a virus just gonna be, oh, you're a Republican and you don't believe in me, so I'm just gonna skip you?
It
That's how
doesn't
it
make
works.
any sense. Well, no, that's why all the actual Republicans that push this shit, they all got vaccinated. Trump got vaccinated, fucking idiots. He got vaccinated. Everyone got vaccinated. All the Congress people got vaccinated the second it came out because they're all not fucking idiots. They all vaccinated their children. They were demanding, my children are the most important children. They need to be vaccinated immediately, right? They all said that. It was like unanimous. It's like so stupid.
And I don't even know why this stuff even got resurrected, right? Like, why was he even dragged in front of Congress? Like, what the fuck was the point?
Oh, this is totally just a complete PR, complete bullshit. And Rand Paul, that guy should go to goddamn prison. He should be arrested and literally put on trial for killing people, for repeatedly lying over and over again. Like, we need to have accountability of Congress people. The fact that this guy got reelected is insane to me. How did he get reelected? How in the world do you lose that campaign? A literal, perpetual liar. Like, that's crazy to me. You know? What? Okay. TikTok just told me I am idle. Apparently my face isn't moving enough. There. Okay. I have 0 viewers on TikTok. I don't know why they would give a shit. Oh. Man. Did the guy leave?
Yeah.
Oh, he did leave.
I've heard all sorts of nonsense, right? And I was hoping at least I've seen some people try to actually like defend that position scientifically. This one guy, when I first showed up to Discord, he was like some guy who said, I'm going to link you a paper that's peer reviewed that says, right, that the vaccines are worthless. And I was like, link the paper. and it was like from a medical, like, med school in India. And he didn't clearly read the paper well enough, because at the very end, it was talking about how effective it was. It's like, did you not read your paper? And he was like, well, I don't know why all of a sudden they would go back and say that. I was like, you didn't read what the paper said, right?
You get the paper. The vaccine is beneficial, like the beneficial. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, man. That's the thing, is like every single time. Unfortunately, these conversations don't happen that much anymore, because Discord kind of laid the smackdown on it, and COVID was a couple of years ago. But now it's like come back into this mainstream because of Fauci, right? Which is
really?
just
Discord,
yeah, man.
was,
That's everybody
like...
seems to be talking about a lot.
Wow.
Like, I was on TikTok and I was like, I didn't even know he was in front of Congress, and I'm like, why am I getting these stupid anti-vax things on my TikTok?
That's
and
because
then,
this Fauci thing shouldn't even be a left versus right thing. Like, this guy is supposed to be a benign gear in the government system. He's not supposed to be left, right, whatever. He's supposed to be just the best virologist in the nation, sitting and advising presidents. That's all he's supposed to be. He's not supposed to be anything else. No one should even be thinking about him. They should just be like, dude, doc, what do we do when a freaking virus shows up? And he'd be like, well, and he reads the papers. That's all he does, But yeah, the right decided to turn this into a propaganda piece. They decided to turn it into a left versus right thing. They decided to come up with just fake lies and lie to people. They decided to pay off crazy conspiracy theorist morons in order to try to promote fakeness. They want everyone to think like, you just don't know what to believe anymore. You have no idea what's true anymore. There's just no way to figure out what's true, And it's like, oh my frick, dude. Why do I have to be born into this timeline? Why couldn't I have been born
they made
couldn't I have
alternative.
been born like 45 years ago? 50 years? I don't know. I like the technology nowadays, though. Could I have been born 30 years from now?
We got Wi-Fi.
I know. We have Wi-Fi. That's so much better. Oh my god. The internet.
But yeah, I was gonna ask a guy if he thinks if Fauci's a scam artist, does he think like RFK is a scam artist? But he's already gone, so
yeah,
like,
RFK, like that guy.
I honestly like to ask questions like this because, like, oh, okay, this is what you're saying. Okay, can you explain that? Maybe he has, maybe he knows something that I don't know. But like you said, like most of the time,
understand how things work.
Want to know what, too, Jetstream? The one thing that was funny about RFK, like moron that he is when he got head of the CDC. It was like, what in the fuck, dude? At first, I was like, this is utterly ridiculous.
Yeah.
But COVID vaccines were still happening. And the funny thing was everybody was like, yeah, he's going to shut that shit down. I remember everybody on Discord that was like, oh, yeah, get ready. It's a day of reckoning. And that shit did not happen.
Yeah. Well, we have literally measles pandemic going on. So I don't know.
Oh, yeah, my mom, So my mom was talking about that, right? And she was like saying, because my mom's a nurse, she was saying like, yeah, because I think, for example, like in Florida, right now it's just optional to take vaccines. Because I know when I was in middle school, when I was in elementary going to middle school, I had to take like a shot, to go to middle school.
Yeah, what the fuck is that? That's not supposed to be happening. This is an eradicated thing. This is eradicated. It's supposed to be gone. Look at that. This thing is gone. It's gone. It's eradicated. We don't have it in the U.S. anymore. Look at how many fucking cases we got. That's not supposed to be happening. And that is for one reason. We have a freaking moron in the White House.
Yeah. I think the GOP, right? They say that the parents should have to say so. And since the parents are saying, okay, vaccines are, I guess, fake, the scams. Now this. I don't know how it's gonna happen this school year. The school year is gonna be interesting because, kids are gonna go back to school and you got what Bobby showed us. You got measles popping up now.
I know.
So
It's like, what the shit? Like, what the frick is this shit? Like, look at that shit. This is supposed to not be here. I'm just waiting for, like, polio to come back, you know?
Oh,
Make it come
polio,
back.
damn.
They got to frickin' wheel out the iron lungs again. Like, we got to watch iron lung cases. Kid lives in iron lung for the next 50 years. Grows up and dies inside an iron lung. Frickin' shit. Pieces of shit assholes. Everyone knows what an iron lung is? Or should I ask?
Oh, yes.
I heard of it, but I don't know exactly the premise.
So when you get polio, it takes away all of your bodily functions. It can literally take away your ability to breathe. So they came up with a device in which they put your body in it, and it moves the air in the device, and it makes your body suck air in and breathe. So you can't breathe on your own. So your head is outside of the iron lung, and the rest of your body's inside of it. Okay? You don't have the ability to move your body anymore, so the rest of your body atrophies, but your lungs can continue doing their function if you're inside the iron lung. There have been children that grew up in an iron lung, laid on a table their entire lives, and died on an iron lung, you know, at the age of 40 or whatever. The objective was to eventually find a cure of polio. So you had thousands of people living in iron lungs their entire lives, right? In the effort of trying to find a cure, right? It was like, well, we could find a cure for these people, right? And so they just lived their entire lives. One famous guy literally got a degree and became a lawyer entirely inside of an iron lung, right?
Can people heal from it, or is it like you got it, you got it?
Oh,
damn.
You got it, you got it. We don't have a cure for polio. We can get it and stop the damage before it takes too much, right? But if it does the damage, you're screwed, right? So iron lung lawyer. Let me look him up.
Damn, that's scary.
Polio survivor. So here he is. He lived
Yeah, I think that guy died.
He literally lived here his entire life, a head on a table, his entire life. He wrote, he did everything with his mouth. He wrote, he spoke, he did everything he did his entire life as just a head. Entire life. And he became a lawyer. He graduated and became a lawyer. He wrote papers, he read books. This is him reading a book, right? His entire life was being in an iron lung.
Damn, that's gnarly.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? And that guy's a goddamn hero, right? But the point is, this is a testament of what should never happen again. We cured polio. Polio's gone, motherfuckers. It's gone. It doesn't have to be anymore. We could literally prevent 0 polio from ever hitting anyone ever again, right? And people pretend like vaccines don't do fucking shit. It's insane to me. Holy shit, he lived to 72. What a goddamn hero this guy is. He should be given a Nobel Prize. You know, I'm just feeling generous now. Everyone gets a Nobel Prize, yeah. Oh.
Didn't Trump want a Nobel Prize?
No, but he wanted one. He's been begging for one for like months. So they gave the Nobel Prize to that woman who's like the vice president of Venezuela, and she, out of trying to like, I guess, help her people or something to that effect, bestowed the Nobel Prize to Trump. The Nobel Prize Committee literally had to release a statement stating, while other people are allowed to hold the Nobel Prize, it does not bestow the honor of the Nobel Prize, which can only be issued by the Nobel Committee. So they released that statement just to like say, F you, Trump. You did not win the Nobel Prize. We want to make sure you know you did not win the Nobel Prize. Right?
Damn, this video is trolling him.
Yes, yeah. That's basically trolling him at that point.
I don't think he was happy about that at all, knowing him.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, this polio thing, that's dangerous.
I know. Crazy.
I mean, you said there's a cure for it, so I guess not.
Well, we have a cure to prevent it now. It's a cure to prevent.
To prevent.
You get vaccinated, you can't get it, right? It's a lifelong vaccine. You get it once, you can never get polio, ever, for your entire life, right?
I hope so. Man, I just hope nothing new comes up.
He fucking made it on TikTok? He was on TikTok? Why are they showing such an old image of him? Jesus. I gotta look him up now. People are making TikTok videos of him? Oh my God, sir.
That's him?
Jesus. Apparently he made it on TikTok. Who knew? Oh my God.
My name is Paul Alexander. I live in Dallas, Texas. And I have had an opportunity back in 1952 in an epidemic of polio to contract that polio. And I've been paralyzed ever since. And I live in an iron lung because I can't breathe on my own.
Jesus, that's 100 million view video. I didn't know he made it. I didn't know he made it to TikTok. That's unbelievable to me. Wow.
Holy shit! And you said that thousands of children are living in that?
Thousands. I don't know how many iron lung victims have there been? Probably more than that. Approximately 200 required long-term respiration. 50,000 cases. 50,000 cases, heavily driving the immediate demand for emergency iron lungs. Approximately 1 in 200. That doesn't give me an answer. Yeah, but how many people? How many people have used an iron lung? Roughly 1,000 were in operation in 1939. Yeah, because polio goes back way back when. They developed the iron lung a long before they had like the concept of vaccines and shit, right? More than 12,000 patients relied on the iron lung to survive by the 1950s. Let's see. Yeah, there's only been 39 people in an iron lung in 2004. So there were only 39 people in one in 2004. That's how much we eradicated polio. It was gone. It doesn't exist anymore, right? But we had 39 people still utilizing one, right? Yeah.
You know what's crazy now? You're talking about COVID and polio, right? I think you know when it came to like Ebola, right? I think that was like under Obama. I mean, it didn't come to the U.S. Well, I think one case did come to the U.S. But what Obama did, he sent doctors to what was it, Kenya, I'm correct? I think it was Kenya, and to actually help eradicate it there, so it won't spread everywhere.
Yes.
I think
Yes.
that was like a good idea.
The United States, USAID, has actively worked to try to deal with diseases overseas. You know what the most deadly disease is? I don't know if anyone even knows, right? What's the most deadly disease in all of human history? Like, it's killed more people than anyone.
Isn't it a common cold?
No, it's tuberculosis. Tuberculosis is the most deadly. Tuberculosis is the most deadly disease ever. One of the things that makes it so deadly is that it has this, as it's been described to me, this like incredibly thick, like shell-like structure, and repeated medication is required over an incredibly long time to get rid of it. So we actually have a cure of tuberculosis, but it takes a treatment of years to get rid of it. So like, we have a cure. We can literally save people that have tuberculosis, and we can prevent tuberculosis, but it's something that requires years of therapy to do, right? And so we have actively engaged with many countries to find all of their tuberculosis cases and literally save people's lives by giving them the medication, right? And then putting them into that therapy to get rid of it, right? And yeah, it sounds great. And the Trump administration came in and cut all those programs. And when I say cut, he literally set fire and burned the next batch of tuberculosis treatment. So when you hear about stories of fathers who thought about, maybe I should throw myself off a cliff rather than spending the next time with my family, those were actual fucking real cases. And the diabolical shit that Trump did to put people in that type of position of considering killing themselves to save their family's life, that's insane to me. That anyone would even think that that's remotely okay to do, right? Yeah.
Damn. So no more USA.
Well, I mean, they've restarted a lot of it because Trump lost a bunch of cases, and now he doesn't talk about it anymore because he doesn't want his stupid Republican voters to know that he lost on certain cases. So he just pretends that they don't exist or whatever, right? But the actual effects of what happened is that a bunch of people fucking died. That's what happened. And what is the report? That nearly, 12 million children will die from the USAID cuts? How many children are expected to starve to death because of Trump's USAID cuts? 4.5 million will die by 2030. So in the next 4 years, 4.5 million children.
Yeah, that's close.
4.5 million children. So about 1 million children will die each year for the next 4 years because of Trump specifically. No other reason other than he set fire to $1 billion in food that was sitting in Texas. Because there was a bunch of food that was going to go out for USAID, and they were like, well, what do you want us to do with it? And he was like, set it on fire. And so they literally burned to kill millions of children worldwide that will starve to death. Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
You said no, burn it on fire.
Yeah. Let's look it up. US
Wouldn't that be a crime against humanity?
Food set on fire in Texas. 1 billion amount or something like that. The U.S. government did not burn 1 billion. What? sorry. They burned 500 metric tons of expired high-energy nutrient biscuits in Dubai. 18 million food, but then for his locked rather than destroyed. What do you... That doesn't sound right, dude. I know that I've seen... I'll have to go through my Facebook posts, because I posted on this years ago.
Whoa. Facebook.
No, I posted on Facebook.
Oh,
not
sorry,
I got it from Facebook. I posted it on Facebook when
Because I was
this
about
happened.
to say, if you got it from Facebook,
Trump
maybe, you know.
administration is about to incinerate 500 tons of emergency food. Federal workers warned for months that high energy biscuits go to waste. U.S. says it destroyed 500 metric tons of expired food in aid. Okay.
I mean,
well,
500 tons is a lot.
Yeah, sure, it is, but it's not what I was looking for. I don't know why. Maybe it's getting upset at the billion. I didn't have the right number. Maybe it's 100 million. I don't know. The federal government did not set fire, but rather planned to incinerate 500 metric tons of expired high-energy nutrients that took place after the food sat in a warehouse in Dubai. While USAID maintains strategic stockpile worth over 18 million inside warehouses in Houston, Texas, government inspections and reports noted the Houston food inventory was allocated for shipment and not slated for destruction by burning. This comes from the U.S. Okay. But what happened to it? I don't know. Maybe I have the numbers wrong then. I don't know. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. Then why are they saying that children are going to die? USAID cuts is going to kill 4.5 million children, and we haven't cut food. 130,000 burned, 800,000 meant for hungry children. 500 tons expired U.S. food aid to be destroyed. Maybe it's cumulative. Maybe it's over a bunch of different times that they did it, because apparently they had a bunch of food expire and then incinerated it. But the particular story I thought apparently was in Dubai, so I don't know. Maybe I don't have it quite right. Can we please, like, why is it saying no?
But
That's
damn,
strange.
1.5 million children.
Yeah, 5 million children will die in the next 4 years, specifically because USAID was cut. When did he get elected? $2025?
I feel like it's a crime against humanity.
I agree. Yeah. Addresses decision. Okay, well, I don't know. Spending food money to destroy nearly 10 million as part of Trump's destruction of the contraceptives will cost 160 burning contraceptives. To burn the biscuits. $100,000 to burn the biscuits. So apparently they burned $100,000 worth. This includes 29,000 tons of food in Texas worth... hang on. Maybe this is the one I was thinking of. Maybe it wasn't a billion. Some 489 million in food being stored around the world is going to waste because of paralysis in the USAID system. Republican lawmakers, meanwhile, attempt to salvage the food aid program from government cuts, which would cause the American farmers to lose millions of dollars in federal contracts. A report on Monday of Paul Martin blah, blah, blah. The agency routinely sends emergency food aid to its warehouses around the world, meaning that when Mr. Trump instituted a funding freeze, vast amounts of U.S. crops were affected. This includes 29,000 tons of food in Houston, Texas, worth $39 million, 40,000 tons of food in Djibouti, East Africa, $40 million, and 10,000 tons in South Africa, worth $10 million. Another 500,000 tons of food is already at sea or waiting to be shipped, grown by American farmers in the Food for Peace program, is also said to currently be rotting. These supplies were not subject to the Emergency Food Assistance Waiver. So this total was 100 million, and it was about a fifth of this. So this is 500 million. 39 million, 40 million, 10 million. Yeah, so that's like 100 million, and it came out to 80. So if you divide this by 80, that's 400 million. So this is 400 million in food that's sitting at sea rotting. The White House has appeared to react angrily to the publication of the report, sacking Mr. Martin a day after his release on Monday. The USAID Inspector General, who worked in the government for 4 decades, was sent a 2-line email stating, "Terminated effective immediately," according to the Washington Post. So someone who has literally worked for multiple presidents, Democrat and Republican, for 40 years, was told, "You're fired immediately." Republican Congress are pushing to save the food, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Many whom rural states lobbying, blah, blah, blah. By moving the food, blah, blah, blah. Tracy, whatever. By moving food for peace, the program can continue to equip American producers to serve hungry people while providing more transparency and efficiency as to show taxpayer dollars are stewarded. Tracy Manny, a Kansas congressman. Well, that guy should be fucking prosecuted. Screw that guy. In 2022, American farmers reportedly provided more than 4 billion pounds of grains, soybeans, and lentils to staples through the initiative. Some 41% of food AID overseas by the U.S. government is grown in America and shipped over, while the remainder is locally sourced, according to a congressional report. So I know that approximately about 5% of U.S. farming, 3% or 5% of U.S. farming is approximately the amount that's spent on USAID food. So when we cut USAID, we didn't just harm the world and fuck over zillions of people and basically doomed millions of children to starve to death. We also screwed our own farmers because we literally made certain farmers go completely out of business because they have no one to sell the food to anymore. They were growing food for this program. So they could try to grow food for the American people, but then we already have enough food. So they'd just be growing, they'd be entering into a market that's already oversaturated, right? And so the point is that we have a surplus of 3 to 5% of farms, and we just effectively made 3 or 5% of them go out of business, right? So I don't know if all the USAID has been restored. Has all the USAID food been restored, right? Do you hold that the burning of food was objectively wrong? I do, yes. That was definitely wrong of them to do that. Atheists give less than theists. Atheists need to give more. Sure, I agree with that. Why not? No, all ASD food was not been restored. While the administration partially reversed some cuts, they restored funding for several countries such as Somalia, Syria, and Lebanon. Major suspensions and permanent gaps remain. Okay. So some of it's been reversed, but not all of it. When did the report come out that children would starve to death because of these cuts? The Lancet Medical Journal on July 1st, 2025. So this is last year. So last year reported that 14 million avoidable deaths, which would include 4.5 million children, from starvation, malnutrition, and halted health care. So it's a combination of the three. Emergency brief note: cuts left 2.4 million children suffering from a severe acute malnutrition. So there's already 2.5 million children that are already suffering from low malnutrition and therapeutic foods. And so those children will certainly die. And then we'll end up killing millions more.
Damn.
Yeah. Sad. Yeah, it's pretty sad. Yeah, everything the Republican Party stands for is absolutely sickening.
And I guess there's nothing we could do about that.
Well, what can you do? He's voted in office. What we do is we suffer. And we hope the next time people vote, they choose not to vote for an adjudicated rapist, right?
Yeesh.
Yeah. No, why am I doing that? Oh man, what's going on out there? Fauci, the fraud, brain dead conspiracy theorist. Oh, gotcha. Okay, I understand. What's the hardest math you ever learned? I don't have access. Thoughts on the numeracy, mathematical abilities of American adults. Why it is like that? I don't know. America's dumb. What are your thoughts on Bigfoot? Oh yeah, probably a guy in a suit. I'm scared of monkeypox. Yeah, we should be. Yeah. Okay, well, I gotta go to bed, guys. This has been fun. Thanks everybody for attending. Bye.
Good luck in your debate.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for joining and listening. Okay.